Alchemo said he didn't know. Romano slouched in his chair, the Saturn armor's weight making it creak. Vulcan sat beside him, frowning at a portable computer. Ryan asked Alchemo for more details, addressing him sarcastically as the great keeper of knowledge. The cabin's metal walls thrummed as Alchemo transferred data to the Saturn armor's computer. Ryan watched a copy of his bioscan appear on his helmet's lens, showing his organs and bones as violet as a plum. Alchemo reported that, according to the scanners, Ryan was an average monocolor violet genome with no genetic anomalies, so any eccentricity was his own fault. Ryan realized he wasn't a psycho, at least not conventionally, and considered that good news. He asked how Alchemo explained the chic jet black particles surrounding his body during frozen time. Alchemo replied sarcastically that he didn't know. Ryan told him not to bring Socrates into it. Alchemo complained that whenever he developed a theory on powers and elixirs, Ryan invalidated it and then gave up. Vulcan admitted that the armor's scanners recorded the black flux particles, but she didn't know what to make of the readings because they kept changing. Ryan asked if the particles followed quantum superposition, with results changing depending on the observation method. Vulcan clarified that the data changed after being recorded. Vulcan turned her laptop toward Ryan, showing shifting lines of codes and symbols. She explained that the substance actively refused to be categorized and passively altered reality when she insisted, or else Ryan had gained a second power that falsified her data. Alchemo jumped to the conclusion it was a blue power, but Ryan said he could still tell black from blue. The cyborg complained that none of it made sense and questioned how he could find logic in a situation that lacked any. Vulcan theorized that if their theory about elixirs was correct, Ryan had developed a link to the black world, perhaps even a secondary power, and urged him to try it out. Ryan froze time, black and violet particles floating around him while his other self appeared in a corner, advancing slowly. He glanced at his hands with black spots swirling around them, then raised them at Alchemo, shouting unlimited power and wagging his fingers like a maniac. Nothing happened, no black lightning, no antimatter blast, no cosmic power. When time resumed, Ryan said he couldn't figure out anything and that either he didn't have a second power or needed to understand it before using it. Vulcan called it disappointing but sounded playful. She asked if he still produced particles without the armor. Ryan said he did not produce more black flux without the Saturn armor and that his main power had not mutated, his time stop worked fine, and his violet phantom hadn't changed. His save point shouldn't have moved forward in time, though he could only check by resetting, which he was in no hurry to do. Vulcan theorized that the black flux worked on another level than physical reality. Alchemo grunted, skeptical about believing in souls. Vulcan pointed out that a genome like Geist had no DNA for his elixir to cling to yet persisted as a ghost, and that something similar had happened with Ghoul before Ryan's slime friend killed him. Ryan noted that Ghoul's remains hadn't risen after Darkling threw them up, proving even immortals could die, and wondered how black flux would react to an inviolable object like lightning. But Ryan needed information that even Mecran's databases couldn't provide, knowledge from the same place where he might find a cure for the psycho syndrome. He resolved to take a winter vacation next time around. Their conversation was interrupted when Shorty opened the cabin door in full power armor and announced they were surfacing. Vulcan closed her laptop and said it was time to put on her supersuit. Ryan complimented her immense culture as her greatest quality and asked if she was coming with them. She shook her head, saying that was where they parted ways due to boss orders, but she would scramble Dynamis communications on her way out to help a little. Ryan expressed disappointment and urged her not to let the patriarchy tell her what to do and to fight the system with them. She replied that she liked him but not enough to disobey Augustus, whom she described as more lethal than Ebola. Len asked what was happening and if it was about the carnival, worried the last Loops event might repeat. Vulcan said no, and mentioned a rabbit cryptid on the news that was actually a self-replicating killer robot assaulting their HQ. Augustus had asked everyone to mobilize because the robots were replicating faster than he could kill them. Vulcan glanced knowingly at Ryan and asked if he had anything to do with it. He lied that he wanted to rule the world, not destroy it. She whispered into his robotic antennae that she was a genius and a genius, warning him not to mess with her. Ryan assured her she should be fine. Vulcan noted that, given her height, the plushies would probably mistake her for a child. She advised Ryan to skip town afterward to avoid ending up on opposing sides, then rose with a grin and the laptop under her arm, saying she had fun. Ryan agreed. Vulcan glanced at Len and warned her not to hang out too much with Ryan, predicting he would live fast and die young. Len replied sheepishly that she would keep that in mind. Vulcan left the room with a shrug. Alchemo waited for Vulcan to disappear before turning to Ryan and asking what he wanted to do. Ryan explained that Alchemo and T would stay behind on the submarine for a quick evacuation, hoping to raid Lab 66 and flee before Dynamis mobilized. He instructed Alchemo to keep sending brain maps to Livia in their absence. Alchemo said he had already sent the requested brain maps along with a copy of Saren's molecular structure, but asked if he was forgetting anything. Ryan knew he was. Ryan bluntly called Alchemo an asshole, causing the cyborg to flinch. He explained that he had befriended assholes before and had learned to let go of the past and move on. The courier struggled to find the right words while Len watched silently. Ryan acknowledged the pain caused by Alchemo's past actions, but emphasized that the Alchemo who had betrayed him was dead, and this one was alive. Despite feeling wrong, Ryan decided to give him a second chance and instructed him to send his own brain map to Livia. After a brief pause, Alchemo thanked Ryan. Ryan warned him that there would be no third chance and urged him not to waste it. Alchemo promised not to, then excused himself with a nod. Once Alchemo had left the cabin, Len expressed concern about bringing so many people along. Ryan admitted it was unwise but preferred to extend a hand and risk disappointment rather than remain alone. Len remarked that fear and paranoia led nowhere. When Ryan asked if she was ready, Len admitted she was not but said she could not delay any longer. Ryan searched the cabin for a black cashmere poncho and put it on over his armor, asking Len how he looked. She giggled and called him cute. Ryan joked about hoping she had said fearsome, then referenced leprophobia, a word even he had to look up. Len said it was nice to hear his bad jokes again, noting he had been somber lately. Ryan admitted he found it easier to laugh at pain than cry, and that his eternal life no longer felt painful with Len by his side. She raised her pinky and promised to stay together till the end, which Ryan reciprocated. They emerged from the Mecran submarine and walked on its metal hull, facing a burning New Rome. The vehicle hovered above the waters south of the blockaded harbor, while the remaining gangsters had moved onto small boats. Gunshots, lasers, and missiles echoed from Rust Town as Corpo troops assaulted the bunker. Toasty and the bunker's robots had been deployed to occupy Dynamis forces, while Ryan's group planned to sneak into the HQ from behind. Ryan had made a copy of Toasty's AI to ensure its survival if needed. A flying sun shining in Rust Town's polluted skies complicated matters. Like in the previous loop, the Carnival had allied with Dynamis. Ryan wondered if this alliance was temporary to deal with a bigger threat or if something else was at play. Surprisingly, New Rome looked relatively unscathed despite some fires and alarms urging people to stay indoors. Ryan wondered if the plushie had become tamer with time, but Len quickly pointed out Mount Augustus, which had turned white. From afar, the hill resembled an erupting volcano covered in an endless tide of white fur, like a swarm of enormous rats converging on the summit. Crimson lightning, water arms, lasers, and energy blasts shot in all directions. The ground battle was likely apocalyptic. Ryan struggled to understand the plushie's motives, but recalled that it had vanished after hunting Acid Rain during the Augusti loop, whom Augustus had slain. Perhaps the creature wanted to continue that confrontation or had grown bored of helpless targets and sought bigger prey. Or maybe it simply wanted to make a god bleed. Ryan had wisely asked Livia to evacuate to a secure location, knowing there would be no turning back. The plush apocalypse had begun. Ryan noted that whoever won, the city would be ruined. If Mob Zeus prevailed, he would discover Hargrave's presence and likely go on a rampage. If the plushies won, they would overwhelm the city on a tide of blood. Len asked if this had happened before. Ryan laughed nervously and admitted it had, but insisted it was not important. Len pressed him, and he confessed it would be the 12th time he destroyed the world, promising there would be no 13th. Frank interrupted, shouting that they were ready to storm Mexico at Ryan's command. Frank's head peaked above the water since he had not taken a small boat due to his weight. Mosquito, drinking artificial blood, expressed doubt about their mission. Ryan addressed his troops on the small boats. Only a handful had survived so far, though most heavy hitters remained. Aside from Agent Frank, who was determined to fight until every enemy was dead, most allies looked disgruntled. Ryan declared their mission was to write history with blood, starting with New Rome and then the world. Rakshasa complained about wanting artificial blood juice. The land made a garbled sound that the Tiger Man seemed to understand perfectly. The Tiger Man questioned why they had abandoned the knockoff factory after suffering to acquire it. Ryan pointed to Mount Augustus and explained they had data to create a new factory and enough stockpiled supplies in the submarine to last months. Acid Rain asked why they didn't leave immediately, expressing doubt about picking another fight. Ryan explained they needed Dr. Tyranno to develop a cure and that he was in the HQ. Their plan was to get him Torch Lab 66 and then leave. Ryan hoped to borrow Dr. Tyranno long enough to develop a cure for psychos to use in the next loop. They could relocate to Antarctica, escaping Dynamis and checking on the Alchemist's base simultaneously. Mosquito warned that the Corpos heroes had the living sun with them, a being capable of moving faster than sound and challenging Augustus, urging retreat while they still could. Mongrel agreed, suggesting they wait for a better opportunity to get cured. Saren interrupted with a minor shockwave, commanding attention as she declared Ryan a gambler who always wins by cheating. She reminded them that Adam had spent weeks trying to crack the bunker, but Ryan had done it in a fortnight. Saren praised Ryan for outsmarting Dynamis, Augustus, and the Carnival, insisting this time would be no different. Frank roared his support, and Saren declared that Ryan brought a nuclear bomb to a gunfight and won with an alien, refusing to bet against a cheater. She urged them to follow him and burn the house down. Frank applauded, followed by the other psychos, their doubts vanishing. Ryan thanked Saren for her faith, promising to reward it. Saren warned him to remember his promise or she would haunt him, to which Ryan vowed to repeat his term as many times as needed to fulfill his campaign promises, guiding them with a benevolent iron hand. The submarine's hull opened, revealing a metal platform with Vulcan's mech standing proudly and T beside it. Vulcan expressed concern upon seeing Mount Augustus. The doll hugged Len goodbye, whispering she would pray for his success. Len whispered back, asking her to take care of the children if he didn't return. T promised to provide tech support from afar and urged Ryan not to take too many risks. Ryan joked about taking risks anyway, and T warned him not to let a building collapse on him again, as she wouldn't be there to dig him out. The plan was simple. Mosquito would carry Ryan and Len to attack from above while the others attacked from below. Acid rain would provide cover with weather alteration. The land would destroy roads to delay reinforcements, and Frank would force a path inside. The rest would provide support. Ryan believed in himself to improvise once inside Lab 66. Ryan asked them to take care of his cat in his absence. Vulcan warned of a radiation spike detected west. Fallout was coming. Ryan asked how long until fallout arrived. Vulcan estimated 1 to 2 hours. Ryan resolved to make a new Chernobyl, and his men chuckled, inspired by Saren's speech. Ryan glanced at Dynamis HQ on the horizon and ordered his troops to follow him and take the tower. They crashed into Dynamis HQ like Fat Man into Nagasaki. Vulcan had equipped the Saturn armor with a jetpack, but Len's aquatic suit lacked this, so Mosquito carried her as they smashed through the windows too fast for security drones to react. Ryan preferred to enter through the Kashmir production facility on the 20th floor but chose the 60th floor instead, the last without reinforced windows. Facing an army of office workers behind desks and guards in power armor protecting 2 elevators, Ryan announced they had a search warrant. Automated cameras focused on them while acid rain clouds formed outside. Alarms sounded, and workers hid under desks as guards opened fire. Ryan walked forward like a Terminator, shrugging off laser attacks. Mosquito grabbed a desk and threw it at the guards. The land caused a minor quake, and other meta. Gang members assaulted the building from the reception hall. Ryan spotted Devilry rushing from the neighboring Optimate's tower, flames streaming from her feet. Acid raindrops turned to steam on her skin. Len shouted for cover and used her rifle to close the windows with a wall of water. Devilry vaporized it with a fireball and prepared to incinerate the floor. Ryan disarmed the remaining guards with time, stops, and armored fists. Mosquito flew out the window as metal panels closed behind him, pulverizing the ceiling. His attempt to tackle Devilry failed as she dodged and prepared a fireball blast. Acid rain teleported behind Devilry, shot her feet, and vanished. Devilry lost control briefly, allowing Mosquito to slam her against the building. Ryan left his men to handle Devilry while he disarmed the remaining guards and had Len trap them inside water bubbles. Once metal panels covered every window, Ryan tossed a desk aside to reveal an office manager hiding beneath, a golden keycard dangling from his neck. Ryan grabbed the card and dragged the terrified man toward the elevator. He asked the doll if Incognito was ready. She confirmed, and data appeared on Ryan's lenses as he examined the keycard. Earlier in the loop, Ryan had sent Psycho Incognito to infiltrate Dynamis HQ. Incognito's blue ability allowed him to appear as anyone, though he couldn't fool all security systems. Combined with Ryan's hacking, Incognito had gained access to the building's main servers. With T and Alchemo providing long-distance support from the submarine, the group swiftly reprogrammed the building's access authorizations. Ryan informed his team through his helmet's intercom that all keycards should now grant access to any floor. He then asked Saren about her status, to which she replied that they would catch up shortly despite the shockwaves and explosions audible on her end. Ryan applied the keycard to the elevator's security system, causing the doors to open. The president took the keycard from the terrified manager and left him alone. He thanked the manager for his cooperation as the elevator doors closed behind him and Len. His genius friend selected floor 66 and the lift descended. Len asked if Ryan thought they were expected, readying her water rifle. Ryan Ryan confirmed that the heavy hitters had moved to Rust Town, leaving mostly juniors and devilry on standby. He wondered how many heroes Dynamis still had to oppose the invaders, noting that Wyvern's departure had triggered resignations among IL, Miglior, and private security. When the elevator doors opened to Lab 66, Ryan anticipated facing a battalion of corporate stormtroopers to test his armor's power. Instead, he found himself beneath the shadow of a colossal beast, an ancient titan from the lost magical land of Zhongguo, guarding a reinforced blast door too heavy for even a giant to lift. The monster's head reached the metal ceiling, its fur white as bones and black as its soul. The giant bear addressed Ryan as a villain, announcing their meeting at last. The fools at Dynamis had summoned the panda. Wardrobe complimented Ryan's new armor and Wardrobe's own outfit, delighting him. Ryan and Len stepped calmly into a concrete hall separating the floor's entry points from the thick blast door. Cameras and automated turrets hung from the ceiling, monitoring the intruders. 3 fearsome guardians blocked the United States forces' path. The panda, Ryan's most powerful rogue, Wardrobe, dressed in a black and white Brioni tuxedo, and Reload, wielding a laser blade and eager for revenge. Ryan recognized Wardrobe's outfit and remarked on its resemblance to James Bond, to which Len joked about invading Canada next week. Len raised her weapon, warning them they were fighting on the wrong side. Reload snarled, accusing them of bringing New Rome to its knees and threatening it with a nuclear bomb. Ryan pointed out that Reload's boss had mass, marketed a psycho in a bottle, waiting beyond the blast door. Wardrobe and the panda winced at this, but Reload refused to believe Ryan, accusing him of fabricating evidence to mislead Wyvern. The panda declared he was the only one who could stop them, even if it meant allying with a lesser evil. Ryan wondered if the panda believed his words or if Dynamis had recruited anyone they could find. Wardrobe revealed that her girlfriend had been arrested for taking money from Ryan and threatened him with a Walther PPK, expressing Nora's anger at being used. Ryan promised to buy Nora's forgiveness with Australia, and Wardrobe countered that Nora would prefer France. Ryan assured her that for Nora, everything was on the table. Wardrobe said she would relay that when bringing Ryan in. Reload shouted in rage and charged at Ryan without regard for diplomacy. Ryan glanced at him with disdain while Len fired her water rifle, trapping Reload inside a bubble of pressurized water and disarming his laser blade. Wardrobe opened fire aiming for the Saturn armor's lenses, but Ryan dodged as Reload remained trapped in a cycle of drowning and rebirth. The panda tried to appear brave, raising his paws in a kung fu stance and declaring he would fight in justice's name. Ryan declared himself Saturn now, raising an authoritarian fist to the heavens and claiming godhood instead of presidency. The panda leaped at Ryan with all his might as Wardrobe provided cover fire, vowing that Ryan would not get past the panda. Ryan raised his hands, roaring as he prepared to meet his destiny. Suddenly, 2 bubbles of pressurized water appeared, trapping both the panda and Wardrobe. Len had shot them with her weapon, and despite pandas being good swimmers, this one struggled against the intense pressure. Wardrobe fared no better, though she had changed into a mermaid outfit to avoid passing out. Ryan sighed, glaring at Len and calling her Shorty. She asked why, and Ryan told her that while he loved her, she could not bubble all their problems away. Len replied that they were on a schedule and that her father was beyond the door. Ryan acknowledged this but urged her to appreciate the moment, comparing it to strolling through a garden without smelling the flowers. Defensive turrets opened fire on them but failed to pierce their armors. Ryan revealed Vulcan's hidden lasers and blasted the turrets to smithereens. Wardrobe then appeared wearing a toga and coral crown, wielding a trident of light with water swirling around it like a liquid snake, embodying Poseidon's costume. Before Wardrobe could use her weapon to free the trapped heroes, the courier swiftly disarmed her with a kick, causing the trident to vanish into dust and the water to fall to the ground. Yuki switched to a ninja costume and leapt away from the courier, dodging another bubble from Len. Ryan raised a hand to stop his sidekick from interfering and instructed Len to open the door, expressing eagerness for a duel and promising to take good care of Wardrobe. Wardrobe declared that Ryan underestimated her power, picked up Reload's laser blade, and switched to a fencer's costume. Ryan promised they would free Wardrobe's girlfriend on their way out, assuring that he did not endanger his nemesis family and asking her not to hate him for the mistake. Wardrobe responded that she believed him and that Enrique had confirmed it. She added that if they had not had Nora, she would have left like Felix. Wardrobe made only a token effort to defend the place, keeping up appearances without deploying the Apocalypse suit or the Augustus costume. Ryan decided to turn the encounter into a performance. He revealed hidden switchblades concealed in his armor's arms, causing Wardrobe's eyes to widen as she realized she would get the duel of her dreams. He declared he would show her the true nature of the Oval Office. The 2 duelists appraised each other for a solid minute before charging at each other with roars. Len ignored them both mouth and began cutting open the blast door with a stream of pressurized water. A solid laser clashed against Mekrin, made steel, neither blade able to penetrate the other. The duo danced to a silent tune, with Ryan humming Duel of the Fates to himself. Wardrobe leaped, sidestepped, and pierced forward, while the president pushed, smashed, and forced her back. Their blades drew lines in the concrete walls, sending sparks everywhere as they clashed. The deadly duel defied description. Wardrobe moved with the grace of water, channeling all sword masters who had ever lived, while Ryan fought with centuries of experience and a perfect style honed through countless iterations. They were evenly matched, but Saren had been right about one thing: Ryan cheated. He stopped time, and when it resumed, he pointed Wardrobe's own blade at her throat. The defeated hero stepped back in surprise, hitting the wall behind her. Ryan declared she was beaten and that it was useless to resist him, warning her not to make him cut off her hand. Wardrobe looked at him defiantly, refusing to surrender. When Ryan retracted his blades, discarded his sword, grabbed Wardrobe by the waist, and pulled her closer, he proposed marriage. Wardrobe covered her mouth in shock, while Len abruptly stopped cutting to look over her shoulder. Ryan ignored his childhood friend and focused on Wardrobe, telling her she was the perfect partner who understood him and that together they could rule the galaxy as husband and wife. Wardrobe apologized with tears in her eyes and hands on his cashmere poncho, explaining that despite their raw sexual chemistry, she was already taken. Ryan reassured her softly that as a Mormon, he could make bigamy work. She gently touched his helmet's left side and shook her head, rejecting harems on her watch. Ryan's hopes of a hero, supervillain romance were dashed. She was too loyal and pure to embrace the dark side. Wardrobe reassured him in a low voice that they could remain good archnemeses, though she might soon be fired, before shouting that she would never join him. Ryan responded by deftly hitting her pressure points in the chest and neck, causing her to collapse in his arms like a sponge, and carefully laying her against the nearest wall. By then, Len had carved a circle in the blast door, though the enormous metal gate refused to fall. She asked Ryan what they had just witnessed. Ryan sobbed, calling it a tragedy and lamenting that Wardrobe was already taken. Shorty shook her head, sulking for some reason, and asked Ryan to help kick down the door. Ryan and Len tried, but neither armored warrior was strong enough to breach the thick metal. Ryan hesitated to use his chest blaster when the elevators opened behind him. He half expected a battalion of Dynamis men to ambush them, but instead Saren and Mongrel entered the hall. Hazmat Girl glanced at the room, raised her hands at the metal door, and commanded it to move out. Ryan and Len hastily obeyed just before Saren blasted a hole into the next room. The group stepped into Lab 66, an immaculate, sterilized white room 50 meters long and 20 wide, where metallic clinks echoed as automated medical drones tended to machines and terminals. A claustrophobic medical assembly line stretched as far as they could see, continuing into the next room. Colored knockoff elixir bottles emerged from a metal hole beside a door equipped with a bioscanner. Robotic arms stamped the bottles with Dynamis logo and moved them into crates ready for delivery. Ryan scanned the area for guards or defenders but found none, deducing that Dynamis trusted only machines inside the facility, likely due to the danger of elixir contamination or theft. Len asked Saren where the others were. Saren scoffed and said Frank was climbing up the other shaft because he was too big for the elevator, and the others were holding the line downstairs. Mongrel examined the next room and asked where the genius in charge was. Ryan guessed the genius was probably beyond the door at the end of the assembly line, but his keycard didn't work on the door's bioscanner. He radioed the VP, asking to blow the door open, joking that he could smell reptilian immigrants behind it. Suddenly, acid rain called through Ryan's intercom, warning that Hargraves was on the roof, fighting Mosquito. Ryan tensed, recognizing the name. Before he could react further, the entrance hall's ceiling collapsed as someone smashed through the floors above like a drill, blowing dust into the laboratory. Saren, Len, and Mongrel formed a defensive perimeter around Ryan. The Saturn armor sounded an alarm, detecting an abnormal amount of radiation flowing into the room. A towering shadow emerged from the smoke, tossing aside Mosquito's charbroiled corpse as acid raindrops slipped inside the building. Alphonse Fallout Manata stepped past the blast door into the laboratory, his hands glowing with deadly radiation, declaring it was time to die. Atom Smasher wasted no words and went straight for the kill. His glowing hands unleashed a stream of red particles at the presidential guard. Saren reacted quickly, retaliating with a shockwave that collided with the blasts in the middle of the room, shattering all the knockoff bottles on the production line. Ryan froze time, black and violet flux floating out of his armor as he dragged his allies away from the elixir shower. Even with armor and regular dosing on the juice, any drop seeping through a crack would ruin everything. The courier had anticipated a fight with Fallout and prepared accordingly. His and Len's suits had been reinforced against heat and radiation, allowing them to survive sustained exposure. The Saturn armor could probably withstand a close encounter with Leo Hargraves. Ryan guessed that Saren's shockwaves could match the nuclear cyborg's weaker particle beams, likely because they both drew energy from the red dimension. Fallout had demonstrated in Malta that his power could rival an A-bomb, but Ryan had no idea how far his abilities and durability extended, nor did he find blueprints of the cyborg's armor in Dynamis' database or a way to hack it. Despite this, Ryan welcomed the challenge and relied on a few tricks. When time resumed, the production line was drenched in multicolored fluids, and the robotic arms preparing the bottles had short-circuited, though the power armors in the room continued functioning. Alphonse Manata aimed his right arm's energy minigun at Len and Ryan, declaring they should have been killed years ago to complete the family set, having suspected they would be troublesome. Shorty raised her water rifle in response, calling this payback for having been killed once before. Len and Saren attacked Fallout before he could fire, Len using a stream of pressurized water and Saren a shockwave. Alphonse raised his left hand, expanding a shield of crimson particles to protect himself, then opened fire with his minigun, unleashing a volley of plasma shots. The projectiles tore through walls and machines, forcing everyone to dodge. Mongrel and Shorty ducked out of the way, but Ryan froze time to spare Saren 5 holes in her suit. Ryan warned Saren that if he kept saving her, people would start talking, but she snarled back to focus on taking down Alphonse without help. Mongrel used an aerokinetic blast to propel himself toward the ceiling and threw a fireball past Fallout's particle shield from his vantage point. The flames heated the metal armor but failed to inflict damage as Alphonse slowly advanced, and the reinforced walls began to crumble. Ryan ordered his troops to keep Fallout busy while he dashed forward, forcing him to raise his shield against shockwaves, flames, and pressurized water, leaving his back exposed. The courier stopped time, and a purple phantom raced after him as he crossed dozens of meters in a dash, dodging frozen plasma bolts while trying to devise a plan. One of his devices might take down Fallout, but the cyborg's armor could have a countermeasure. The group needed to soften him up first. After bending a corner around the room and with the ghost nearly catching up, Ryan unpaused time and activated his armor's chest blaster, unleashing a searing white burst of energy. The recoil almost threw him back, and the heat destroyed his cashmere poncho. The blast hit Alphonse in the back, propelling him forward like a cannonball, tearing the minigun from his arm and crashing him into the reinforced door. The wall collapsed under the impact, and Fallout continued into the next room. Ryan coughed, his chest burning. Saren mused that was what a drone strike looked like, and Ryan replied that sometimes a leader must get his hands dirty. Len warned that Fallout was not dead yet as she stepped into the next room and let out a horrified wail. The group followed and froze. The next room contained a massive factory with a ceiling that likely encroached on the floor above. A maze of machinery and tangled pipes formed the assembly lines, bordered by a catwalk wide enough for a battalion to march in formation. Strange devices covered in bulbs and flashing lights thrummed as they produced knockoff elixirs. Above the production line, a dozen naked humans floated in glass containers like light bulbs atop metal altars. Tubes injected thick red blood intravenously into their backs and pumped out elixir-colored liquids into the machinery. Ryan's eyes stopped on the closest prisoner, a muscled woman with black hair and white dragon scales on her neck, Wyvern. He also noticed a carbon copy of Devilry, a feathered man identified as Windsweep, the Tempest knockoff's template, and others he did not recognize. One pod contained a half-formed embryo of a panda-human hybrid. They were modified clones of the knockoff templates, transformed into living organ processors. Bloodstream's fluids passed into them, absorbing their genetic material before being processed into knockoffs. Saren and Mongrel reacted with disgust, and Len's hands trembled on her water rifle as she followed the blood pipes through the walls toward another room behind a reinforced door. Dr. Tyranno worked behind a large control panel near the cloning pods, typing with his reptilian claws on a keyboard adapted to his saurian biology. He briefly looked up at the intruders with supreme disinterest and told them he was busy and to take it outside and come back later, claiming he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Ryan accused Tyranno of cloning the panda, calling him a maniac. Tyranno blamed the kids' division for their obsession with furry mammals. Len snarled at Alphonse Manata, whose crimson particles flowed from his back where Ryan had hit him. She accused him of causing all that pain for a fistful of euros. Alphonse shrugged off fireballs thrown by Mongrel as his metal shoulders opened to reveal rocket launchers, declaring it was all for the dream. Fallout fired a dozen rockets without regard for collateral damage. Ryan attempted to stop time but canceled the effect immediately when his past self appeared nearby. The armor extended his time stop but also increased his cooldown period. The president activated the suit's laser weapons while shielding Len with his body, with Saren assisting in destroying the projectiles before they could reach them. Stray shrapnel ripped holes in Saren's suit and Mongrel's chest. Explosions shook the lab as Alphonse's rockets hit the ceiling, assembly line, and cloning pods. One rocket incinerated the panda's misshapen duplicate, while another damaged pipes, causing blood to drip onto the catwalk. Though Len's armor remained undamaged, she looked at the red fluid with fear and disgust. Dr. Tyranno shouted at Alphonse to stop, diving beneath his control panel to avoid a rocket, warning that he would destroy the laboratory. Atom Smasher snarled that he would stop only when they were dead and continued firing. Rockets struck the ceiling and tore holes in the catwalk, causing the entire floor to tremble. The wounded mongrel dove aside to avoid another projectile, while Ryan took a hit to the chest. The Saturn armor absorbed the impact. Ryan worried about the lab's internal structural integrity, recalling that the architect had designed Lab 66 to survive even a building collapse but had not mentioned resistance to internal damage. When Fallout ran out of projectiles, he raised his glowing hands toward Len to blast her. Ryan, having reached his cooldown period, froze time and punched Fallout in the glass dome protecting his head. The blow cracked the reinforced glass, making the Dynamis cyborg stumble back as his particle beams instead melted the steel ceiling. Fallout declared that the glass dome did not protect him and revealed red particles similar to Ryan's own escaping from the crack, the crimson skull behind it scowling and radiating nuclear fire as the air shimmered with heat. He proclaimed himself the hand that splits the atom and the light that slays life, his fists glowing crimson as a promise of death and cancer. Ryan revealed his forearm blades and claimed immortality. Alphonse attempted to grab the courier's head with his glowing hand, but Ryan dodged and countered with a punch. Fallout deflected the blow and countered with a particle beam to Ryan's face, who ducked the attack and called him a minion. Mongrel, powering through injuries, launched an aerokinetic blast at Fallout's left knee, causing the Colossus to stumble. Ryan rammed his fist and blade through the cyborg's helmet. The glass dome shattered, releasing red particles, but Ryan's retractable blade also broke upon impact, likely weakened from a previous clash. Fallout seized the moment to headbutt Ryan, unleashing an energy pulse that sent the courier flying backward. The Saturn armor resisted the shock. Ryan lay on the floor, vision blurred, as Alphonse loomed over him with the remains of his melting helmet erupting crimson nuclear fire, resembling a Terminator emerging from flames. A stream of pressurized water struck Fallout from the side, heating into steam but providing a brief respite. Len ordered Riri to back off from behind Tyranno's control panel, while Mongrel flanked Fallout with air blasts. Saren struggled to cover holes in her suit as leaking gas rusted machinery and the floor. Ignoring the distractions, Fallout raised his armored foot to crush Ryan's head. Ryan froze time, kicked Alphonse in the chest to make him stumble, and rolled away to safety. Despite the time stop, Fallout's radioactive presence triggered warning messages on Ryan's armor, indicating the danger of proximity. As Ryan rose, he noticed that the black flux he produced devoured Fallout's crimson variant like black holes consuming light. Deciding to use his trump card, Ryan opened a compartment in his armor's backpack and tossed a small black sphere at Fallout. Upon impact, the sphere expanded into biomechanical goo that spread over Fallout's skin and armor, repurposing his steel to restrain the red genome. Fallout snarled in anger, but the cyborg suit had no defense against the hostile takeover. Ryan gloated that the nanomachines, originally designed by Mechren for material extraction in radioactive environments, now served as a capture device against nuclear threats. Within seconds, Fallout was encased in a black goo coffin, unable to move or fire beams. Dr. Tyranno cautiously peeked over his computer as Ryan's group relaxed slightly, hoping the device would work against Augustus as well. Suddenly, Fallout overrode the safeties, his body producing increasing light that escaped through cracks in the nanomachine shell, making the air oppressive. Ryan's suit alerted him to the rising heat, and he panicked as the nanomachines corroded under the red flux. Fallout warned that Ryan would die if he did not stop. Ryan ordered his team to cool Fallout down. Len bathed him with water, and Mongrel blasted him with pressurized air, but neither was effective. The lab's fire sprinklers activated, but the liquid turned to steam before reaching Fallout. Cracks formed rapidly in the nanomachine coffin, leaking particle beams. One beam struck Ryan in the chest, heating his armor, while another split Mongrel in half at near light speed. Recognizing the danger, Ryan froze time, dashed to Saren, grabbed her by the intact parts of her suit, and dove behind the assembly line for cover. When time resumed, instant, the nanomachines melted into a charred shell. Particle beams erupted from Fallout's body, shattering the prison from within and cutting through the ceiling and catwalk. Metal plates fell as the lab began collapsing. Dr. Tyranno shouted for Ryan to calm down, warning that he would kill them all. Perhaps restrained by the risk to his lead scientist, Fallout ceased firing wildly. Ryan peeked from cover to see Alphonse Manata had shed the nanomachines, armor, and humanity, becoming a blackened skeleton surrounded by incandescent flames and red flux particles, the ground melting beneath him. Fallout's voice boomed like the heart of a burning star as he called out for Quicksave to come out and fight. Ryan realized Fallout was as durable as Hargraves and that he had drastically underestimated Dynamis' ace in the hole. Fallout could have vaporized them and the entire building if he had not feared destroying his own headquarters. Ryan regretted not asking Mecron's AIs to develop a superweapon to neutralize the living A-bomb. Saren whispered to Ryan, asking if there was anything else that could kill Fallout, her suit leaking so much that the fingers had flattened. The courier kept a few meters away to prevent her from corroding his armor. Ryan admitted there was none that wouldn't risk killing everyone present, when footsteps echoed from the previous room. Frank appeared, having climbed up the elevator shaft and entered the laboratory, his body absorbing machinery pieces on contact. He glanced at Alphonse Manata's otherworldly redness and immediately connected the dots. Frank roared with patriotism, declaring he knew it was all connected, a Soviet Mexican. He had uncovered the true conspiracy behind everything. Alphonse blasted Frank with streams of red particles, melting the giant's outer layers. The nuclear genome emitted energy from his chest, mouth, and entire body in any direction he wished. Despite the radiation, Frank powered through and tackled Alphonse like a football player. Both colossi crashed into the wreckage of the Wyvern clone's pod, trading blows powerful enough to shake the room. Ryan hoped his bodyguard might turn the tide. However, Frank's metal hands softened whenever they hit Fallout due to the intense heat and Alphonse's unique biology granting him heightened resilience. Like Mr. Sunshine, Alphonse had become a living nuclear core. Meanwhile, the factory's ceiling kept raining metal panels. Ryan told Saren to stand still and gestured at Len to stay hidden as they needed to run before the ceiling collapsed. Hazmat Girl grunted, telling them not to waste time on her and Frank, urging Ryan and Saren to go. Frank growled in pain as Fallout grabbed his metal head and started to melt it. Saren shouted from behind the assembly line, blasting Fallout off Frank with a shockwave. The radioactive genome bled light and stumbled but did not lose balance. She urged Ryan to take the cure data inside the place while they kept Fallout busy. Ryan protested that it was suicide, assisting her by firing his chest laser at Fallout. The red genome formed a shield of crimson particles around himself while Frank regained his footing. Ryan warned they would get buried alive if Fallout didn't kill them first. Hazmat Girl glanced briefly at her ally's corpse, acknowledging the possibilities his elixir represented. She declared that now Mongrel was dead, none of it mattered anymore. If Fallout killed them, all their efforts were for nothing. She had accepted the loop was a lost cause. Ryan protested that their lives mattered but almost stumbled as the ground trembled. The constant explosions had weakened the factory's foundations. Saren snarled at him, rejecting the name he used and asking why he wouldn't leave. Ryan responded that he was not Adam and could not let them sacrifice themselves for him. He reminded them he had promised to help and still could. As long as they lived, they could find a way, whether in Antarctica or elsewhere. Saren looked at Ryan in surprise and remained silent for a few seconds before making her decision. She told him to remember his vow next time around. Ryan's heart skipped a beat, fists clenched, and he asked for her real name. She looked at Fallout and replied, Bianca. She dashed at him like a suicide bomber while Ryan looked away as another friend went to die for him. He swore to save her next time before freezing time. Regrouping with Len, the courier grabbed Dr. Tyranno and slammed him against his control panel when time resumed. The dinosaur looked alarmed, breath short from the heat. Ryan ordered him to open the door to the next room immediately. Dr. Tyranno barely protested as Len put her water rifle against his chin, convincing him to comply. Ryan froze time again, carrying both Len and Tyranno across the room. He glanced at his allies with a freezing heart as Alphonse punched a hole inside a half-melted Frank's chest, releasing a cloud of gas from an empty hazmat suit. The ceiling below Fallout began to rust. When time resumed, Len asked why Dr. Tyranno had turned her father and created all these horrors. Dr. Tyranno admitted the knockoffs were just the first step of his plan. He was refining the substance to change not only the host species but its entire biological class, from mammal to reptile. Ryan realized the implication. Dr. Tyranno confirmed his intention to create a knockoff elixir that could permanently turn any human into a dinosaur. Ryan looked at the diluted, scaled furry, realizing he should have expected such a motive. Dr. Tyranno added that this transformation would be consensual, claiming becoming a superior reptile should be a fundamental mammalian right. Though Ryan wanted to hate him, he loved dinosaurs too. A loud crack echoed as the ceiling finally collapsed. Ryan barely forced Len and Tyranno inside a steel corridor before tons of steel and concrete buried the knockoff factory. Alphonse, Frank, and Saren vanished from sight, buried alive. Dust and smoke flowed into the corridor, debris closing the exit. Ryan and Len exchanged a silent glance, neither uttering a word. The others had earned their minute of silence. Ryan, Len, and Scaly reached the facility's heart after a short walk, arriving at a large, dimly lit atrium of thick steel and concrete. An enormous mechanical aquarium stood at its center, linked to complex medical devices, pipes, tubes, and a computer system. Inside swam a true Shoggoth, an eldritch blob more deformed than Darkling had ever been, a dark red protoplasmic slime as large as a house, a shapeless, twisted amoeba with temporary eyes forming on its putrid surface. If it had once been human, it was not apparent at first glance. Yet despite everything, Ryan recognized him. It was himself, in all his bloody, mutated glory. Len dropped her water rifle, rushing to touch the glass with her hand. The blob's eyes looked at his daughter, their reunion complete. In the end, blood called to blood. In 2016, Italy, Leonard Hargraves addressed his team in his human form, stating their target was Freddie Sabino, alias Bloodstream. Pictures of the man the psycho used to be appeared on the screen alongside the bloody abomination he had become. Short black hair, a tired face aged by stress, brown eyes, an unremarkable man with a terrible destiny. Hargraves explained that Freddie Sabino was born in 1980 in Otranto, Italy, to a fisherman and a housewife. He married young, dropped out of college when his girlfriend expected a child, then joined the Otranto Polizia Municipale, the only job he ever had. His wife abandoned him for another man before the previous Easter, leaving him to raise two young children alone, a daughter, Len, perhaps short for Lenora, and a son, Cesare. In short, there was nothing special about Freddie Sabino. Had the apocalypse not occurred, he might have lived a normal life, saved money, watched his children attend college, and perhaps remarried. Leo explained that although the alchemists sent wonder boxes to families or isolated individuals, a few elixirs ended up in law enforcement's hands on last Easter's Eve, usually mistaken for drugs or letter bombs. When the apocalypse began and genomes rampaged through Otranto, Freddie Sabino stole 2 elixirs from his police station and fled the city. Authorities would never know the intended recipients of these elixirs. Had they reached their owners, many tragedies might have been averted. Leo showed his team a phone picture of a bloody monster boarding a rusted car alongside 2 children no older than 12, stating that Sabino was active as a psycho as early as 2009. Reports indicated he traveled with his children since the late 2000s, though his son was only confirmed alive in 2012. Mr. Wave, a creature of living wavelengths and an odd member of the group, asked if the children had powers too. Matthias Martel, a 16-year-old who had joined the carnival after his mother's dementia to continue her work, confirmed the children were powerless. Ace nodded darkly, asserting that Sabino would have killed them if they were genomes. Leo continued, saying nothing indicated the children's complicity in their father's crimes. According to Pythia's psyche report, Bloodstream remained violently protective of his children even in his current state but kept them dependent through social isolation, gaslighting, and physical abuse. Leo had seen many similar cases in London, where fathers convinced their children the world was against them and that only family could be trusted. He emphasized the need to ensure the children's safety, especially Len Sabino's, before returning to their target's capabilities. Bloodstream was a green/blue type. His green power granted complete control over his blood, allowing him to reshape it into weapons, create tentacles, and restructure his body. His blue power transformed him into pure information, potentially allowing computer system infiltration had he remained a pure blue. However, his powers mutated into a unique synergy. Bloodstream literally became his blood, with each blood cell hosting his consciousness, enabling him to reform as long as one cell remained. Only disintegration could kill him. Leonard guessed they needed his flames, and Leo confirmed this, revealing Bloodstream's ghastliest ability. If his blood cells entered another human circulatory system, he could take over like a virus, overwriting the host's DNA, mind, and memories. If Bloodstream touched someone, they were worse than dead. Leonard paused for emphasis, then told the team, "You are him." At the boathouse pier, Shorty wiped sweat from her forehead, proud of her work despite her blackened, dirty clothes. Ryan, standing beside her, doubted their chances of reaching Spain, let alone the USA. The boathouse smelled of rust and decaying paint, its ceiling threatening collapse. The 10-meter-long vessel floated in a pond with direct access to the Tyrrhenian Sea, a pineapple-shaped, clunky metal mass reminiscent of the Actinio II, one of the world's earliest submarines, which did not inspire confidence. confidence. Len pinched Ryan's arm, assuring him the Leica would work fine and that the autopilot estimated arrival in America within 12 days. Ryan squinted skeptically at her. She explained the name referred to the dog the Russians sent to space. Ryan reminded her that Leica died midway through the mission, accusing her of condemning them all. Len attempted to pinch him again, but Ryan dodged and grabbed her waist, kissing her neck. She gasped in surprise and whispered a protest, placing her hands on his. Ryan begged for a kiss on her cheeks, arguing they deserved it after weeks of non-stop work. Though she called him insane, Len gave in, agreeing to 5 minutes tops. They made out for 15 minutes, her hand in his hair, his on her back. Despite tasting of oil and salt water, Ryan did not care and would not have stopped for anything. When they broke apart, Len called the moment foolish, though her blushing cheeks contradicted her words. Their first night together had been a logistical nightmare, finding unexpired war pills and unused condoms, waiting for her father to wander away to avoid discovery, and figuring out the act itself, as no one had taught them the details. Their kisses and touches had been clumsy but eventually successful. For a moment, they had been alone in the world. Two halves made one. Ryan wanted more, but her father never let them out of sight for long since the carnival began hunting his clones. The teens settled for furtive kisses and caresses, always fearing discovery. This situation caused Ryan daily anguish. Len's father was always present, always between them, ruining their chance at happiness and causing trouble. Bloodstream had now decided the family would leave Europe and migrate to America. Ryan could not fathom the logic behind this decision but knew they had no choice. Porto Venere had once been a small coastal town with colored houses next to long piers. The locals abandoned it long before the group moved in. It was isolated enough to hide their base but close enough to Genoa for supply runs. Ryan was the only one leaving the house nowadays. Shorty worked on the submarine, and her father hid in their temporary home. The carnival attacked whenever Bloodstream went out in public, but Ryan could slip out unnoticed with precautions. As Ryan prepared to leave the boathouse through a small door, Len asked if he could bring back oranges and citruses to prevent scurvy. He agreed but froze when his hand reached the door lock and called to Shorty. She sighed and confirmed that everything on the sub was automated with no manual controls. She explained that although her power allowed much, scavenged boats were poor material sources, forcing her to sacrifice some features to make the submarine functional. Ryan asked what would happen if they encountered a problem during the journey. In the dim interior of the former boat club, Ryan listened as Shorty explained that the submarine would automatically redirect to the nearest shore in case of trouble, hoping their father would protect them in the meantime. Ryan warned Len that he worried more about her father than the sub's safety. Len bit her lip and crossed her arms, insisting her position hadn't changed despite Ryan's repeated pleas for her to run away with him and leave their father stranded. Ryan argued that the carnival would keep hunting their father, and as long as he lived, they would never be free. Len stubbornly replied that they wouldn't pursue them across the sea. Ryan countered that the carnival's leader, the living sun, could fly at supersonic speeds and even in space, while it would take them days to cross the ocean. Len insisted they hadn't found them yet and couldn't find them, though her words sounded more like a prayer. Ryan opened the door and moved through the building, guessing it had once been a boat club where wealthy people stored their ships, watched soccer on TV, and dined. Suddenly, a shrill voice called out, "Cesare!" chilling Ryan to the bone and freezing him in place. Following the voice to the dining room, Ryan found Bloodstream slouched on a tattered sofa in front of a shattered TV screen. Bloodstream gestured for Ryan to sit beside him and pointed at the TV, asking if he remembered Power Rangers. Despite the broken screen, Ryan indulged the delusion and affirmed he remembered. Bloodstream lamented that he had wished he had money to buy Ryan toys back then. Bloodstream leaned closer and told Ryan that Len was very sick, despite Ryan's protests that she looked healthy. Bloodstream raved about a poison inside them all, describing vivid nightmares of a living hell filled with pulsating floors, walls with mouths and eyes, and microscopic flies invading his lungs. He claimed Satan distributed bottles to poison humanity. Ryan remained silent, knowing better than to argue. Bloodstream spoke of cancer, referencing Ryan's grandmother's death, and likened it to insidious roots that could destroy the whole garden if removed incorrectly. He promised to find a way to operate on Len and make her healthy again. Ryan clenched his fists, knowing Bloodstream's lucidity was fading and that soon he might look to Ryan's daughter for sustenance. Bloodstream then sobbed, apologizing and expressing his love for Ryan and Len, admitting he had ruined everything. Bloodstream confessed he was sick too and feared what would happen if Ryan and Len died. Ryan looked at the sobbing, shifting monster with a mixture of pity and disgust, no longer fearing him. He gently placed a hand on Bloodstream's shoulder and promised to protect Len. This contact seemed to soothe Bloodstream, who spoke with shaky hope about their mother waiting for them on the other side of the ocean, dreaming of starting over in LA. Ryan lied in return, assuring him it would be all right. For a brief moment, Ryan allowed himself to believe Bloodstream could improve, that the man inside might regain control, and that he could live a peaceful life with Len. But the dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Bloodstream's voice hardened as he declared that if Ryan and Len died, he would kill everyone and then himself, believing a world where children could die was not worth existing. He said they would all be together on the other side, and it couldn't be hell if they were together. Bloodstream then fell silent, staring at the shattered TV with a frightening intensity, like a psychotic shooter preparing for a crime. Ryan's hatred returned, directed at both Bloodstream and himself for pitying the monster even momentarily. He knew if a man had ever existed inside Bloodstream, the monster had devoured him long ago. After hesitating for 10 minutes, fearing he might return to find Len dead at her father's hands, Ryan left the house. The fresh air outside brought no comfort as he walked toward his bike with a bag on his back, haunted by the gnawing thought that Len would never make it to America alive. Ryan sensed the danger in the air. The proximity and isolation meant her father would lose control. He would weep and regret, but ultimately commit the terrible deed, whether during the trip or upon arrival. He was a ticking time bomb destined to explode one day. Bloodstream had to die, for Len's sake and everyone else's. Ryan opened his bag and examined the violet elixir he always kept inside. Bloodstream only detected elixirs in Genome's blood, so he would know the moment his adoptive son used the potion on himself. The liquid swirled inside the syringe like a promise of power and freedom. Perhaps it could grant Ryan a power stronger than Bloodstream's, unlikely, but he had no other options. A second sun flew across the skies, answering his prayers. The carnival screen shifted to a graphic representation of the possession process. A drop of blood infecting an adult man, spreading through his veins like an infection and devouring his organs from within. The skin soon ruptured to release the lifeblood, and Bloodstream was born again. Leo explained that Bloodstream infected blood like a virus, restructuring the body into a clone of himself, and likely had done so frequently that his current body was not original. All his copies shared his powers and formed a loose hive mind, like cells of a larger body. A boastful Genome asked if killing half of Bloodstream's clones would cause the others to fear him, likening it to Mecron. Leo replied it was close but not quite the same. To eliminate Bloodstream, they had to destroy all his copies completely, leaving nothing behind, not even a droplet. Each time they ambushed a clone, Leo would incinerate it and Stitch would sterilize the area afterward. Bloodstream was a lone wolf psycho, lacking a support network unlike others such as Adam the Ogre. The Cossack remarked that Bloodstream was a pack of his own. Leo confirmed that Bloodstream's clones never moved more than a mile apart, likely to maintain their hive mind. If they isolated the doubles from bystanders, they could eliminate them one by one, like a scalpel cutting out a tumor before it proliferated. Ace asked if they knew where the clones were, noting no intel in Pythia's data. Matthias nodded, having followed their trail. The family traveled across Italy irregularly, never staying long in one place, but were last sighted near the Alps. Leonard instructed that once they engaged, they must pursue Bloodstream relentlessly and keep him away from populated areas. Ace asked Stitch if Bloodstream's power had limits and if the biological samples had been examined. Stitch confirmed he had been waiting to fact-check the intelligence gathered. Leonard explained Bloodstream could only control his own blood and could not telekinetically control others' blood unless infected first. He could not generate mass from thin air, which was why he needed hosts to duplicate himself. Mr. Wave asked if there was any voodoo doll mumbo-jumbo involved, expressing his dislike for such. Ace agreed, having had enough with manic plague. Leonard continued that Bloodstream could only manage a few clones at a time, with a highest recorded peak of 10 doubles. If they exceeded that limit, the clones absorbed each other to reduce numbers, probably to prevent individual thoughts. He could only affect humans. Stitch raised his hand and interrupted, respectfully stating Leonard was wrong. Meanwhile, Len was selecting books to bring to the sub when an explosion resonated outside. The boathouse trembled as a metal panel fell on the Leica and bounced off its hull. Len stumbled, dropping some books safely on the pier, but her copy of Lenin's The State and Revolution sank into the pond. Her father did not answer her calls amid the smell of smoke and flames carried inside by the wind. Someone opened the boathouse door, carrying a backpack full of canned food. Ryan appeared exhausted, as if he had run for miles, and told Len they had to go because the carnival was there. Her worst fear had come true. Another explosion echoed in the distance like a bombardment. Len realized it was her father's last body. If they killed him now, she tried to speak, but Ryan said he was delaying them and grabbed her books off the floor. They had to leave. Len asked where they would go. Looking into Ryan's eyes, she understood. She refused, hoping her father would defeat them. Many had tried and failed before, her father always came back, always beat the odds. The carnival would fail like the others. Ryan insisted they run, telling her father could not beat them all. He leapt onto the sub and moved toward the hatch, urging Len to activate it, assuring her father would catch up soon. Len hesitated but followed, opening the hatch and slipping inside the cramped sub. It had only 3 rooms, machinery at the back, supplies storage, and living space. Len had sacrificed space for efficiency, keeping only a bunk bed by a small porthole and the control panel. It had taken days to scavenge a computer screen and keyboard. Len asked how the carnival had found them and if they had followed Ryan. He admitted he had not been careful. Something in his unapologetic tone made her pause. She interrupted her work to look at him and saw guilt in his gaze. She accused him of leading them there. He did not deny it. She called him Riri, and he told her firmly that her father was sick in the head. Len hissed that she knew, but Ryan interrupted, saying nothing mattered if they did not flee because her father would kill them, especially her. She protested that he would not, recalling she had had her elixir for weeks and he had never done anything. Ryan countered that not yet was not never. Len trembled with rage, asking if he would let her father die, strand him on shore, and let the carnival slay him. Ryan tried to explain that they did not need her father and that he could make Len happy. They could start anew, just the 2 of them. She asked how, shaking her head, saying they could not defend themselves. He said she was a genius and he had his elixir, they could take care of themselves. She called the plan madness. He admitted it was madness from the start, but the best they had, reaching for her. She hissed, pushing him away and backing against the porthole. Ryan froze, hurt by her rejection. She demanded to know why. He snapped it was for them. She tearfully accused him of wanting her all for himself. He insisted he wanted her alive. His words made her flinch as if slapped. She looked into Ryan's eyes and saw concern. She realized he acted not for himself but for her. He loved her as much as she loved him. A part of her wanted to follow his plan, to drop everything and take the submarine to the sea, embarking on an adventure around the world with only the 2 of them. But every time she looked at the monster her father had become, she remembered the kind man he once was, the man who always smiled at her and her brother, the one who comforted Len when their mother left. Occasionally, the man re-emerged, and in those brief moments, his daughter felt hope. She pleaded with Ryan, saying that as long as her father lived, there was a chance he could heal. Despite everything, Len could not bring herself to hate him. Len avoided Ryan's disappointed gaze and told him she could not proceed without her father. His intense, baleful stare made her shiver as anger, disappointment, and sadness flashed across his face before resignation set in. Ryan instructed her to put the submarine on autopilot and warned that if they were not back in 20 minutes, both he and her father would be dead. He explained that once autopilot was engaged, it could not be disabled. He urged her to leave, warning that if he stayed, they might all be killed to ensure Bloodstream was truly gone. As Ryan moved toward the hatch, Len whispered for him to come back. He paused, looked over his shoulder, and told her to live before exiting the submarine. Len activated the autopilot, set the timer, and waited. Leo frowned, questioning how the target's power could have no upper limits. Stitch confirmed that their target was not limited to human hosts. Anything with a circulatory system could be infected, including the entire animal kingdom. There appeared to be no biological limit on the number of active clones, with restrictions being purely psychological. Leonard fought the urge to become a living son again to chase away his fear. Stitch's words confirmed the danger. Matthias questioned why the target kept only a dozen doubles if they shared a pseudo-hive mind and why they attacked each other. The Cossack suggested it was because the target hated himself deep down, what he had become. Freddy Sabino's psychological traumas crippled his power, preventing him from fully using his unlimited potential. Ace exchanged a pale glance with Leonard, understanding the danger. She asked Stitch what would happen if the target went all out. Stitch confirmed he would become a pandemic, devastating Italy within days unless quarantined. If he assimilated birds or fish, the Bloodstream plague could infect the entire Earth's biosphere within months, with only abnormal genomes like Augustus surviving. The extinction event Pythia warned about was imminent. Bloodstream would not just destroy life on Earth, he would become life itself. A deathly silence followed, broken by the Cossack who asked if the trigger was the daughter's death rather than the brother's. Leonard confirmed that Pythia's data was broad and the future ever shifting, but if Len Sabino died, her father would trigger the extinction event. Stitch explained the target would lose all psychological restraints and go on a rampage, hating the world more than himself. Ace whispered sadly that the prophecy predicted Len Sabino's death unless they intervened. The Cossack insisted that Bloodstream had to die no matter the cost. Mr. Wave protested, forbidding harm to the children. Leo acknowledged their only advantage was that Bloodstream did not understand the full extent of his ability. fatalities. He ordered the team to slay all clones quickly and move the children to safety. Ace was to evacuate the wounded, while Stitch and Matthias remained in reserve. Matthias protested, but Leo dismissed his concerns, warning that his range was too short and one hit would be fatal. The battle was ongoing when Ryan exited the boat club. He located the battlefield by following the smoke rising into the sky. His plan had been simple: take no precautions during the supply run, ensure the carnival's flyers noticed him, and let them follow him back to their hideout. He worried they might expect a trap if approached directly, but the scheme had worked until now. Ryan knew the plan was insane from the start, a desperate last attempt to escape an impossible situation. Len refused to budge even after he forced her hand. Now, the dominoes were set, and he could not undo their fall. Could only end in tears unless... Ryan looked at the elixir, the strange power in a syringe that had caused pain and wonders alike. Perhaps Bloodstream was right that it was the devil's work or a gift from above. Regardless, it was Ryan's only hope. He slammed the syringe into his arm and prayed for a miracle. The world turned purple as time slowed to a crawl. Raindrops froze midair, lightning scarred the sky, and Ryan moved silently, unaware of his footsteps. He instinctively halted time itself, much like a player pausing a video game. But not forever. A flash of light overwhelmed his vision, explosions roared, and cold rain fell as time resumed. Ryan nearly tripped on a puddle, realizing he needed to focus to keep time frozen. He followed the noise and saw Leo the living sun floating above the sea, unleashing streams of fire at Porto Veneers Marina. The once touristic walkway, with its colorful houses and yacht piers, now lay gray and lifeless, boats reduced to scrapped husks. The downpour obscured the battle. Ryan activated his power again, turning the world purple and counting silently. He could halt time for about 10 seconds before his power failed and required a cooldown of equal length. Though straightforward, he questioned if it would make a difference. Bloodstream packed a mean punch, but he was fighting Leo the living sun, rumored to have survived fights with Augustus. Ryan searched his pockets, drew a small revolver he always carried, took a deep breath, cursed his luck, and approached the battlefield. He was fast. Leonard spotted a boy matching the description of Bloodstream's son Cesare scavenging supplies during a routine patrol and immediately contacted his allies to track the boy to his father's hideout. The carnival had lost track of the psycho days ago, even suspecting he had fled Italy. Leo entered the battle with only the Cossack and Mr. Wave for backup. The Cossack's white power armor protected him from blood infection, and Mr. Wave had no circulatory system. Ace stayed on standby in a safe location, ready to teleport the wounded to Stitch's infirmary if needed. The Cossack had suggested burning the entire town to ensure Bloodstream's death, but his teammates vetoed that plan, deciding to proceed by the book. Bloodstream sensed their approach and ambushed them near the town's ruined marina. Leo bombarded the walkway with flames while the Cossack fired a laser rifle, but they only managed to set a deserted restaurant on fire as Bloodstream dodged all attacks, leaping like a flea. Bloodstream shrieked, complaining about being harassed and questioning if everyone had gone mad. The pressurized blood forming Bloodstream's skin crystallized into spikes, which he launched in all directions. Leonard did not dodge, his solar body incinerating the projectiles before they reached him, steam rising as raindrops evaporated around him. The Cossack flew away with his jetpack, but one spike drilled into his chest plate, attempting to pierce through. Leo immediately incinerated the blood drill to protect the Cossack, while Bloodstream moved toward a half-rusted car near the walkway, his fingers transforming into tentacles to seize the vehicle. Bloodstream lifted the car above his head, preparing to toss it at the flying members of the carnival, lamenting how the world tormented him since taking certain potions and accusing them of trying to take his children away. A new challenger appeared on the ground, a crimson blur, announcing himself as Mr. Wave. The living wavelength ran toward Bloodstream, transforming into a laser that tore the psycho in half, the car falling on his bisected body. Mr. Wave returned to humanoid form a few meters away, slowing down after his attack. He complained about bloodstains on his cashmere suit as Bloodstream's halves quickly fused back together, and he crawled out from beneath the car, vowing that Mr. Wave had made a powerful enemy. Bloodstream transformed both hands into sharp axes and extended his arms into 5-meter-long tentacles, attempting to behead Mr. Wave with a scissor blade motion. Mr. Wave casually dodged with a backstep, hands in pockets, taunting Bloodstream by referencing Lady Death's near encounter with him and boasting that he was too good for heaven and too scary for hell. Leonard resisted telling Mr. Wave to stop boasting, but the taunts worked. Bloodstream focused entirely on Mr. Wave, ignoring his allies and giving them some respite. When Bloodstream got too close for Mr. Wave to dodge in human form, the superhero transformed into a laser and tore through him again, though Bloodstream quickly pulled himself back together. Leo asked the Cossack if he was alright after burning the the blood, drill to ashes. The Cossack grunted and asked how much blood Bloodstream had, watching as Bloodstream spikes turned back into liquid blood and slithered back to their owner. Leo explained that Bloodstream compressed the blood making up his body, possibly carrying tons of organic mass in his slender frame, and that he could incinerate Bloodstream with one fireball if they could immobilize him. However, Leo did not want to go all out in case Bloodstream's children were hidden nearby, fearing accidental harm. Leonard and the Cossack flew above the walkway, trying to keep up with Mr. Wave's duel with Bloodstream. Realizing he could not damage Bloodstream permanently, Mr. Wave switched to a defensive strategy, standing in place and challenging Bloodstream with hand gestures and lazy footwork. When Bloodstream threatened to slice him, Mr. Wave stepped forward, transformed into a laser, and reappeared meters away. Bloodstream was a red blur, moving like a cheetah with his body twisting at impossible angles, making it difficult for Leo to track him. Bloodstream leaped from a building's wall to the walkway, attempting to catch Mr. Wave from an unexpected angle, but Mr. Wave anticipated it and dodged with a sidestep without transforming. Mr. Wave stated that light moved at his pace, not the other way around. The Cossack opened missile launchers in his power armor's back, unleashing a rain of rockets upon the walkway amid rain and lightning. Concrete and stone exploded into dust, obscuring Leonard's sight. Leo guessed the plan was to force Bloodstream's parts to reform after blasting him. Mr. Wave reappeared near a ruined restaurant, wiping blood off his suit, but Bloodstream remained out of sight. The dust cloud spread over the marina, obscuring boats and pavement. Bloodstream screamed, "Catch!" from within the smoke, and a rusted boat flew toward the flyers. Leonard and the Cossack blasted it apart before it could hit them, parts falling into the sea. Bloodstream leaped at them while they were distracted, emerging from the dust cloud with a maniacal laugh. Bloodstream stretched his right arm, twisting it like an elastic spring, and punched the Cossack in the chest before he could retaliate. The empowered fist cracked the Cossack's chest plate, sending him crashing onto the walkway and breaking stone beneath him. Leonard shouted for the Cossack, who lay motionless on the road with a hole in his armor exposing his chest. Leonard called for Ace to evacuate. Bloodstream landed on the ground, moving on all fours like a hyena and rushing toward the Cossack, cackling about sweet blood beneath the steel. Mr. Wave stepped forward and transformed into a laser, hitting Bloodstream from behind before he could reach the Cossack. The impact shattered Bloodstream like glass, but as soon as Mr. Wave returned to humanoid form, the blood drops instantly fused back into a humanoid shape. Ace opened a portal behind the Cossack and grabbed the armored warrior, pulling him to safety through the gate. Mr. Wave shouted for Sunshine to incinerate Bloodstream as he engaged him in another duel. He dodged a crystallized axe by sidestepping, transformed into a laser to stop blood bullets midair before they could hit Ace, and tore through Bloodstream like paper, declaring he would provide. When Bloodstream tried to pull himself back, Mr. Wave returned to human form, spun on himself, and gored through the psycho again, repeating the process to prevent full regeneration. Knowing Mr. Wave couldn't maintain this, Leonard gathered plasma in his hand, forming a fireball hot enough to vaporize every drop of blood. Time resumed as Ryan powered through dust and smoke. The carnival and Bloodstream had riddled the walkway with craters. Len's father was being thrashingly attacked by a crimson blur too fast to follow. Ryan caught a glimpse of the fighter, a humanoid mass of red energy in a purple suit. Bloodstream exploded in blood, reformed, and exploded again as his foe ran into him. Nearby, a freckled woman dragged an armored figure through a circular rift in spacetime, leading to an immaculate clinic. Leo the Living Sun floated above, shaping a miniature star in his palm, ready to incinerate the psycho utterly. None had noticed Ryan yet. Dust, smoke, and heavy rain concealed him. For a moment, he considered doing nothing, watching the immortal psycho perish. But knowing Len would never leave without her father and fearing the carnival might target Shorty and himself next, Ryan shouted a warning shot into the sky, demanding they stop fighting. The fireball in Leo's hands faltered as he noticed Ryan. He called out to Mr. Wave, warning him about the child. Mr. Wave ceased attacking Bloodstream to look at Ryan, his energy forming a phantasmal face. Bloodstream regenerated while Mr. Wave raised a hand, telling Ryan to get back as it was dangerous. Ryan realized his mistake. The carnival never intended harm. They were heroes trying to save them from a bloodthirsty monster. But a moment's distraction allowed evil to prevail. Bloodstream unleashed blood bullets at the portal. One struck the woman's throat as she finished dragging the armored figure through. Her skin ruptured, crimson blood covering her, and her voice shifted into bloodstreams during her final scream. Ace's name echoed as the portal closed and the fireball dissipated. Leo ordered Mr. Wave to fall back. Mr. Wave stepped back in disbelief, dodging Bloodstream's claws. Leo shouted that Matthias and the others were at the base and flew north at extreme speed. Mr. Wave glanced from Bloodstream to Ryan, muttering something inaudible before transforming into a living laser and tearing through buildings toward his teammates. Ryan asked Bloodstream if he was alright, though disgusted to do so. Bloodstream snarled at Cesare to protect his sister and obey his father. Ryan sneered bitterly, realizing he would never be free of this monster. He had thrown away the perfect chance to end Bloodstream, but he loved Len more than he hated her father. Ryan lowered his gun, saying they had no time. Len's submarine would leave soon, and they had to go. Bloodstream froze, staring at Ryan with disturbing intensity. He asked, "Dad?" and then, "Who are you?" in a shaken voice. Ryan froze as the psycho failed to recognize him. Perhaps the elixir in Ryan's blood had broken the man's delusion or caused another delirium. As Ryan tried to speak, Bloodstream grabbed his throat with a steel, strong grip, choking the life out of him. The psycho demanded to know where Cesare was and what had been done to his son. Ryan's hand dropped his gun as Bloodstream slammed his head against the pavement, causing unbearable pain and blurring vision. Bloodstream's maddened shout echoed, "Where is my son?" Before everything went dark, Ryan saw his life flash before his eyes as he died, events rewinding from his death to the battle and his emergence from the smoke. Then it stopped. He blinked, standing in the middle of the walkway. Pain vanished, air filling his lungs, rain falling on his skin, lightning overhead. He was alive again. Had Ryan seen a vision of the future or a warning? Felt like a blue power, but it was so real. His power had created a checkpoint, granting a new chance he couldn't waste. Ryan glanced at Bloodstream, who prepared to strike the freckled woman with blood bullets. Without the boy to distract him, Mr. Wave struck Bloodstream before he could move. The woman closed the portal after dragging the armored knight through, disappearing unharmed. Ryan looked at the living sun, the fireball in his hands bright enough to hurt to look at. Bloodstream tried to leap to safety, but Mr. Wave transformed into a laser and tore off his legs, causing the madman to collapse. Ryan recalled the phantom sensation of Bloodstream's hands closing on his throat and remembered the times the monster had struck him and Len, their helplessness, and Bloodstream's recurring violent madness. He thought, "You will never change. This is you, and her compassion is wasted on you." Ryan owed the monster nothing but scorn. He turned and abandoned Bloodstream to his fate, deciding to tell Len he had been too late. She would despise him, but it was for the best. Ryan had seen the future and returned. Her father was hopeless and would never improve. The living sun tossed his fireball at the walkway, the air shimmering with heat. Mr. Wave noticed Ryan and shouted for him to get down just as the fireball fell upon a roaring Bloodstream like God's judgment. The fireball hit the walkway and expanded outward. Ryan activated his power and ran faster than ever before as the universe turned purple, freezing the moment in time. An expanding wall of flames consumed the walkway, with Bloodstream burning to cinders at the center, a demon cleansed in hellfire. A kind man in a suit ran after Ryan, trying in vain to shield him from the fireball. The living sun watched from above, surrounded by steamy rainwater. Ryan's legs strained as he pushed himself to the limit, fearing collapse. Seconds stretched on, but Len was too far away and the fireball too close. He begged silently for more time, counting from 8 to 9, hoping for more than 10 seconds. But Ryan did not run fast enough. At the 10th second, frozen time shattered like glass and the world exploded into flames. Ryan remained unconscious for an unknown duration. When his fevered mind emerged from a coma and faced a white wall, he thought he had died and ascended to heaven. Though Shorty did not believe in such things, Ryan had always kept an open mind. After all, no one who died came back, except Ryan himself. Mr. Wave's shining holographic face appeared to his right, anxiously waiting on a chair with legs crossed. Ryan blinked as he regained control. A bed sheet covered him, and he realized he was in a hospital room. Expecting burns, he found his skin healthier than ever. Mr. Wave admitted he had feared Ryan would sleep forever. Ryan confirmed he thought so too, then glanced at his hands and acknowledged he was alive. Mr. Wave praised their medic, who struggled to keep Mr. Wave's suicidal comrades alive, noting that Mr. Wave himself was too powerful to die. Ryan asked about Bloodstream. Mr. Wave's voice broke as he said Ryan's father had died. Ryan corrected him coldly, insisting Bloodstream was not his father and that it had to be done. Mr. Wave winced but did not press further, acknowledging the horrors Ryan had endured. Mr. Wave asked if another clone was running around, expressing dislike for endless sequels. Ryan shook his head, confirming the last clone was gone. Mr. Wave sounded relieved and said he would remain vigilant in case Bloodstream returned, but hoped there would be no reboot soon. Ryan inquired about Len and whether she had taken the submarine. Mr. Wave admitted they had searched everywhere but could not find her, noting he did not expect to scare the gods themselves. A shiver ran down Ryan's spine. He asked how long he had been unconscious. unconscious. Mr. Wave's embarrassed silence suggested it had been a long time. Ryan rose from the bed but almost tripped as his legs felt heavy and sore. Mr. Wave caught him, his body solid yet slightly fluctuating to the touch, like a trampoline. Mr. Wave offered to carry Ryan on his back, declaring that a true knight accepted help and would light the way. They did not use the door, Mr. Wave insisted on exiting through the window, calling it the Adventurer's Gate. Ryan wondered about Mr. Wave's sanity but did not question the man willing to help. Though he did not transform into a laser while carrying Ryan, Mr. Wave moved incredibly fast without slowing. Though the hospital was in Genoa, they reached Porto Venere within minutes. Leo Hargraves had torched the village, likely to ensure Bloodstream left no trace behind. At the boathouse's smoking ruins, they found only a pond of water. Len was long gone. Ryan reflected on Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting different results, and considered that perhaps he could turn back time too. He sensed his checkpoint was not a one-time event, but after failing to will himself back, he had only one way to check. Having lost everything that mattered in a single day, he felt numb and lifeless but resolved to try if there was a chance to make things better. Death was the end for most, but not for him. Yet, this knowledge did little good. His power always brought him back just before the explosion. He tried everything, protecting his head and chest, diving down, freezing time, but the fireball always caught up. He could not outrun light, activate his power in the split second before impact, or turn back the clock to earlier that day. His power had chosen the worst moment to create a new checkpoint. Ryan rarely died from the explosion itself, Mr. Wave always shielded him with his body. For that, Ryan was grateful, though the blast always knocked him unconscious. Sometimes he woke hours early or days later, depending on injuries, but he was always too late. No matter how many times he tried, he could not catch up to Len. He was trapped in an endless cycle, never making progress. As he watched a Mediterranean sunset for what seemed like the 100th time, Ryan wondered if autopilot had carried Shorty away, or if she had seen the explosion and believed her family perished. He asked the carnival for help many times, once telling them Bloodstream kept a backup clone. They searched for 3 weeks with no success. Ryan felt guilty using them, especially since Mr. Wave always tried to help and blamed himself for Ryan's wounds, though Ryan knew Mr. Wave had saved his life. No matter how much they searched, they found no sign of the submarine, and Ryan had no way to contact Shorty. In the last loop, he fled the hospital and hid from his rescuers until they gave up. The carnival insisted he join an adoptive family, but Ryan had had enough. He wanted Len and no one else. His gratitude for the carnival turned to resentment. Though irrational, he blamed them for depriving him of Len. Perhaps it was easier for Ryan to blame others than himself. Ultimately, he could not deny he caused the disaster through his own poor choices. No matter the path, it always ended the same way, with Ryan Romano staring at the sunset, alone in the world. Enrique Manata faced a computer screen and asked about the situation. Dr. Nathaniel Stitch responded via video call that the target's last clone had been destroyed as far as they could tell. They were still trying to track down Len Sabino to confirm, but otherwise the threat appeared dealt with. Enrique Manata expressed relief at the news. Though his father cared only about the warehouses and genome employees Bloodstream had killed, Enrique himself supported the carnival on principle, believing the world was better with fewer psychos. He added that they would remain vigilant in case Bloodstream's daughter reappeared. Dr. Nathaniel Stitch conveyed Mr. Hargraves' regards and gratitude, acknowledging that the hunt could not have continued without Dynamis' cooperation. Enrique downplayed their role, explaining they had only provided reports of Bloodstream's movements and technical support analyzing blood samples. He recalled Dr. Tyranno's report with a shiver and expressed hope that one day they could unite against Augustus, despite his father's refusal to budge on the topic. Stitch emphasized the need to destroy the remaining samples completely, warning that even a single surviving cell could restart the nightmare. Enrique informed him that his brother was already incinerating their samples with intense heat. He prepared to end the call, mentioning a planned reunion, and promised to keep in touch. The carnival member nodded before the screen closed. Enrique then called Alphonse, who appeared in a black hazmat suit with a glowing skeleton design. Enrique shared the good news that the carnival had destroyed Freddy Sabino's last clone and sanitized the area, declaring the threat dealt with and avoiding the need to nuke Porto Venere. Alphonse responded gruffly, agreeing that psychos were a plague, and confirmed he had disposed of the remaining samples. Enrique sensed his brother's annoyance and pressed him on it. Alphonse admitted the power to reshape genetic code instantly held great potential, a fact even their father recognized. However, Enrique pointed out that Bloodstream had killed countless people and could have become as dangerous as Augustus if more cunning. He insisted they already had one near-immortal psychopath and wanted to avoid another, as one surviving cell could bring Bloodstream back. Alphonse grunted in agreement but remained sore about the decision. Enrique affirmed they had made the right choice to minimize risks for future generations, contrasting their broader vision with their father's focus on money and reputation. He praised Alphonse for his actions, who replied, "All for the dream, brother," before ending the call. In a laboratory, Len placed her hand on the aquarium containing Bloodstream, whose putrid eyes met hers. Ryan, watching nearby, felt scorn and disgust. The courier asked how this situation had come to be, his breath shortening and a sharp pain in his neck reminding him of his adoptive father's choking grip. Despite the years, the memory remained vivid. Dr. Tyranno explained that uncontrolled psychomutations caused Bloodstream's genetic code to degrade into something alien after the Vice President refused to feed him genomes. The human part could not keep up with the powers. Ryan considered this might be the fate of all psychos without intervention, as the elixirs reshaped their bodies into inhuman forms better suited to contain energies from colored dimensions. Shorty's trembling voice asked if her father was inside the aquarium. Tyranno replied bluntly that they had chemically neutered the creature years ago, ending all communication attempts. Len hissed at the mad scientist, insisting there had been a man inside. Tyranno retorted that management considered him a company asset, missing her point. Ryan approached the computer panel connected to the aquarium and used his Saturn armor to hack the closed system. Data appeared on his lenses, including biological analyses and knockoff testing reports. He confirmed Dynamis had held Bloodstream since 2016, with Tyranno cloning him from samples taken after the Psycho's warehouse raid. Ryan noticed a folder labeled Monster Girl Project, but refused to open it, fearing trauma. Most importantly, he learned Tyranno used an encrypted email system to communicate mainly with lawyers. The courier memorized the access codes to contact the genius in future loops. Len pointed her water rifle at Tyranno and asked why he wanted her. The scientist raised his hands in surrender and revealed that Bloodstream had implanted a foreign agent in her blood cells, causing knockoffs to react violently on contact. Since the old agent preceded chemical neutering, synthesis created a new substance capable of resisting it, leading consumers to inevitably revert into Bloodstream clones. Tyranno complained that management vetoed his proposal to study Len in depth and reduce reversion risks, a fact that earned Ryan's respect for Blackthorn. Ryan then posed the crucial question how to kill Bloodstream. Len flinched, calling him Riri. Ryan told her her father was gone, no longer human. She protested that he had promised a cure for psychos. Ryan argued they could cure humans of mutations but could not turn tomato juice into a Homo sapien. He noted that Bloodstream shared less than 50% of his DNA with humans, closer to bananas. Ryan had no intention of wasting time helping that irredeemable monster. He had raided the lab only to confirm Bloodstream's survival, but the boogeyman of his childhood was gone. Len stood still, then lowered her head and weapon, silent as she absorbed the truth. The father she loved had died years ago. Ryan asked Tyranno if he had a cure for knockoffs. The mad genius insisted they did, protesting negligence. Ryan retorted that Tyranno had turned a monster into a drink and was worse than Pepsi. Ryan declared that the risks of reversion and health issues approached zero as long as only one dose was used. He then announced his plan to nationalize the facility and confiscate all its assets, including Tyranno himself. Tyranno attempted to protest that a person could not be nationalized, but Ryan interrupted, asserting his authority as President of the United States and effectively the world. He demanded to know how the cure worked. Dr. Scaly reluctantly explained that he had developed an injection-based neutralizing agent that attacked Bloodstream cells and repaired the target's genetic code to its pre-consumption state. He added that a stronger variant could be injected into the aquarium to destroy knockoffs entirely in case of a containment breach. Ryan asked if the cure worked on elixirs made by alchemists, but Tyranno shook his head, confirming it did not. Ryan questioned what would happen if multiple knockoff users reverted simultaneously, since the substance inside customers would remain. Tyranno shrugged off the risk of mass reversion. Ryan condemned the lack of a plan and ordered Tyranno to surrender the cure and come with them to Area 51. Tyranno squinted at the mention of Area 51, and Ryan clarified it was a Mecran base where they could research a cure for the psycho condition. He reminded Tyranno of his promise to Bianca and their goal to make safer knockoffs that followed health protocols. Tyranno's eyes lit up at the prospect of working in a Mecran lab, and he conceded that if abducted, he would not resist strongly, joking about force majeure and kidnapping. Ryan responded with a quip about an act of God. Ryan demanded the location of the Bloodstream vaccine, stating they planned to euthanize the creature on their way out. Len remained silent, absorbed by the truth they had uncovered. Ryan downloaded the vaccine data to use in a future loop, then considered how to leave the building with Tyranno. His his armor sensors suddenly detected a sharp temperature increase. Ryan shouted for Len, nicknamed Shorty, to get down, but she did not respond, staring silently at the aquarium. Suddenly, a crimson blast melted one of the room's walls, clearing debris blocking the exit. Ryan shielded his helmet as dust filled the laboratory. Alphonse Manata had returned, a living embodiment of nuclear flames, accompanied by men in power armor led by his brother Blackthorn. Vines and moss covered Blackthorn's armor, and he carried no firearm, looking displeased as he glared at the aquarium. Enrique accused Ryan and Len of causing the chaos by lying to him and declared that Wyvern had been right. This situation could not continue. His men raised weapons at Len and Ryan, who prepared to fight back. Enrique vowed that their father would be removed from the picture one way or another. Fallout raised his hand but did not open fire, warning that all their men were dead and they were surrounded, demanding surrender. Ryan moved closer to Len while Tyranno hid behind his computer, warning that he still had an atomic bomb in his backpack and threatened to use it. Alphonse called his bluff, expressing confusion over Ryan's intentions and declaring failure. Ryan ordered Len to cover him, planning to bypass Fallout rather than confront him directly. Len did not answer. Instead, she raised her water rifle and fired a pressurized liquid stream at the aquarium before Ryan could stop time. Private security opened fire on Len despite Enrique's attempts to halt them. Their lasers froze midair, prompting Enrique to tackle Len to the ground out of their reach. Ryan noticed thick black blood writhing behind Len's visor and glanced at the captive Bloodstream in horror. Though the creature was no longer sentient, its proximity had triggered the infection inside Len, allowing it to take over her. As time resumed, some lasers struck the aquarium's protective barrier, and Alphonse charged forward with a roar. Len's visor exploded, blood tendrils emerging and forcing Ryan to leap back. Blood leaked from her scaphandra armor as the substance consumed her from within. The aquarium's glass cracked, shedding tears of blood. Len's blood tendrils merged with the slime inside the aquarium, and Bloodstream screamed. The aquarium detonated violently as the imprisoned monster grew in size and strength, developing fanged maws that hissed maddeningly, glistening blue eyes as large as TV screens, and porous holes releasing geysers of green flux particles. The particles caused a strange alien moss to form on anything they touched, resembling an infection from another reality. Ryan watched helplessly as Len's armor was absorbed into the ooze she once called a father. The monstrous creature devoured her. Blackthorn extended his vines to rescue Tyranno but was too late. Red slime drowned the scientist. Alphonse unleashed an atomic blast to hold the monster at bay, but Bloodstream instantly regenerated and continued expanding, filling the room with its vile flesh. Now that it had consumed Len, the monster turned its attention to Ryan. Its alien eyes showed no recognition or intelligence, only hunger. The creature's mind had deteriorated beyond saving, driven solely by the instinct to spread. Bloodstream had become a virus. Several private security members began screaming as blood flowed from their armor and shattered their visors. The knockoffs in their circulatory systems had begun reverting, though Ryan did not know the extent. He muttered a question about the monster's range. Sprinklers released a white substance, likely Tyranno's vaccine, but the liquid failed to affect the empowered Bloodstream, which transformed into a bloody tidal wave. When Ryan's cooldown ended, he froze time and fled as fast as possible. Alphonse Manata formed an energy shield around himself and his brother, repelling both the tidal wave of blood and his own men. Ryan glanced at Tyranno, but the man had already drowned in the eldritch Red Sea. The courier fled through the hole in the wall, leaving the Manatas to fend for themselves. Ryan refused to risk Bloodstream breaching his armor. If the monster took him over and corrupted his save point, the consequences would be catastrophic. He needed to return to Livia to complete the memory transfer. Whispering to himself, Ryan reached the remains of the cloning factory. The roof had collapsed, burying the room and Ryan's dead allies beneath rubble, though Alphonse Manata had melted a path through. Acid raindrops fell through the hole in the ceiling. As time resumed, Ryan activated his jetpack. A flood of blood overflowed into the factory, spreading rapidly through the building. Ryan escaped the flood, flying above Dynamis HQ. If Bloodstream could generate mass from nowhere, his mutations had empowered him beyond his original powers. Ryan understood the extent only when he looked at New Rome. The city had turned red. Mutated people everywhere burst blood from their skin, transforming into Bloodstream clones. Every knockoff elixir across New Rome reverted to its original nature. Genomes became monsters, attacking the uninfected like rabid dogs. On the ground, Ryan saw a Bloodstream clone fire crystallize spikes at private security personnel. Those scratched joined the zombie horde. Fires spread unchecked, with acid rain unable to douse them. Mount Augustus burned like a fiery candle, its smoke obscuring the skies for miles. Rust Town was similar similarly devastated. Realizing Bloodstream's power had no range limit, Ryan noted the whole world was at risk. The monster would spread globally and become the world itself. He shouted for Helen, spotting her on the ground as a bloody monster switching places with raindrops, attacking the uninfected. Bloodstream could not only infect genomes but also use their powers. If he infected Ryan, Bloodstream would gain access to time travel. Ryan frantically called for tea, Alchemo, and Braindead over the radio, but no one answered. Their silence pained him deeply. This was the third apocalypse in New Rome since he began, and the worst by far. Changing the frequency, Ryan called for Livia as the building below turned red. Bloodstream shattered a window, flowing down the steel walls like a waterfall. A 30-meter-long tendril tried to capture Ryan, who dodged and flew south of the city. Livia answered with a soft, reassuring voice, confirming she was safe in a house in Sorrento. She expressed panic over her visions of blood rain. Ryan instructed her to barricade herself and prepare for the memory transfer, sending her the data he had gathered and warning her not to touch anyone else. Livia guessed the cause was Dynamis and asked if it was too late to act. Ryan bluntly replied that it was too late this time but not for the next. She urged him not to die on the way, promising to wait for him. Ryan cut communications as he crossed paths with other flyers in the skies. Leo, the living sun, and Shroud observed the devastation silently, though Shroud created a cloud of flying glass shards upon seeing the president approach. Ryan called for a truce, but Shroud accused him of causing the disaster. Leo Hargraves stopped Shroud, understanding that fighting now was futile. Sunshine asked if Ryan's sister was dead. Ryan's silence confirmed it. Leo expressed sorrow for both her and Ryan, admitting they had failed their mother's last request. Shroud muttered that they couldn't stop it. Ryan asked if they had known this would happen. Leonard admitted it was foretold and they had tried to destroy Bloodstream but failed, only delaying disaster. Mr. See-Through urged Leo to act. Leo warned that unleashing his full power would burn the city and kill millions. Shroud agreed but insisted that if even one infected escaped, the whole world would follow. Ryan confirmed the entire world was affected, as Dynamis had genomes outside New Rome, likely turned. Shroud insisted delaying the virus's spread was necessary to protect other communities. Thunder echoed above. Crimson lightning struck Shroud, vaporizing his organs and sending him crashing to a burning street below. Leo shouted in horror while Ryan looked up to see Augustus descending from the clouds, clad in crimson lightning like a fallen angel. The man carried the upper half of a destroyed rabbit plushie, its white fur blackened by ashes. The gods had won the lepromachia. Leo snarled at Augustus, warning him the world was at stake. Augustus, calling himself Mob Zeus, declared he only wanted to live in a world where Leo's sun had set. Moving as fast as Ryan on a good day, the warlord punched Leo in the chest, tearing through flames to hit a burning core beneath. The blow sent Leo crashing to the ground, vaporizing Bloodstream clones into ashes. Ryan snarled in fury at Mob Zeus, who charged lightning to smite Leo again. Ryan stopped time reflexively as the electrical storm approached, but neither Augustus nor his lightning slowed. The invulnerable man shrugged off the time stop. Ryan prepared for the unexpected, trusting his Vulcan armor to protect him. Mob Zeus blinked as the courier's chest weapon absorbed the crimson bolt, its energy storage limited but sufficient for Ryan to strike back. Despite knowing it was futile, Ryan punched Augustus in the face with all his might, his armored fist hitting the tyrant's ivory cheek, violet and black particles swirling around his fingers. The blow felt like hitting a diamond wall and caused no damage, yet it startled Augustus, momentarily shorting out his lightning halo. For a brief instant, Ryan saw the old man beneath the godly facade, eyes wide with shock, then turning from surprise to fury and, if Ryan was correct, a hint of fear. Augustus muttered that he had felt the punch just as time unfroze, and he retaliated with a strike harder than anyone Ryan had faced before. His fist cracked the armor's chest protection, shattering the weapon beneath into scraps and sending Ryan flying backward. The courier crashed through a building, emerged on the other side, and barely regained control of his flight before hitting the ground. Though the jetpack survived, the armor was breached, allowing a drop of acid rain to burn his skin beneath the steel. Ryan immediately focused on regaining altitude and looked back. Hargraves had engaged Augustus in melee, delaying him for now. Sunshine blazed across the skies like a living sun, his heat simmering the atmosphere, but Ryan saw Augustus's shadow trying to grab the core of the living sun, perhaps the hero's only weakness. Sunshine's fires burnt Augustus's clothes but could not melt his ivory body. Leo could only delay the foe, not defeat him. Eventually, the superhero would retreat or perish, after which Augustus would pursue Ryan. Redirecting all remaining power to his jetpack, Ryan left New Rome behind. Took him an hour to reach Livia's hideout. New Rome had vanished in a flash flash of crimson light, its buildings, land, and people incinerated. Whether Alphonse Manata had gone nuclear or Sunshine had turned into a supernova, Ryan would never know. Though miles away, he still felt the blast's shockwave, which changed nothing. Flying over a forest, Ryan watched the trees turn red, their leaves transforming into organs, bark into crystallized blood, and some birds into abominations pursuing him to infect him, though they were too slow to catch up. The blue planet would soon turn red. He found Livia waiting for him in Sorrento, south of New Rome, standing on the roof of the same building where Ryan had been evacuated when the Meta destroyed the city. The courier thought the Augusti princess foolish to expose herself until he noticed a ring of ash surrounding the building and dozens, if not hundreds, of turrets forming an impregnable perimeter that vaporized any Bloodstream clone approaching. The security system recognized his armor and let him pass. As Ryan landed on the roof, covering his chest with one hand, he remarked that he should send chocolates to Vulcan after the reset. Livia's eyes wandered to his wound with concern, and despite Ryan's warning not to touch any blood, her fingers trailed against his steel chest. When she asked who had done this to him, Ryan replied, "Your dad," causing Livia to bite her lower lip. He added that even with the world burning, Augustus still sought revenge above all else. Livia furrowed her brows and asked about Len and the others. Ryan sighed, saying it was just him again, over and over. Livia looked at him with pity and compassion, asking if this was what he was trying to stop or something else, acknowledging the burden on his shoulders. Ryan insisted there was still time to change this terrible ending. He now had all the data needed for his perfect run, the pieces of the New Rome puzzle, but needed to assemble them in the correct sequence. Livia looked up at him with determination and vowed that next time, he would not carry this cross alone. Ryan thought he would have others to help carry the load: Livia, Len, Alchemo, and others whose memories would endure the reset, and whose minds he would ferry across space and time. The time traveler opened the Saturn armor's backpack, brought out a metal helmet, carefully placed it on Livia's head, and hooked the device to his suit's chronoradio. When she asked if it would hurt, he assured her it would only hurt him and that he was immortal. She smiled and promised not to tell anyone, hoping they would find a painless way next time so he wouldn't have to die for their mistakes. Ryan almost warned her not to make promises she couldn't keep, but despite this loop's bleak end, it also filled him with hope. The next loop would be different. He had no idea if his power would remain the same now that the Black World's power coursed through his veins. This reset was a dive into the unknown, but someone would wait for him on the other side. As he activated his power, halting the march of time and turning his armor dark purple, a torrent of violet particles surrounded him and Livia like a flood, with occasional black spots floating among them like oil in water. Ryan noticed an ivory man flying toward them, too late to change anything. As the transfer finished and the loop collapsed in an ocean of violet particles, Ryan recalled his brief fight with Augustus and wondered what wish the Black Ultimate One had granted him. Now he had his answer. What did one call a power that could kill immortals? Paradox. In the end, all of Ryan's loops started the same way, by ramming his car into Ghoul's back. Ryan entered Renesco's bar, remarking to himself that the place had become a second home and that he had more dates with the wall he kept crashing into than with Jasmine. Ghoul writhed on the ground, trying to rise using the bar counter, while the barman Renesco hid behind it, unsure how to react to Ryan's unforgettable entrance. Ryan waltzed through debris as wind entered through the hole in the wall. He loomed over Ghoul, hands behind his back, and joked that his life had been a vampire romance all along. Ghoul screamed as Ryan introduced his knee to the psycho's boot, collapsing him to the ground. Ryan told Ghoul that he was not stalking him, adding that he was handsome and only ugly people stalked. If he hurt Ghoul, it was out of love, his love of hurting Ghoul. Darkling had claimed that the Black Ultimate One would remove it from causality and all future resets, and Ryan had wondered if this applied to its previous hosts. Yet, the bag of bones had returned without any memory of the previous loop, meaning Big Fat Adam lived again, plotting mischief. Behind the bar counter, the barman Renesco complained that he was calling security, while the wounded Ghoul tried to crawl away from Ryan. The undead looked at the courier as if he were insane, which seemed to wound Ryan's soft, sensible heart. Ryan did not react well to rejection. Ryan opened his car's back door and told Ghoul that he knew his secret weakness, a kryptonite he could not defend against. A dirty street dog leaped out of the Plymouth Fury, her sparkling eyes lacking intelligence. She was the bastard daughter of a mastiff and a greyhound, inheriting the ugliest parts of both. Her tongue stuck out, fleas moving from her blackening fur to greener pastures. The dog lacked Eugene, Henry's aristocratic flair, but had a certain rustic charm, though her terrible stench made the bar's patrons recoil. Ryan explained that her name was Henriette, a dog he had found eating trash on his way to the bar, and bought her loyalty with a ham. He admitted that, as a cat person, this might seem like a betrayal, and it was. He petted his hellhound behind the ears, noting that all dogs wanted affection, and that he had no shame shame, hesitation, or principles. Ghoul asked what Ryan wanted, looking at Henriette with dread as the she-dog noticed him and gazed at his barebone legs with hunger. Ryan replied that he wanted only Ghoul's pain and pointed a finger at him, commanding the dog to go. Henriette leaped on Ghoul, who could not crawl away fast enough. Moments later, the dog returned with a beautiful femur, proudly presenting it to Ryan. Ghoul was only the first person on Ryan's Christmas list. After the tense ending of the previous loop, the courier needed a moment of respite before continuing. Ryan next went to a single-story bungalow not far from Jamie's house. He knocked on the door, which soon opened to reveal a lean, gaunt man with snow, white skin, and raven hair. The pallid figure remained in the darkness, fearing sunlight that would burn his unholy soul. Garish, colorful paint covered his dirty clothes, and black circles around his bloodshot green eyes showed he had just woken up. Ryan recognized him as Richard Pinkman, also known as Night Terror. Ryan asked if they knew each other and said he had something for him, though it was late. The man frowned, realizing Ryan knew of his power and its limitations, and his hand moved to his back, perhaps for a gun. Ryan punched him in the face so hard that Night Terror stumbled backward, hitting something with a loud clatter in the darkness. Ryan warned the vicious telepath not to make him relive childhood traumas, bitter about the nightmares becoming real afterward. Night Terror did not respond, knocked out cold. Ryan checked off his Christmas list and found the next name to be Karen Ricci, alias the Vamp. After the vampire came the witch, but it was getting late, and Ryan doubted he would survive his plan for her. Luigi came afterward, but Ryan was too tired for a late afternoon hockey match. He decided to come back later. A princess waited for him. By nightfall, Ryan reached the Deadland Motel and parked near the entrance. Henriette sat at his side, whining with shameful eyes. Though he favored cats and rabbits, Ryan had learned how to handle dogs across loops and recognized that look. He asked if she wanted a litter box, and Henriette yapped in response, tongue sticking out, making a face only a dog lover could appreciate. Ryan looked at Ghoul in the rearview mirror. The lonely skull looked back with fear. For a moment, Ryan almost felt pity for the murderous bag of bones, but remembered how Ghoul had encouraged his boss to turn the time traveler into a psycho. Ryan removed his mask and hat, his terrible smile causing the undead to whine in terror. He commanded Ghoul to open his mouth. Bone Daddy's screams of despair were music to Ryan's ears, though they ended too soon as the psycho lost his courage with his spine. Ryan left Henriette to her new chew toy and walked toward the motel. He noticed light coming from Livia's room but found no Killer 7 member guarding the door, which seemed odd. Still, Ryan whistled as he opened the suite's door and found his former First Lady waiting for him. The table was set with delightful cookies and steaming coffee. Livia stood with her back turned, wearing an elegant blue leather coat and long velvet gloves, a true femme fatale straight out of a detective noir movie. Her platinum hair flowed down like a silver waterfall. Ryan greeted her as princess and asked how her first-time travel trip had gone. Livia turned around, her blue eyes observing him with cold amusement, her face reminding Ryan of her Aunt Pluto's lovely deadliness. She said it had been pretty good, though it would be the last. Ryan frowned and asked what she meant. She apologized and said that now that she remembered everything, Ryan had outlived his usefulness. She had all the intel needed to take over the city, and the only remaining obstacle was him. Ryan cursed and said he thought they were friends, moving his hand to his coat to draw a knife. Livia asked if he had really believed her, and Ryan froze as she moved her hands to her chair, every movement effortlessly threatening. She said Cancel was waiting outside, and her power was already at work. It was over. Ryan activated his power reflexively, turning the world purple as he prepared to strike Livia, wondering how his time stop could still work if Cancel was near the door. He noticed the frozen Livia's smile she desperately tried to suppress. He realized she wouldn't dare. When time resumed, Ryan quickly opened the door and found no killer outside. She had dared. He called her an evil mastermind while closing the gate behind him and hiding his knife back inside his trench coat. Livia responded with warm, delightful laughter and apologized with a sheepish grin, admitting she knew it was silly but had always wanted to make a speech like that, knowing nobody else would take it seriously. Her last loop as Ryan's sidekick had corrupted Livia. He had created a monster. She apologized if she had scared him and said she did not know how he would react, which was why she had done it. She shyly joined her hands and asked if he could forgive her. Ryan said he could never blame someone with such impeccable fashion sense and sat around the table, warning her not to try it again because he could have killed her and was really sensitive about these things. Livia's joy instantly turned to horror as she asked Ryan what had happened. Ryan admitted that a few people had gone mad after he informed them of the truth. Some tried to restrain him to prevent him from reloading, while others took more extreme actions. Livia regretted her earlier joke and touched Ryan's hands, which felt warmer than his coffee cup, apologizing apologizing for opening old wounds. Ryan reassured her that it was all right and said she was helping others heal. He also mentioned that he had already retaliated. Livia frowned and asked if Ryan had eaten the cookies during the frozen time, noticing they had vanished. Ryan smiled, and Livia called it childish as she returned the smile and moved her hands back to her coffee cup. She then asked how they would win. Ryan shared the previous loop's end with Livia, explaining how he and Len confirmed that Dynamis kept a mutated Bloodstream prisoner inside their lab fortress, and how Len's presence allowed it to escape. He described his allies' last stand against Alphonse Manata, how Bloodstream destroyed New Rome, and how Augustus chose to attack Leo Hargraves rather than stop fighting. Ryan omitted how he managed to hurt Lightning, but, uncertain of the outcome and concerned about his daughter's reaction. Livia's frown deepened as she listened, calling the situation horrifying and expressing sorrow over Ryan's stepfather's state. Ryan said he hated Bloodstream and considered death a mercy after seeing him devour his own daughter. Livia questioned whether they could kill Bloodstream, noting that if he made Dynamis knockoff elixirs, part of him would remain within countless genomes. Ryan explained he had the formula for Dr. Tyranno's vaccine and that Bloodstream wouldn't develop immunity unless his core contacted Len's blood, as the monster had not done so when Shorty's fluids touched a knockoff elixir. Livia pointed out that the vaccine worked through injections and that many would refuse to give up their powers, especially since most had paid a small fortune for them. Ryan shrugged, comparing it to people smoking while hoping to win the coin toss, and said he had an idea but wanted Livia's opinion first. She said she had run simulations while listening to his tale, and that her visions were more accurate now that she knew what was inside Lab 66. She warned that the odds of the pandemic were low but increased dramatically if Alphonse Manata took over Dynamis, which would happen given time, possibly a year or 10, even under Hector Manata's chairmanship. Ryan was less concerned about the incompetent chairman, having realized that Atom Smasher was the real threat in the family. He acknowledged that Bloodstream would need to be dealt with regardless, but found reassurance in Livia's prophecy that this was a long-term problem, unlike the other disasters they faced. Livia scowled and asked when the Meta gang would use Mecron's satellite weapon. Ryan said it would be between May 12th and 18th, recalling Big Fat Adam's use of the weapon on the last date and how he and PSY had taken over the bunker as early as May 12th. He noted that Adam nearly triggered the weapon when the Manata invaded his HQ in the Dynamis loop. Ryan added that if nothing was done, Leo Hargraves and the Carnival would arrive in New Rome within 3 weeks. Livia sorrowfully said her father would wage war on them, destroying New Rome. Ryan apologized, acknowledging that her father was not a nice man. She looked away and asked for a paper sheet. Moments later, Livia sketched a makeshift calendar for May, marking crosses on the 12th, 18th, and 28th, the rough date of Hargraves' planned arrival, though Ryan never carried a loop that far. Livia stated they must deal with Adam the Ogre first, noting they had 4 days to prepare an attack. Ryan said it would have to be done today in the final loop, as Adam was already throwing people at the bunker's defenses. He recalled Hanifat Lecter threatening to eat a hostage and warned that the longer they waited, the higher the kill count. Livia asked if this loop was not the final one even in the best-case scenario and if Ryan wanted to assault the bunker as soon as the next loop began. Ryan confirmed he planned to take out Ghoul first, as in his suicide run, then attack the bunker. He explained that neutralizing Adam and Psyshock would allow him to subsume their minions and that a cure for the psycho condition would make it easier. Livia said she could help with the assault but feared her father would catch wind of the bunker if she called for more help. She mentioned Fortuna would keep silent and asked if the 3 of them would be enough to defeat the Meta gang. Ryan expressed uncertainty, noting that Lucky Girl might compensate for Darkling's absence or Plushie's inactivity, and that Shorty and perhaps Shroud would help even without full memories. He said he needed to perfect the memory transfer, as the more people fighting with them, the better. Livia emphasized the need for Ryan to manually transfer memories and warned that if he perished early, it would complicate the next loop. She asked if he could recreate the mind transfer machine on his own. Ryan shook his head, explaining that the Genius device required pieces difficult to make without a support network and that he would need more technological resources from the bunker, Vulcan, or Dynamis. Livia offered to introduce Ryan to Vulcan and promised not to ask for the machine's blueprints if he was worried. Ryan teased her about giving away the machine and receiving a villain speech in return. Livia doubted it would surprise him again, but her smile faltered. Ryan then mentioned Matthias, saying he could convince the Carnival to halt its assault on Livia's family if he swore to play double agent, destroy the Bliss Factory, and sabotage the mob's operations. Livia frowned skeptically and asked if Ischia Island's destruction would prevent Hargraves from showing up. Ryan said he wasn't sure but explained that the Carnival wanted to end her family's criminal activities, which he understood despite the risk of tearing the city apart. He added that Narcinia's abduction and her parents' murder by Livia's father complicated matters. Livia stared into her coffee cup, reflecting on the story she had confirmed in the previous loop. She realized that while her father was ruthless, he had gone after people who threatened him first, but now she saw Lightning Butt's true, hateful self. She admitted she still couldn't forgive Hargraves for killing her mother, and that what happened to Narcinia's parents did not justify retaliation. However, she agreed that Narcinia had suffered a terrible injustice and that it was her duty to correct it. Ryan argued that the carnival was reasonable and that if they understood Livia would inherit her father's empire to dismantle it, they might avoid conflict. Returning Narcinia to them would demonstrate goodwill. Livia asked for more time to process the simulations, warning that a wrong move could provoke her father to overreact. Ryan noted that the situation was far more serious than she implied. Changing the subject, Livia inquired about the plan to destroy what remained of Narcinia's stepfather. Ryan explained that a carnival member named Dr. Stitch, a genius specializing in viruses and illnesses, had already studied Bloodstream and might be able to create something from the vaccine. Livia showed interest, suggesting the idea of a knockoff vaccine plague. Ryan agreed and offered to contact Tyranno for assistance. He explained that if the sample in Len's body could be neutralized, Bloodstream would be unable to escape. He emphasized that all the necessary pieces were available, they just needed to find the right way to assemble them, the sequence that would save everyone. Livia questioned whether saving everyone was truly possible. Ryan affirmed that it was, at least for those who deserved to be saved, mentioning his experience with previous attempts. When Livia asked how many resets it had taken him to reach this moment, Ryan replied, dozens, and acknowledged he was not finished yet. Livia expressed compassion and insisted they find a way to ease Ryan's burden, refusing to let him martyr himself for their sake. Ryan countered that someone had to bear the burden, as millions of lives were at stake. Livia argued that the process did not have to be painful or lonely and believed others cared for his well-being. Ryan looked away, recalling that Shorty cared as family and even Alchemo had tried to earn his forgiveness. He stated that he had made promises to Jasmine, Bianca, and others, and fulfilling them was all that mattered. Livia smiled and reminded him that a perfect ending included his happiness too. Ryan's mind drifted to his first perfect run in Monaco, where he saved Simon and many others from a hellish prison. Though he gave them a happy ending, the adventure left him with a bittersweet feeling. He alone remembered the moment they shared. Subsequent perfect runs left him with similar feelings. He hoped and wanted things to be different this time. Ryan agreed to try and asked for suggestions on how to proceed. Livia advised him to join her father's organization and act as a mole for the carnival to buy time. She offered to introduce him to Vulcan to recreate his brain transfer machine and said she would handle Narcinia. She emphasized that close cooperation would ease planning the raid on the Meta gang and asked if Ryan could turn some psychos against Adam before the attack, inquiring about Saren's role. Ryan shook his head, explaining that Saren would only attack the harbor if Ghoul could back her up and Psyshock was neutralized. He needed to offer the bag of bones to appease the carnival, and the telepath had to be removed since he had no other way to contact her for sure. Livia admitted uncertainty about trusting the carnival but expressed trust in Ryan's judgment, conceding it was the best option available. Ryan stood and said he needed to meet with Len to arrange the memory transfer and prepare for Psyshock's inevitable raid on the orphanage. Livia mentioned she had Len's brain map and others, and that the transfer could proceed once the machine was operational. She asked if Ryan would stay at Jamie Cutter's house this time. Ryan replied that it was probable or possibly Len's place. Livia offered to visit, joking that it did not feel right for Ryan to always be the visitor. Ryan joked about needing a diving suit if he moved in with Shorty. Livia preferred a drier place and said goodbye. Ryan closed the door behind him, knowing he now had to convince an old friend to have her brain rewritten, a tall order. He returned to his car and found Henriette playfully licking a dejected skull, Ghoul's eyes lifeless and his hopes gone. Ryan activated the Chronoradio and called out to Shorty, telling her he knew she could hear him. The radio played a song from a time that never was. He told her they needed to talk and that her father was alive, held prisoner by Dynamis in one of their labs. Seconds later, Shorty's voice came through the radio, instructing him to meet her at the orphanage. Ryan recognized the tone, anger, and determination, and resolved that Dynamis would never know what hit them. At the orphanage roof under New Rome's polluted night sky, Ryan asked Len if she believed him. She held her head and questioned how she could believe such things: time, travel, downloadable memories, and the idea that her father was alive and turned into something else. Ryan considered that Pluto might be able to kill Bloodstream if her power registered him. Ryan raised a hand to comfort Len, but she recoiled. Without her memories, the trust they had built was gone. It would have hurt once, but not this time. With Livia's help, forgetfulness was no longer a curse but a temporary obstacle obstacle, provided Len accepted the memory transfer procedure, which might prove difficult due to her trust issues. Ryan considered saving a few seconds after beginning a new loop to bring back one person at a time, making the memory transfer permanent. Though imperfect, it was better than nothing. Len, overwhelmed, said she needed time to process everything and hyperventilated before recovering. Ryan waited patiently. She asked to see the technology, saying that if it was really hers, she would recognize it. She admitted that other details Ryan shared could have been invented or learned, but this she would know. Ryan reassured her warmly that she could have anything she needed. Len then asked softly what had happened to her when they reached the lab, assuming she believed Ryan's tale. She wanted to know how she died. Ryan warned that the truth would hurt, but confirmed that her father had killed her. He explained that a piece of him was in her blood, some kind of sleeper agent or tracking device, and when she approached her father, she became him. Warm tears streamed down Len's cheeks as she pinched her nose to hold back sobs. Perhaps a part of her had always suspected, even if she refused to believe it. She trusted Ryan despite the outlandish tale. Ryan struggled to find the right words to prevent her from panicking and suggested that if the blood sample inside her could transform her into a monster, perhaps it could also do something subtler. Len glared at Ryan, her sadness turning into anger as she accused him of suggesting that her father had influenced her thoughts and feelings, implying that her emotions for him weren't truly her own. Ryan admitted the possibility but insisted that doubt would remain as long as she carried the infection. He crossed his arms and stressed the need to remove it, not only for everyone else's sake but for hers as well. Len questioned how they could remove something inside her blood like a cancer, doubting that Ryan's vaccine would work. Ryan revealed that he had contacted a few geniuses who might help, having already sent an email to Dr. Tyranno through a secure channel to cooperate on knockoff research and inquire about his secret Monster Girl project, which embarrassed Ryan. He mentioned that one of them could even assist with her depression, but Len rejected the notion, insisting she was not a problem to be solved. Ryan explained that his opposition to interacting with her across many loops stemmed from the risk of treating her as an equation rather than a person if her experience didn't carry through. He said the memory transfer was optional and would occur after recovering her memories. When Len asked if he would repeat the conversation until she agreed, Ryan paused, realizing his entire plan depended on her consent. He asked if she would rather remain amnesiac, assuring her that the transfer wouldn't erase her memories but restore forgotten ones. Len expressed fear of the changes the transfer might bring, which Ryan guessed was fear of what she would learn. He promised to respect her choice even if it hurt and said he could offer his hand, but she had to reach back. Len drew her knees up, thoughtful and undecipherable. Ryan reminded her that Psyshock would attack their location in 2 days and emphasized the need to prepare. Len glanced at New Rome's neon lights and described the city as rotten. The deeper she went, the stronger the stench, with flashy colors hiding ugliness beneath. Ryan agreed about the locals' poor fashion sense, but noted that some overflowed with glamour and suggested introducing her to wardrobe. He asked where she had gone after they split up. Len admitted to going to the Canary Islands after the sub's autopilot redirected her there due to engine trouble, where she stayed a few months before moving on. Ryan remarked on the island's independence from Dynamis despite much of Spain falling under its control. Len was surprised he had been there, and Ryan recalled visiting about 200 years ago, though his memory was foggy. They had apparently missed each other. Len described the islanders as nice but said she wouldn't return because genomes always wanted more, and she couldn't make a difference there or in New Rome. Ryan insisted she still could. Len countered that even if they revealed how knockoffs were made, Dynamis would continue oppressing people, capable of anything for a few more euros, and the Augusti destroyed lives through drugs and blood money, citing the ruins of Malta submerged by Augustus as an underwater tomb for thousands. Ryan acknowledged her points but believed those groups could change if the right people were in charge, recalling his Il Migli or loop and discussions with Livia. Len hoped he was right but expressed doubt. Ryan shrugged and stood, saying he would change her mind. Len bit her lower lip and urged him to stay, but Ryan thanked her and said he had another date. As Ryan moved toward the door to leave the roof, his hand stopped on the handle. He asked Len about the day he returned to their hideout and found that she and the sub were gone, inquiring whether she had left or if it was the autopilot. Len avoided his gaze and explained that she waited for him and her father until the last second, but when they didn't return, she thought they were dead and let the Leica carry her away. Despite losing hope, she had waited for Ryan until the end, and he resolved not to abandon her. Ryan left Len to meditate on their conversation and encountered little Sarah on the stairs, who must have tried to eavesdrop but found the door closed. He teased the child, asking if she had seen his dog, saying he was taking her for a walk. Sarah retorted that she would wait until puberty to hit him and said the dog was playing with the lazy cat and rabbit outside. Ryan hurriedly checked his trenchcoat pockets for his gear, a bomb bomb, guns, knives, and buzzer were all there, but the plushie was missing. Realizing this, he rushed outside, surprising Sarah as he slammed open the orphanage doors. He found Henriette playing with Eugene, Henry in the yard. The aristocratic cat ignored the lowborn dog as a noble would a peasant, but Henriette persisted in licking and nuzzling the cat, seeking a reaction. The plushie sat on the steps with its buttons switched on, its long-eared demon form gazing south of New Rome as if dreaming of setting the city ablaze. Ryan was baffled, knowing he hadn't let the plushie near the orphans and wondering who could have stolen and activated it. He considered that a gang member might have accidentally switched it on during the last loop, mistaking it for something harmless, but the timing of the plushie's rescue seemed too perfect. In horror, Ryan guessed the plushie had been pretending all along, realizing that despite his illusions of control, the demon could always step over the pentagram. His fingers trembled as he confronted the centuries-old horror he had called but never subdued. The plushie looked at Ryan with big blue eyes, then behind him, causing him to freeze as he heard little Sarah had followed him outside. His heart skipped a beat, seeing his hopes for the loop slipping away. Then the plushie looked away, ignoring them both and gazing at Mount Augustus. It did not enter cute mode or make a sound, and no pre-recorded message, laser, or switchblade emerged to shed blood over the orphanage. Ryan asked the plushie if it wasn't going to kill anyone, not even a psycho or two, but received no answer. Ryan did not hear the whispers either. Alien voices had followed the plushie's wake, but they had fallen silent. The toy's eldritch shadow, once so fearsome, had shrunk to half its size. Little Sarah commented that Ryan was talking to a toy and accused him of being a druggie. The plushie ignored them both, continuing to glare at Mount Augustus with its big blue eyes, its menacing aura replaced by sourness. Ryan reached a terrible conclusion. By defeating the plushie so thoroughly, lightning but had done the impossible, he had given it depression. Ryan then knocked on Shroud's door earlier than usual, offering a free stuffed ghoul as a gift. The psycho appeared torpid, leading Ryan to wonder if his immortality was failing. Without mentioning time travel, Ryan told the translucent vigilante almost everything else. They sat on opposing chairs for an hour inside Shroud's hideout, the vigilante silent as a tomb. By the time Ryan finished his tale, dawn was breaking over New Rome and cracks had formed in the windows. Matthias Martel uttered a single word, "Fuck!" Ryan confirmed his suspicions and added that the knockoffs likely contained carcinogens, though he could not prove it. Shroud joined his hands and asked if Ryan had hard proof that Bloodstream made the knockoffs, noting they had destroyed all their samples to prevent Bloodstream's return. Ryan replied that he did. Len had allowed him to take a drop of blood for study, which he offered to the vigilante, warning to keep a flamethrower nearby. Shroud said he would also need the vaccine data and examine the blood carefully, half expecting it to burst out of its container. He said if their genius confirmed Ryan's claims, they would have to come to New Rome in force. Ryan expressed his desire to avoid that, warning that Shroud would get more than just pigeon shit on his windshield if they did. Matthias's armor seemed to shift, threatening to grow spikes, but after a moment he removed his helmet, revealing his true face. He approached Ryan and gazed into his eyes with chilling seriousness. Matthias summarized the situation. Adam the Ogre, a man who had been cannibalizing people before gaining superpowers, was days away from obtaining an orbital superweapon, and Dynamis had infected thousands with the seeds of a global pandemic. Both disasters were possible because they had failed to address them properly. He asked Ryan how this was not a situation deserving their full attention. Ryan lied that he could select whichever universe he wanted and warned that the sun would set on New Rome if sunshine arrived, with lightning but ensuring countless innocents would die. Shroud responded skeptically. Ryan asked how many times Shroud's group had fought lightning, but Shroud clenched his fists and said too many times. Ryan reminded him that Mob Zeus was a heartless bastard who cared only for power and revenge, a bitter old man dying of cancer with little left to lose except his daughter. Shroud acknowledged that. Ryan asked if Mob Zeus would put aside his grievances against a greater threat or make things worse for Leo just to spite him. Shroud's silence answered the question. Ryan delivered the final point. Shroud had a plan for New Rome, but it did not account for Adam or Bloodstream. The plan had not survived contact with the enemy, so adaptation was necessary. Matthias asked which side Ryan served. Ryan placed a hand on his chest and said he served the realm and his own side. Matthias frowned and asked if Ryan was just trying to save his own hide. Ryan shrugged and reminded him of his immortality, saying he did not want the city to burn or the world to end, and that he had friends on both sides he wanted to see happy. He asked if that was not what Shroud wanted too. Shroud said he wanted to save lives permanently and explained that they had tried to deal with Bloodstream before, only for Dynamis to lie and exploit him for profit. They had killed Mekran, but his weapons remained available to worse villains. He did not want to repeat the past in 5 years. Ryan examined Shroud and noted that that he had known something like this would happen with Bloodstream, a conclusion drawn from their brief interactions the previous loop. Shroud nodded and revealed that his mother, Alice Martel, once called Pythia, had provided a detailed report of future threats before nearly dying fighting Mecron. She was recovering in Denmark with his father. Ryan asked if she was rising from the dead. Shroud replied that Nidhogg and his men had not progressed that far yet. He explained that Alice had ranked Augustus high on the threat list, but Bloodstream topped it, expected to cause an extinction event if Ryan's sister died. Ryan understood why the carnival pursued Bloodstream so relentlessly but lamented that all they did was delay the disaster and allow Dynamis to worsen it. He shuddered remembering Len being absorbed into the eldritch horror. The prophecy had come true, but seers did not decide the march of time. Ryan did. He said the disaster would still happen unless they acted, but they could still change the future and end the nightmare if they cooperated. Matthias asked skeptically how, noting they were not powerful enough to destroy the bunker without Leo, Mr. Wave and others, and that Dynamis was corrupt, so Il Miglior's help was unreliable. Ryan said there were other heroes in Rome and offered to recruit a crack team of rogues and misfits, suggesting Matthias might even find love among them. Shroud did not trust Ryan much and said that even if they prevailed on their own, saving lives was not enough, justice must be served. Augustus could not keep poisoning people or exploiting the Costa's daughter and could not get away with his crimes, nor could the Monadas. Ryan agreed and said the Augusti could be left to him while Shroud took care of the Bloodstream vaccine. He promised to destroy the Bliss factory and return Julie Costa's daughter, admitting blowing up stuff was his passion. Shroud warned that Leo and the others could not be expected to wait things out. Ryan revealed there were other Mecron bases and that the bunker below the junkyard was one of many. He had recorded their locations and said Sunshine could hunt them down while they dealt with New Rome. With Mecron's legacy wiped out, they could finally exorcise his ghost for good. Ryan hoped the Mecron base could also cause the Behemoth to self-detonate, preventing anyone else from using the orbital laser. Shroud asked about the Monadas, noting Hector was mad, Fallout Matter, and Blackthorn had lied to them. Though his fashion sense suggested otherwise, Ryan believed the gardener was the cleanest among them. He recalled Enrique complaining to his brother about being lied to at the end of the previous restart, and Jasmine telling the courier that the manager was supposed to oversee knockoff elixirs production until he visited Lab 66 and left in disgust, likely discovering his family's dirty secret then. Adam Smasher remained too fanatical to back down, and his father too corrupt. Blackthorn, however, had his heart in the right place, contrary to Ryan's initial suspicion of him as a closet supervillain. Enrique was Livia's counterpart in Dynamis, a well-meaning man trying to reform his organization from within but too bound by familial love to take a hard stance. Both needed to inherit for New Rome to know peace. Ryan knew removing Hector Monada would be easy by revealing his corruption and alliance with Hannafat Lecter, but Fallout would not relinquish power without a fight. Ryan proposed working with Green Hand to clean up the skeletons in his company's closet, believing a part of him wanted to act but was unsure how. He suggested approaching Green Hand with hard data about the dangers his company's miracle drug posed, hoping it might cause him to change sides. Shroud agreed to inform Leo and Stitch about the plan but could not guarantee anything. He confirmed Psyshock would attack Rusttown's orphanage on May 10th, and Ryan assured they would counterattack immediately afterward. Shroud explained the carnival's effectiveness stemmed from his mother's efforts. After she fell ill, he tried to pick up the slack but lacked the ability to see the future, a skill Ryan possessed, which Shroud admitted seemed almost unfair. Ryan claimed he had earned that knowledge. Matthias studied Ryan carefully, eyes drifting to the courier's mask and hat as if trying to figure something out. After a long silence, he asked how far Ryan could go back in time. Ryan, grateful for the mask shielding his face, asked for clarification. Matthias suggested Ryan's knowledge exceeded mere visions of alternate timelines, noting that even his powerful mother would struggle to provide all the secrets Ryan seemed to know. He guessed Ryan was not just freezing time but controlling it, a chronokinetic. Ryan considered denying the truth but instead remained silent, weighing his next words. For centuries, the courier had kept his abilities secret, his experiences teaching him caution that had sometimes turned into paranoia. Trust was difficult, but he had learned to open his heart through relationships with Jasmine, Livia, Bianca, and even Alchemo. Though he had killed Matthias several times before they became acquainted, Ryan respected the vigilante, who reminded him of Felix, a young man determined to make things right. Perhaps Ryan shared so much because he subconsciously trusted Matthias already. Taking a leap of faith, Ryan asked what if he had fallen for Matthias. Matthias assumed Ryan could not travel very far and explained their focus on Augustus. They had eliminated many threats but could never defeat Augustus, who would soon attack Dynamis and attempt to take over Europe by force, seeking total victory at great cost. Ryan called New Rome burning, torn apart by the Augusti and the Il Migli or Dynamis alliance, accelerated by Sunshine's presence. Augustus, confronted with his inevitable death by cancer, would attempt to ensure Livia's uncontested rule by destroying Dynamis, the carnival, and anyone in his path, possibly going out in a blaze of glory. Matthias admitted they could not defeat Augustus directly but planned to cripple his organization, cutting off soldiers and drugs fueling his war chest, and asked if that would stop him. Ryan hesitated, knowing his previous efforts had hurt himself more than Augustus. Sunshine could bring down Mecron but not Augustus, the most powerful creature on Earth short of the ultimate ones. He had no permanent solution yet, only hope. Ryan said he might have a way to put Augustus down for good. Shroud echoed May dejectedly. Ryan admitted needing more time and swore he would not let Augustus win, no matter the cost. Though it did not reassure Matthias, it broke him out of despair. He asked if the extinction event and Adam taking over the Behemoth had happened before. Ryan nodded slowly. Matthias lowered his head, trembling with anger at Dynamis, the Meta, gang, and himself. Ryan confessed he could not solve this alone and asked if Matthias was in. Matthias snickered with determination and affirmed his commitment. Thus, Ryan recruited another Avenger to his cause. Only one remained, an independent hero unaffiliated with Dynamis, half-man, half-beast, unmatched in power and purity of heart. Ryan dialed a number on his cell phone as he exited Shroud's shack, the sound of waves crashing on the shore nearby. Someone answered before he could return to his Plymouth Fury. A voice said, "Yes." Ryan replied, "Timmy?" as he opened the door, with Henriette yapping from the back seat, Eugene, Henry napping, and the plushie sulking. Ryan explained that the plushie's name was Panda and that the boy must have waited by his phone for hours, hoping for a call. He added that the panda could do anything, even save cats stuck in trees. Ryan smiled behind his mask and asked if the plushie had considered joining a traveling circus. It was May 10th, and Psyshock was about to attack the orphanage. A rabbit had hanged itself in the kitchen, which had terrified little Sarah. Ryan muttered to himself that using a rope rather than warm intestines was unusual for the world destroyer, but the sight had still scared the child. The plushie played dead. Ryan noticed the walls covered in gunshot holes and an empty Beretta on the kitchen table, alongside knives, lens antidepressants, and alcohol. Little Sarah had come to Ryan crying after finding the rabbit. Another child had discovered the plushie in the shower room with a bucket of water, a bloody pentagram, and a jumper cable, though fortunately, it hadn't stolen anything from Ryan's car. The courier found the plushie's behavior creepier than usual. Ryan carefully asked what the plushie was trying to achieve, uncertain how its pattern would develop. The beast no longer reproduced in the presence of children but seemed indifferent to them, which worried Ryan. An orphan entered the kitchen, saw Ryan talking to the hanged rabbit, then glanced at the plushie with a blank expression. Ryan told the child that it made sense in context, and the child walked away silently. Ryan looked back at the plushie's big blue eyes, recalling what his elixir had told him when he briefly entered the black world. The plushie didn't understand death, so it killed others to figure it out, or perhaps because it found it funny. Its failure to kill lightning but had forced it to reconsider, deciding to understand death by experiencing it. The plushie was having a suicidal phase. Ryan wondered how long it would last, remembering his own long suicidal phase involving plane crashes, a yacht, lasers, sharks, piranhas, giraffes, drug-fueled orgies, and a meteorite. His hand instinctively moved to the pocket where he kept his A-bomb, and he sighed in relief upon finding it safely there. The plushie's ears perked up in interest. Ryan warned the plushie not to touch the bomb, shielding it protectively, but the plushie turned its head to look at him and glanced at his pocket. Ultimately, Ryan left the plushie hanging from the ceiling and wisely slipped out of the kitchen, feeling the creature's dreadful gaze on his back even after exiting the room. He wished he could pull the off switch, realizing the terrible monster had been pretending it worked all along, crushing his hope of containing it. He thought of all the times he had put the plushie on a shelf, thinking himself safe, even when he and Jasmine, oh gods, it had been watching all along. Ryan exited the orphanage through the front door, filled with dread and horror at this terrible realization. Len awaited him outside in full power armor and said she had something for him. She tossed him a handheld version of her water rifle, which Ryan accepted. The Meta gang's minibus had arrived in the courtyard. This time, Ryan did not shoot at the minibus on sight but waited for its passengers to step out. Mongrel, more beast than man, Mosquito, anemic without the special blood juice Ryan had provided in the last loop, and Psyshock, whose presence infuriated Ryan. Ryan greeted the Meta gang members sarcastically, while Len's fingers tensed on her rifle's trigger. He told Psyshock that the kids were underage and too old for him. Psyshock responded by mocking Ryan and recognizing Len's work, asking if Ryan's father was joining them from beyond the grave. Len remained silent, and Ryan flinched at the familiar taunt, realizing realizing Psyshock did not remember the previous loop, but Big Fat Adam was alive again. Ryan preferred both gone but could now predict their behavior. Ryan raised his water rifle and warned Psyshock that the place was invitation only and threatened to show him the door face first if he took another step. Psyshock's tone turned vicious, but before he could finish, Ryan activated his power, shot Mosquito and Mongrel with the water rifle in frozen time, tossed the weapon aside, and grabbed a bliss inhaler hidden beneath his trench coat. Ryan applied the inhaler to Psyshock's face, pumping his brain full of drugs. From Psyshock's perspective, Ryan appeared to teleport in front of him. Giant water bubbles trapped his allies, quickly drowning them into unconsciousness. Tentacles wriggled free from Psyshock's clothes, revealing his monstrous form, but the drug acted faster. Psyshock's limbs thrashed wildly before he collapsed, limp and drooling liquid from his inhuman skull. The entire conflict lasted half a minute. Ryan said he preferred fights to be fun and relaxing but called Psyshock an exception before kicking the helpless telepath, declaring he had overstayed his welcome. He was saving himself for wardrobe anyway. A new voice remarked that Ryan had rehearsed, and Shroud appeared at his side. Ryan asked if Shroud had modified the oxygen supply as requested, pointing at Mosquito struggling in the water prison. Len confirmed she had, assuring Mosquito wouldn't suffer brain damage this time. The next member of Quicksave's Avengers arrived on a fearsome bicycle, honking to intimidate foes. The monster of the East had come to lay waste to psychos and evildoers, ready to bathe his fur in their blood. Timmy abruptly stopped his vehicle near the Meta gang's minibus, declaring that the panda would save the day. Ryan told him he was a bit late for that round but early for the main course. Timmy asked if they would eat before defeating bad guys, and Ryan raised a fist to the heavens, declaring they would eat villains' dreams and drink their tears. Timmy acknowledged this enthusiastically. Shroud asked skeptically what the panda could do. Ryan boasted that the panda could transform into the most powerful creature on Earth and thought he would be a good addition to the traveling circus. The panda nodded sheepishly, admitting he had little work experience but would be honored to serve with the carnival. Shroud shrugged, replying that it was not skills but heart that made a hero, and while skills could be learned through time and effort, heart could not. Ryan had half expected the Silikinetic to look down on the panda as Enrique did, but was pleasantly surprised. The carnival's high turnover rate meant they couldn't afford to turn down volunteers. The panda, invigorated by the thought of joining this illustrious group of heroes, was ready to prove his worth. Len asked Ryan how many more were expected. Ryan replied 2 more. He had considered bringing Adam Kitty, but putting him, his sister, and Livia on the same team was bound to backfire. Felix was too scornful of his family to stand them. Ryan added that after the team assembled, they would conduct a drug bust and haul everyone caught to jail. Shroud glanced at the captured Meta gang members and said there was no need to keep them prisoner, as they were psychos and murderers and nobody would blame them for putting them down. The panda's enthusiasm waned at the mention of putting them down. Ryan reassured the panda that they would bring them in by the book. Shroud asked sarcastically how they intended to imprison psychos, noting that Saren and Frank the Mad would destroy any jail they were put into. Ryan said he could turn around those two and had a solution for the rest, an underwater prison located 20 leagues beneath the sea. Mr. Looking Glass immediately caught on and glanced at Shorty, asking if it was the underwater base. Len nodded, explaining that she had cut off some habitats from her sanctuary, which were self-sustaining but isolated like an underwater asylum. Ryan added that unless the prisoners could turn into fish, they wouldn't swim far before pressure crushed them, and that they could try to rehabilitate people before imprisoning them. Shroud deadpanned about Adam the Ogre, and Ryan replied that Walleye would be extradited to Monaco, hoping the staff there would deal with him appropriately. Shroud doubted psychos could be cured unless Ryan could perform a miracle. Len admitted uncertainty but insisted imprisonment was always better than killing. Suddenly, Shroud turned invisible, surprising the panda, as the sound of a new car echoed nearby. Livia's group arrived in a platinum version of Pluto's Lamborghini driven by Cancel. Livia and Fortuna sat in the back. Livia wore her Queen Crimson costume without the helmet but with a new white cat-themed necktie, while Fortuna wore a tight white latex catsuit that accentuated her form and complemented her golden hair. The sight of 2 genomes in fashionable costumes restored Ryan's faith in humanity. The courier greeted Livia and Fortuna warmly as they exited the car and waved at Cancel, who responded cheerfully and asked whom she should kill today. Livia nodded at the unconscious Psyshock, indicating him, then greeted everyone else, including Ryan, Len, and the panda. Len was uncertain how to respond, likely mistrusting Livia beneath her power armor helmet. Shroud's continued invisibility suggested he had learned of Cancel's range and stayed out of sight. Timmy hyperventilated at people recognizing him. Fortuna admitted she knew the panda only through Livia but confessed her fondness for pandas, recalling a stuffed doll she had as a child. The panda replied that he was very cuddly in his natural form, with soft, perfumed fur. Cancel complained that Psyshock was drugged out and preferred when victims saw what was coming. The panda gulped, realizing she meant death. Greta explained that people were only genuine when they died and that killing meanies built a real human connection, suggesting the panda should try it sometime. Ryan noticed the Lamborghini's windows cracking subtly at the edges. He told the panda that Psyshock could brainwash and take over others' bodies, and that getting rid of him was the only way to save his victims, emphasizing that sometimes a hero must get his hands dirty. Though non-lethal cures for Psyshock's thralls might exist, Ryan was unconcerned. Psyshock and his boss were the strongest arguments for the death penalty he had ever seen and would receive no mercy. Livia ordered Cancel to wait for her signal to execute Psyshock, promising to deal with the rest shortly. Cancel agreed and asked if more backup was needed, warning the neighborhood was unsafe. Livia smiled and said Fortuna would take care of her, as would Ryan. Ryan lamented leaving his armor in storage, and Livia suggested recovering it. Cancel pulled Psyshock's body into the Lamborghini and drove away, but not before Livia picked up her helmet from the car's chest. After Cancel left, Livia turned to an empty spot and said she could see someone. Shroud dropped his invisibility, surprising Fortuna, and directed his anger at Ryan, questioning why they should cooperate with his daughter. Livia replied coldly that her father knew nothing about the plan and would not be involved. Shroud stated he did not appreciate dealing with the heir of a drug-running empire. Livia retorted that she did not appreciate him dating her best friend and lying to her, but they all had to make compromises for the greater good. Fortuna scowled, asking if Livia liked someone more than her. Shroud seemed to suppress the urge to adjust his helmet, while Livia reassured Fortuna by warmly taking her hand and saying she was more than a friend, almost a sister. Fortuna angrily said they would have been sisters if Felix had not treated Livia poorly, vowing to clout her brother next time she saw him. Shroud crossed his arms and asked why Livia would cooperate with them. She answered to protect the city from destruction. The panda asked uneasily what destruction. Fortuna asked Livia what the mission was, admitting she had not told anyone else, not even Narcinia, but wanted to know. Shroud looked at Fortuna with scorn, surprised she had come without knowing why. Fortuna confidently said that as Livia's dearest friend, she would help without questions. Shroud fell silent and seemed to regard Fortuna with new respect. Ryan wondered if Shroud was beginning to see Fortuna's good qualities, just as he had in a previous loop, and thought that if only she were less vain, he might have dated her seriously. Livia explained that the Meta gang had found a cache of Mecran weapons and intended to use them to destroy New Rome, and they had to stop them. For a moment, neither Fortuna nor the panda seemed to understand. The panda looked at Ryan for confirmation, while Fortuna glanced at Livia as if she were joking. Fortuna asked if Livia was joking, noting that it was May and April was long gone. Livia insisted to Fortuna that she was not joking about the Meta gang finding Mecran weapons and planning to destroy New Rome. Fortuna blinked several times before panicking and asking why only the two of them were involved and suggesting they should inform Livia's father. Shroud objected, questioning if that would just give her father access to Mecran's weapons. Fortuna argued it was better than letting psychos have them, claiming she had heard they ate people. Livia calmly explained that she had seen the future, and the technology would cause harm regardless of who possessed it. It had to be destroyed, and if anyone else knew, it would end up in the wrong hands. Fortuna hesitated but asked if Livia was sure. Livia nodded gravely, prompting Shroud to clarify that this was a temporary alliance to deal with the Mecran base's threat, agreeing to destroy it together before returning to normal business. The Augusti princess confirmed this and added that afterward they would discuss Ryan's original mission to New Rome and seek a diplomatic solution. Ryan remained silent, hoping Fortuna and Livia could cooperate on their own, knowing that despite his ruthlessness, Looking Glass preferred avoiding total war. He emphasized that everything depended on the success of this mission. Fortuna accepted the plan, boasting that her power would guide them to victory. Ryan glanced at Len and the panda, who had remained quiet, and asked if they were ready to clean up the trash. The panda, instead of being overwhelmed, declared this was what he had trained for all his life, the moment of truth. Len mentioned that the Meta gang had tried to take the children, insisting they had to be stopped before they returned. Fortuna glanced at the orphanage nearby, noticing children looking through the windows, and mistakenly thought it was a dog shelter. Shroud corrected her, adding that it was both an orphanage and a shelter, joking that Fortuna could donate her next lottery winnings to those in need. Fortuna enthusiastically agreed, surprising the translucent vigilante. She then asked if they had met before, noting Shroud's familiar voice. Shroud's tone deepened, denying the possibility. Livia changed the subject, smiling at Ryan and asking if he preferred her new necktie. Ryan complimented her and then teased Fortuna for her lack of a mask. ask. Fortuna defended her fashion choice, donning a golden domino mask and declaring it would be cruel to deny their enemies the ecstasy of her beauty. Ryan deadpanned that their foes would probably go blind from the horror, prompting Shroud to chuckle. Fortuna, pretending to be offended, said Ryan should be glad she was taken, otherwise, she would have made him invite her to dinner to apologize. Ryan grinned behind his mask and asked if she was really taken. Fortuna boasted she had found the perfect gentleman. Shroud looked uncomfortable, so Ryan teased Fortuna by asking for a photo of the victim. Fortuna showed a picture of a sour Matthias Martel on her cell phone, describing him as the cutest. Ryan remarked that Matthias was a very transparent person, visible on his face. Livia giggled, adding that his eyes were a window into his soul, while Shroud tried to ignore them. The panda, unaware of the nuances, commented that Matthias did not look happy. Fortuna explained that Matthias didn't understand they were meant to be together, but that fate would bring them together. Ryan considered pitying Matthias, but thought it better than the courier's fate. If the time traveler had interfered earlier, the golden retriever would have targeted him instead. Shroud complained that time was running out, and Len nodded in agreement. Livia explained she had timed everything based on Ryan's information. Once Greta killed Psyshock, the meta gang would go on high alert. The attack on the junkyard had to coincide with that moment to prevent Adam the ogre from preparing and to maximize confusion among his ranks. Shroud asked Ryan if Livia had made the plan, clearly upset. Ryan shrugged and said they had, noting that if they wanted a seer, they had one. Looking Glass's dislike was evident, but he had committed to the plan and swallowed his pride. He stated they would destroy the meta gang's base afterward to prevent their technology from falling into the wrong hands. Livia confirmed the plan, explaining Len would attack from the water access while they distracted from the front. She promised to debrief them en route to the junkyard. Ryan asked how far ahead Livia had planned. She replied that she had planned until they moved inside. Afterward, things became more difficult since she still couldn't see him. She challenged him to surprise her, and he responded affirmatively. Fortuna smirked and promised none of the mutants would get near Livia. Ryan had long considered how to break into Mecron's mainframe, realizing it would require countless loops and memorization or an army suffering heavy casualties. Instead, he chose a third option, bringing in a living cheat code. Based on what he knew of elixirs, he assumed Lucky Girl's power functioned as a guardian angel, influencing events around her to make her happier. Perhaps it was designed to make Shroud the perfect match for Fortuna, or to make the vigilante fall in love with her to keep her off the carnival's radar. Ryan wondered how far yellow elixirs could see into time. Fortuna's power had limits since Ryan and other yellow genomes could counter it, but it was powerful. The only true obstacle among the meta for Fortuna was the land, the Terrakinetic who had slain Lucky Girl once before. Ryan was not eager to see that happen again, but Livia seemed to have a plan to deal with her. After this exchange, the group separated. Len dragged the captive mosquito and mongrel inside the orphanage to place them in an automated bathysphere before moving on to Mecron's bunker. Ryan, the panda, Livia, and Fortuna boarded the Plymouth Fury while Shroud flew above them. The courier smashed the accelerator, ready to bring the fight to the meta gang, but the car refused to move. After several fruitless attempts, Ryan turned to glare at Fortuna. She protested, asking why he was looking at her like that and teasing that it was not her fault if he was too poor to buy a Ferrari. Ryan threatened her, saying he didn't insult his car lightly and had destroyed cities for less. Livia and the panda asked if that was true, the former more curious than surprised. Ryan replied that if they had to ask, they didn't know him well enough, then looked out the window at Shroud. The vigilante froze midair and refused to get in the back of the car, telling them to find another vehicle. Ryan gave him a stern look until Shroud gave in. In the back seat, Fortuna sat happily in the middle, flanked by an angry Shroud on one side and an amused Livia on the other. At the front, a determined panda sat beside Ryan as he started the car. This time, the Plymouth Fury roared to life again, prompting Livia to chuckle. Ryan drove the Fury through dilapidated streets while Livia explained the plan from the back. Ryan wore his bowler hat like a crown of pain and destruction. Livia checked her phone and said that when Psyshock died, the bunker would go on high alert. Cancel was waiting on the other end of the line to execute the metal squid. According to Ryan, Adam the ogre had explicitly ordered the land to close the bunker's entrance if intruders got too close, leaving only a short time window to either take down the land or reach the base's entrance before it closed. Shroud asked how long they had, disguising his voice by making it rougher. Livia replied it was only minutes. Shroud then asked how they could prevent the land from noticing their approach, noting her range extended for miles. Ryan replied that Ghoul was like Lego toys, coming in many parts, and opened the glove box to reveal a skeletal foot wriggling inside. Shroud noted from the back seat where the rest of Ghoul had gone. The panda, disturbed, asked what it was. hands. Ryan explained it was like a rabbit's foot, bringing luck, though less than the living charm sitting in the rearview mirror. Fortuna smugly claimed superiority while calling the foot disgusting. Ryan froze time and tossed the severed foot onto Fortuna's lap, causing her to scream when time resumed. She instinctively grabbed Shroud, confusing him as he seemed torn between reassuring her and annoyance. Ryan mocked Fortuna, saying he had a hand in the trunk if she preferred it. Fortuna complained and threw the foot at Ryan, who froze time again to catch it. She threatened to slap him in the face. Ryan explained that as long as they had Psyshock's body parts in the car, the landowner wouldn't pay attention to them, thinking Psyshock had picked up Ghoul and they were returning home, at least until they crashed through the front door. Livia nodded and outlined the defense. The reptilian, acid rain, Gemini, and the thralls would protect the junkyard surface while the rest of the gang stayed on standby inside the base. Psyshock's execution would free his victims, the reptilian wouldn't be a problem, and Livia could handle acid rain. Ryan blinked in surprise when Livia said she could handle acid rain. Though he couldn't see her face behind the helmet, he was sure she grinned. She explained she could see where acid rain teleported before the action. The life of a genome was a complex game of rock, paper, scissors with some like lightning but cheating the system. Livia added that Gemini and the land had no hard counters. As they neared the junkyard's walls of car piles and trash, she asked Fortuna and Shroud if they could take care of those too. Fortuna agreed but frowned, saying she should get a pseudonym too. She had considered Diana but rejected it after Felix ran off. Shroud advised choosing a name fitting herself, not others' desires. Fortuna said she wanted one her boyfriend would like since they'd spend their lives together, promising to harass him with suggestions until he agreed. Ryan noticed the boyfriend resisting the urge to facepalm, especially as the panda offered suggestions like Lady Luck and The Legend. Ryan joked about almost invincible, which Fortuna arrogantly claimed, insisting nobody could hurt her because she was the world's luckiest woman. Ryan recalled the blonde model bleeding after Pluto shot her and warned Fortuna to stay away from the land, another yellow, or her luck would run out. Fortuna insisted it couldn't happen, but Livia shocked her by explaining the land was a yellow/orange psycho with conceptual dominion over an area, trumping Fortuna's luck. Ryan, drawing from his brief presidential term, explained that the land could telekinetically manipulate Earth but with limited precision at range. While near the Earth's soil, she was nearly impossible to destroy but could only create quakes, making her Fortuna's natural counter. Ryan told Fortuna her power was like a guardian angel with esoteric rules, nonsensical but internally logical. Fortuna didn't understand, but Shroud explained her power altered probability and events to protect her, while the land had supreme spiritual control over an area, giving her higher authority in her territory. Fortuna shyly asked if the land could harm her. Livia reassured her she would live if her partner protected her during the battle. The land would need to take back physical form to use full telekinesis, giving Fortuna an opening. Shroud affirmed their alliance, promising not to betray Fortuna mid-fight if she had his back. Fortuna regained bravery, warning she would haunt him if she died. Ryan wondered how the land and Geist's abilities would interact, considering the possibility of exorcism, since Geist's power anchored him to an area. If they could take out the land, the meta gang would lack anyone capable of defeating Lucky Girl, whose luck made the battle nearly won. Gemini and Ink Machine would be hardest to contain due to abnormal physiology, followed by Frank. Ryan planned to handle Frank and hoped Fortuna and Shroud could manage the others. He had also informed the panda of his power's regeneration to help in the upcoming fight. The battle was imminent as the Plymouth Fury reached the junkyard's entrance fence, where the reptilian and Gemini stood watch, the lizard boy squinting as the car approached. Ryan hoped for resistance but was disappointed when none came. He called out Lucky Girl while tossing Len's water rifle at Fortuna, instructing her to aim for the eyes. Livia encouraged Fortuna, who opened the windows with a grin. The reptilian panicked and ordered them to stop, but Ryan accelerated instead. Fortuna fired the water rifle at the psychos as the Plymouth Fury passed, not bothering to aim precisely, yet the shots trapped the reptilian in a sphere of water. The water phased through Gemini, who vanished as the car approached, her monstrous shadow chasing after the vehicle but failing to catch up. Ryan navigated the junkyard's maze of trash walls and twisted turns, recalling the reflexes from his first suicide run and sensing déjà vu. Livia urged to sound the alarm, but no bell rang. Cancel must have executed Psyshock immediately, freeing the thralls and sowing confusion. They reached the bunker's entrance unchallenged until acid rain appeared, guarding the tunnel beneath the junkyard and summoning toxic clouds above her hands. Acid rain shouted at the Plymouth Fury, calling them thieves and drawing two knives with a furious expression. Fortuna fired the water rifle at her, but the land finally noticed the intrusion as the junkyard trembled from an earthquake, trash and car walls collapsing. A golden halo surrounded Fortuna and her bubble projectile, which flickered as acid rain dodged the attack. The land's invisible pressure overwhelmed Ryan's crew, feeling like a wolf pack stalking them. Ryan stopped the car near the bunker entrance and shouted for everyone to go. The panda opened his door and transformed quickly. Livia stepped out calmly, and Shroud tried to open his car door to join the fight but found it locked. He grumbled at Fortuna as he carried her through the opposite door like a bride. Acid rain's toxic raindrops fell, while the land caused a nearby trash wall to collapse near the Plymouth Fury. Ryan, Livia, and the panda moved away swiftly, while Shroud flew carrying Fortuna above the ground. Acid rain's raindrops fell where Shroud wasn't, but the Plymouth Fury was not so lucky. Ryan screamed in horror as piles of trash buried his car, blaming acid rain for destroying it. Livia demanded the water rifle from Fortuna, who tossed it to her. As Livia caught it, acid rain teleported behind her with knives raised. The panda attempted to attack acid rain but was too slow. Ryan intervened, apologizing to Helen as he donned the Fisty Brothers and activated his time. Stop. Acid rain's eyes widened at her real name, but she teleported out of range before the freeze took effect. Ryan grabbed the paralyzed Livia to protect her from another flank. Acid rain reappeared and lunged at Ryan's throat with her knives, snarling threats. Time skipped forward. When Ryan regained consciousness, acid rain's knife was embedded in the transformed panda's arm, cutting deep but not slowing the massive creature. Livia fired the water rifle from behind acid rain, enveloping her in a water sphere that followed her as she teleported onto a junk hill. Acid rain held her breath as the bubble rolled down the trash pile. Ryan's bowler hat was already damaged by acid raindrops, with Livia's suit slightly harmed as well. Livia explained that acid rain's blade had phased through Ryan during the time skip and that her power allowed her to predict acid rain's actions, waiting for her reappearance. The land continued trying to bury Ryan's group beneath debris but failed. Ryan noticed Gemini's shadow moving toward the junkyard's center. Fortuna expressed her feelings to Shroud, teasing him about falling for her at first sight. Shroud responded with sarcasm and gathered glass shards to throw at Gemini, while Fortuna dismissed his sarcasm, claiming she was loyal and not the type to cheat. Shroud deadpanned a reply before entering the tunnel with the transformed panda following. Ryan hoped they could handle the land and Gemini, while Livia, confident from her visions, led them to the bunker's blast door as the earth walls threatened to collapse. A pack of Dynamis dog drones ambushed them. The panda shouted spring roll attack and charged ahead, flattening one robot. Two others tried to flank Livia with iron jaws. Ryan handed Livia his coil gun, and she shot one drone's head off, likely aided by her power. When another drone nearly bit Livia's neck, Ryan froze time and punched it with Fisty, sending it crashing into a wall as time resumed. Their individual powers were strong, but their combined synergy made the raid easy. Ryan joked about taking over the world together. Livia asked which part of America each would claim, suggesting she take the South and he the North. Ryan flirted mid-battle, proposing marriage and sharing everything. To his surprise, Livia teased Ryan back, saying he could conquer France for their honeymoon. The panda, who had crushed the remaining drones while shouting his attacks' names, looked at them in horror and asked if Ryan was considering turning to the dark side. Ryan reassured him it was purely hypothetical as the trio crossed the blast door, which collapsed behind them, sealing the bunker's entrance. Livia left her sentence hanging, implying they might try in another loop, and Ryan immediately caught on. Though he had worried that bringing more people through loops would limit his options, having a time-traveling ally opened many possibilities. He suggested taking some holiday time after finishing their work, proposing to show Livia places beyond imagination. She agreed warmly, and they discussed finding a team name. Ryan suggested Crimson World, but Livia corrected him, giggling that two violets do not make red, then proposed Lady and Knight. Ryan countered with Crimson Queen and Purple World. The panda, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked if they were together, commenting on how cute they looked. Ryan joked they were not yet, then glanced at the reinforced windows along the corridor. The area outside had fallen into chaos, with Psyshock's thralls unconscious after their brainwasher's death. Shorty had risen from the bunker's C-axis in full power armor and surprised the psychos. Ryan spotted familiar faces like Pale Guy and Fuckface trapped in water spheres, but Shorty struggled against Rakshasa and Ink Machine. Rakshasa summoned gremlins faster than Shorty could trap them, while Ink Machine harassed her in close combat, stretching liquid limbs into axes. Livia's tone shifted to serious as she told Ryan that Shorty could handle them only if they took down Adam and Frank quickly, or else there would be casualties. Ryan nodded, knowing this loop was a test run for the final bunker raid but determined to prevent innocent deaths if possible. His thoughts drifted to life after New Rome. He had come expecting to either return to Wandering Earth if he couldn't find Shorty or settle down with her if he did. Though he and Len had reconciled, their relationship friendship remained familial rather than romantic. Ryan wondered if he would stay with Len and the orphans after solving the crisis or seek new adventures. He had once found a partner in Jasmine, but she was gone. For the first time in a long while, Ryan pondered his future, sensing Livia might hold the key to figuring it out. But those questions could wait. The trio rushed into the recreational area, finding the atrium deserted. The Street Fighter's arcade game and bar were intact, and no psychos blocked their path. Perhaps Shorty had already dealt with the main defenders, or some had perished trying to access the bunker. Their moment of respite ended when the elevator doors opened, and a colossal figure with carbon skin entered the atrium. Big Fat Adam appeared, accompanied by Saren and Frank, carrying a strange coiled cannon likely salvaged from Mekran's armory. He apologized, stating that was not an exit. Ryan replied with a taunt, Livia taking position at his side, while the panda let out a fearsome roar. Hannafat Lecter had nowhere to run this time. Ryan moved to deliver the killing blow, producing a fake CIA badge from his trench coat and demanding Adam's arrest, claiming the Senate had impeached him. Adam interrupted, pressing his cannon's trigger and firing a black sphere that forced the group to scatter. Ryan instinctively dove toward the Street Fighter's arcade game to protect it, while Livia and the panda moved to the other side. The projectile moved slowly but shredded the bunker's metal walls like paper, absorbing everything in its path like a tiny black hole. Ryan briefly mistook it for a black flux weapon but realized it was a gravity gun, possibly related to Dynamis' secret weapon against Augustus. Saren followed Adam's lead, unleashing a shockwave at Livia, who anticipated the attack and stepped aside. Saren roared and charged at Big Fat Adam with claws extended. Ryan waved his badge at Frank, accusing Adam of disrespecting the democratic process. To his surprise, Adam played along, telling Frank that the CIA was taking over and trying to kill him as they had Kennedy, claiming the vice president was slain and senators would be next. Frank swore to protect the White House, raising his fists to the ceiling. Adam urged Frank to protect democracy, warning that failure meant all was lost. Frank roared, grabbed the bar counter, and threw it at Adam, who could not dodge. The heavy projectile exploded on contact, stopping the 700-kilogram bear dead in his tracks, allowing Frank to bull rush him. The atrium shook with every step of the Iron Giant. Adam had anticipated someone might use Frank's delusion against him and prepared accordingly. Ryan confessed to Adam that he was one of the most dangerous foes he had fought, praising his cunning and depravity, despite Augustus being more powerful. Adam responded that a man knows what he wants and gets it, raising his gravity cannon at Ryan and declaring his intent to make him squirm. Ryan stopped time, freezing the projectile midair. He rushed at Adam, tossing aside the fake CIA badge and punching the cannibal in the stomach. Though Ryan expected to inflict some damage, Adam's carbon skin was less resistant than Lightning Butt's body, and the punch tore through him like butter. Adam did not flinch. If anything, the blow seemed to damage Fisty's pistons more than Adam himself. Ryan wondered why his power hadn't worked. Had his encounter with Lightning but been a fluke? Had he only managed to hurt Augustus because the plushie had softened him up first? Unless he needed to focus his powers first, the courier could only produce visible black flux particles while wearing the power armor, after all. He muttered to himself that he needed the Saturn armor to use that power just before time resumed. Hannafat Lecter's projectile demolished the Street Fighter's arcade game, much to the courier's dismay. Big Fat Adam wielded his gravity cannon with one hand and tried to smash Ryan with his other fist. Before he could do much, a coil gun shot him in the left eye, blowing it up in a brief shower of blood. He screamed in pain. Ryan leapt back to safety and glanced at his savior. He remarked that the two of them didn't seem to see eye to eye. Livia wielded the coil gun and aimed to finish Big Fat Adam's bullet surgery, making a pun about safety glasses. She fired another projectile at one eye Adam, but he protected his face with his hand. The bullet bounced off his carbon skin, pushing his palm back slightly. He snarled for Saren to kill her. Saren unleashed a shockwave at Livia, forcing her to fall back behind the ruins of the bar counter. Frank had tossed Ryan against one of the atrium's walls. Hazmat Girl turned to blast Ryan, who decided to use his secret weapon by calling out Bianca. Saren froze in place. Ryan pleaded with her, extending a hand and promising they could make her human again since her boss wasn't working to find a cure. She unleashed a shockwave, but he dodged by leaping to the side. Saren asked if he was a telepath reading her brain. Ryan replied that she had air for neurons, so he couldn't read it, but insisted she must have seen the truth, that Adam was throwing her at the base's orbital command center, not at the Elixir Labs. Adam wiped the blood from his face and warned her not to listen and to power through. Livia confirmed this from her hiding spot, calling Ryan's name. Realizing her intention, Ryan rushed at Saren just as a chill went down his spine. Time skipped forward a few seconds. When it resumed, Ryan had slammed Saren to the ground. Holes appeared where Livia had hidden and where Hannafat Lecter's remaining I should have been. The cannibal screamed in pain while Livia kept hitting his head with bullets. He had freed himself from Frank's grasp by returning to human form and then shifting back into the powerful animal. Ryan told Saren to look outside, assuring her they weren't there to kill anyone except Peswipiswy and her boss, whom he called asses, promising to cure the rest. Saren shouted for him to shut up, vibrating her gauntlets and aiming for Ryan's head. A shockwave hit the ceiling, causing concrete and pipes to fall in the middle of the room. Ryan urged Bianca to think wisely, reminding her she had been with her boss for years and that he had nothing to show for it. He asked if she thought she could return to a normal life as long as he was around. Saren snarled, managing to kick him off her. Both rose to their feet, with Hazmat Girl threatening to blast Ryan again. She asked why he would care. He argued that she didn't deserve to be trapped in that suit, unable to touch, smell, or taste, and that she had paid for the mistake of taking the elixirs ever since. Saren snarled back that he didn't know what it felt like to be her and demanded he fuck off from her memories. She pointed her gauntlets at the ground to increase the size of her jumps, soaring above the room until she almost reached the ceiling. She bombarded Ryan from above with repeated short blasts, but he dodged each one. He pleaded that he didn't want to hurt her, showing one of the guns he kept in his trench coat and claiming he could breach her suit with a bullet in his sleep. Ryan grabbed a weapon and shot her so fast she couldn't finish her sentence. The bullet grazed her mask near the point where it combined with the rest of the suit. When Saren landed, she didn't immediately attack. She touched her mask and gazed silently at Ryan. He said it was over for Adam but not for her, that she could still survive. She replied that he didn't know her or Adam. Ryan insisted that he did, which was why Adam would die, but it wasn't too late for her. Saren hissed with disgust, asking if he was a white knight or some self-help shitstain and why she should trust him. Ryan tossed the Fisty brothers and his gun to the ground. Saren flinched, perhaps expecting a trick, but he raised his arms and put himself at her mercy. He called her Bianca and told her she was his last chance at turning her life around, urging her not to waste it. She replied that she wouldn't waste the chance to wipe off his thick skull. Ryan bluffed that she might slay him, but he had a force she couldn't hope to defeat and that she had been on the losing side long enough. He asked if she would rather die as Saren or live as Bianca. Saren raised her vibrating gauntlets but hesitated. Her hands looked within an inch of opening fire, and her gas mask was as impenetrable as ever, yet she didn't attack. Ryan's words had planted doubt in her mind. Meanwhile, Livia ran out of bullets and tossed the coil gun aside. She shouted to Ryan that Adam had head trauma and that his power only protected his skin, not the organs beneath. She urged them to keep hitting his head to cause a concussion and internal bleeding. Big Fat Adam rasped angrily that Livia was Augustus' girl and tried to detect her by sound. When he did, he lunged at her with nightmarish speed, mouth open and hands raised. The blood flowing from his eyes made him look like a ghoul rising from the dead to devour the living. He threatened to send her back to her old man in pieces. Leaving Saren to mull over her doubts, Ryan activated his power, caught Livia in frozen time, and pulled her out of the way. Big Fat Adam's sharp teeth closed on nothing but air, and Lightning Butt's daughter instinctively grabbed Ryan by the arm. Ryan teased her that she should stop doing that or people would talk. She replied playfully that they could let people talk and that he could rescue her as many times as he liked. Frank tossed the wounded aside and moved toward Livia and Ryan, shouting that he was coming. Instead of running away, Livia faced the Titan and said 2 words, "Stop, Vladimir." For a moment, Ryan thought he had misheard, and so did Frank. The giant flinched as if stabbed in the heart. Livia continued that his true name was Vladimir Khabarov, not Frank. As PSY had said in a previous loop, Frank the Mad was no American. He was Russian. Frank snarled that this was communist propaganda and covered his head with his hand as if to block Livia's voice. Livia countered that his family farm was not in Arkansas but in Novgorod, and that his father was a Soviet who had perished choking on stolen caviar. Frank shouted lies and raised his fist to squash Ryan and Livia like bugs, but Ryan froze time to move out of the way, causing Frank's fist to crash through the floor. Saren chose that moment to blast the ground beneath Frank, causing the floor to collapse under his weight. The giant fell halfway into the hole, his torso sticking up as he tried unsuccessfully to raise himself. Ryan turned to see Big Fat Adam had recovered and was attempting to flank him, having detected their presence by listening. Ryan tried to back away, but Livia held his sleeve. Ryan tackled Adam before he could reach him. The two fought briefly, but Adam quickly grabbed Ryan's hands and opened his mouth to reveal a syringe filled with a swirling blue liquid, the same blue elixir the cannibal had tried to use on Ryan after destroying New Rome. Adam spat the elixir at Ryan's face. The blue liquid splattered on Ryan's fur, and though true elixirs could not bond to animals, this one detected the human beneath. Ryan's Adam's body shifted between forms as it absorbed the liquid. Adam pushed Ryan backward with cruel glee as Ryan held his breath. Hannafat Lecter gloated that he had caught one of them, and Livia replied calmly that he indeed had. Ryan noted her lack of concern and realized she must have seen this event in a vision and allowed it to happen. When Ryan settled back into his animal form, he understood. His body had fully absorbed the blue elixir, crushing the syringe shards beneath his feet. Instead of madness, he moved with focus, purpose, and strength. Saren whispered in shock and jealousy as Ryan took a step toward Adam. The cannibal heard him coming but was too shocked to react. Livia had predicted that she and her father could take 2 elixirs with no ill effect. Ryan's eyes shone with a blue hue, and he felt a moment of religious awe as a Gregorian song echoed in his mind and holy light seemed to shine into the bunker. For God existed, and he had fur. Ryan launched into the air with his right leg and arms extended, left knee folded, shouting the name of his attack in his cute, amusing voice, "Soaring Panda!" His feet struck Hannafat Lecter's head with such force that a loud crack echoed as the psycho flew backward and crashed into the ruins of the arcade. Ryan landed gracefully on his feet, striking a pose reminiscent of a Bruce Lee movie. Adam did not rise again. Frank, observing the scene in horror, attempted to free himself but was trapped further as his body absorbed the metal in the floor like quicksand. Saren pointed her vibrating hands at Frank's head and warned him not to make her blast him. Frank shouted that he must fight the communists' infiltrators, and Ryan answered that Frank himself was the communist. Frank then appeared like a zombie, scratching his chest as if to exorcise the Marxist, Leninist evil, but when he could not, he slammed his head against the floor and mentally shut down. His suppressed memories had resurfaced, flooding his brain as Livia had expected. His false patriotism shattered. The once proud giant became an immobile pile of scrap. Ryan observed him with a minute of respect, recalling how the loyal bodyguard had perished protecting presidents many times. Ryan asked Livia how she had known about Frank's past, and she replied that she had looked for a future where she won the fight. Saren lowered her gauntlets but remained on guard. Livia teased that Ryan's power was almost as busted as his best friend's, to which Ryan retorted. Livia then noted that their best friend should be done now. Ryan triumphantly declared he had caught one, sitting atop a crushed big fat Adam's stomach. The circle was complete. When Ryan had met Adam, he had been the disciple, now he was the master. The battle for the junkyard ended in a near flawless victory. The only loss was Ryan's car, wounded in action, though the Chronoradio and key functions survived the land's attack, allowing repairs. The group gathered the psychos in the bunker's hangar, with Saren and Len moving the unconscious Meta gang members into bathyspheres for transport to underwater jails until Ryan could find a cure. Psyshock's thralls would also be kept there to receive medical attention and prevent the bunker's secret from spreading. They would be released once the base was destroyed. Len insisted on placing Big Fat Adam in a bubble as well, but unlike the others, he drowned to death inside, waking just long enough to understand he was about to die. Ryan noted that communists could never make good products, especially for those who attacked orphans under their care. Fortuna and Shroud entered the bunker arm in arm without masks. Fortuna looked giddy, while Shroud appeared resigned. Fortuna announced that Matthias was the Shroud. Ryan feigned surprise and asked if Matthias was her boyfriend. Fortuna squealed affirmatively, though Shroud seemed more resigned than anything else. Ryan remarked that he had known Matthias wasn't all that clear. Livia asked how it had happened. Shroud explained that the land had taken back physical form to fight at full power, and a rock had shattered his mask while he was holding Fortuna. Ryan commented on the bad luck. Fortuna said she had always wondered why Shroud was always there when she had a problem, and now understood he had been watching over her like a guardian angel. Shroud denied this, sounding more ashamed than usual. Fortuna told him he didn't need to be mean and that she knew he cared now, offering a foxy grin. A flash of flustered embarrassment crossed Ryan's face before he quickly masked it with a stoic expression. He explained that he had trapped the land inside a glass prison outside, while Gemini surrendered after realizing all was lost. Then he glanced at Saren and asked why she was still running around. Ryan replied that Saren had turned her coat the right way and would be very important later. Matthias squinted at the courier and the Augusti woman by his side, stating that after putting the Meta gang in custody, they would need to discuss the future of the place, and especially Ryan's future. Ryan asked if Matthias had told Sunshine about them, causing Livia to bristle. Shroudy Matt admitted he had not yet, unsure if his hypothesis was correct, but after seeing the place, he was certain and had enough questions for a lifetime. Ryan mocked that those questions would have to wait until after his girlfriends. Lucky Girl enthusiastically said she wanted to know everything: how long Ryan had been a hero, whether he was on a team, and if he had a sidekick. Matthias sighed as Fortuna dragged him away, though Ryan noticed Matthias did not resist as much as expected. The courier told Livia that Fortuna reminded him of moss growing on a tree. She was growing on Matthias, and he was starting to like it. Livia said Matthias would have to come clean to Fortuna or she would tell the truth for him, insisting Fortuna deserved that much. Ryan doubted Lucky Girl's power would work so hard to set them together if it wouldn't ultimately make Fortuna happy. Livia noticed Ryan's concerned expression and asked if something was wrong. Ryan listed the positives. The bunker was theirs with no strings attached. They had caught Adam before he could execute his plans. No one he cared about had died, and the panda had 2 powers, emphasizing his disbelief. Livia chuckled and said that was good news. Ryan admitted he was just expecting the other shoe to drop. Livia asked why it would, reminding him they had worked hard and learned from the previous disastrous loop. The word "we" was sweet to Ryan's ears, though much remained to be done. He no longer carried the world's weight alone, having people willing to back him up. Livia asked what came next. Ryan outlined his plans: infiltrate her family, brief Alchemo, Len, and Saren on the memory map front, find a way to deal with Dynamis permanently, contact Vulcan to recreate the Saturn armor, coordinate with the Carnival about the bunker, Narcinia, and the Bliss factory, research a psycho cure, and probably plan a trip to Antarctica. Livia was surprised by the mention of Antarctica, but Ryan said it was a long story. She said they would discuss how to deal with the Carnival together and that he was their ace in the hole. She told him he would meet Jamie tonight to infiltrate her family from the bottom. Ryan confirmed he had put Jamie on a list but meant something else for the infiltration phase. Livia raised an eyebrow. Ryan hesitated before confessing he had been meaning to ask her something complicated and irreversible, but if it worked, it could be significant. He left the sentence hanging, watching Livia's breathing shorten. She must have guessed his intentions but felt anxiety rather than serenity, uncertain if he had read the signals correctly. She shyly told him to ask. Ryan grabbed her by the waist and pulled her closer. Though she gasped in surprise, she did not resist, feeling light and fragile in his arms. He ignored the gazes of his teammates, focusing entirely on her blue eyes and the blush spreading on her cheeks. He asked if she was available tomorrow night. Livia immediately said no. Meanwhile, Ryan scratched Eugene Henry's back while watching Dr. Tyranno on his computer screen in the lab. The A-bomb lay on the desk next to the late Fat Adam's gravity cannon. Ryan questioned Tyranno about refusing unlimited funding, resources, and safety from the monster he kept bottled up in his lab when it inevitably broke out. Tyranno admitted surprise at how much Ryan had learned about his work, but said he was contractually bound to Dynamis for the next 200 years and could not leave the building without a heavy escort. Ryan expressed disbelief and asked if that was even legal. Tyranno said in New Rome it was. Ryan massaged his temples, frustrated, and urged Tyranno to think about the unstable product turning people into time bombs and what would happen when everyone had become a Bloodstream clone. After a moment's silence, Tyranno answered that he would still have dinosaurs. Ryan found that thought more provocative than expected. Despite Tyranno's refusal to leave Dynamis HQ or sabotage the knockoff supply, Ryan did not give up on the Saurian genius. He tempted Tyranno by revealing access to a completely safe knockoff variant effective even on robots, 2 genomes with multiple powers and no side effects to study, a wealth of research on elixirs, and a lab capable of creating life from scratch. Ryan delivered the coup de grace by mentioning inhuman life. Tyranno's slitted eyes widened in shock, which Ryan interpreted as a form of arousal. To hook him further, Ryan forwarded a sample of his elixir research, including a bio-scan of Mongrel. Ryan explained they were working on a cure for the psycho condition and asked if Tyranno could sacrifice some time despite his obligations to Dynamis. He suggested Tyranno might create a green knockoff granting his cold-blooded wish. Tyranno barely glanced at the data before raising his white flag and asking where to sign. Ryan scratched Eugene Henry behind the ears and said Tyranno must first give him access to a certain folder. Tyranno seemed embarrassed and called it a side project with early unpromising results but promised it would change the world. Ryan said he would keep an open mind as he received an email titled Monster Girl Project and opened the video file inside. The image of an abomination appeared, and the screams and moans startled Ryan so much he almost fell from his chair. His terrified cat leaped out of his lap toward the nearby bed. Ryan covered his mouth, unable to tell if his reaction was horror or awe at Tyranno's demented genius, acknowledging that even after 8 centuries of time travel, some things could still surprise him. He asked why. Tyranno explained it was a creative spur and insisted he could not do that to a reptile. Ryan asked why a mink had been chosen, then closed the video feed when he could no longer endure the abomination's screams. He inquired if the creature was still alive. Tyranno reassured him that it had died, but mentioned having a spare. Ryan fought the urge to vomit and ended the video call, knowing the image would haunt him for years. Even the most depraved Sonic the Hedgehog fans did not go as far as Dr. Scaly. The courier paused to catch his breath, then suddenly held it as two long ears rose from the side of the desk, a monster emerging from the depths of hell. Ryan feigned panic, forbidding the plushie not to act. The plushie looked between its maker and the A-bomb, then back again. Eugene, Henry ignored them all, vanishing beneath the bedsheets with regal indifference. The plushie responded for the first time since the loop began, declaring it would always be Ryan's friend. It hastily pressed the A-bombs button with a loud click repeatedly, growing frustrated as nothing happened. Its eyes turned red, glaring angrily at Ryan. The courier grinned and explained the device was a prop. He had given the real one to Vulcan. He had bribed his favorite dwarf genius with so much technology that she hadn't asked him to sabotage Star Studios this time. Vulcan insisted Ryan become her assistant and refused to take no for an answer. Ryan was willing to help Vulcan, but only in short bursts. Although he could now interact with her without feeling stabbed in the gut, the shadow of his Jasmine remained ever present. He intended to use this loop to deal with the Bliss Factory and Narcinia, preferring to stay a contractor working for multiple branches of the Augustes organization. The plushie's eyes turned blue in disappointment, so Ryan tossed it the gravity cannon, telling it to aim for the heart if it wanted to work its way up the suicide chain, noting there was a chance to survive if it aimed for the head, based on his own experience. The eldritch horror examined the oversized weapon curiously. Ryan pleaded with it not to kill anyone else and left the fiend to its experiments, rising from his seat to move toward the door. Shroud awaited him in the next corridor, having repaired his glass mask, though Ryan wondered why he still bothered to hide his true face. Ryan told Shroud the plushie would not help sabotage the tomato juice factory because it feared its boss's wrath more than theirs. If the courier had been on a meta run, he might have changed that, but Ryan's focus was on the Augusti for now. One day had passed since the bunker raid. Ryan had spent the previous night at the harbor helping Jamie protect drug supplies. Luigi had not shown up, likely at Livia's urging, but Jamie still invited Ryan to stay at his house, his kindness making the courier want to adopt him. Ryan spent the day in Mecran's bunker, settling matters. He contacted Alchemo, who was expected to arrive in New Rome the next day to help take over the bunker's mainframe. With Dr. Stitch and Tyranno's long-distance assistance, Ryan would have the best medical team in the world to find a cure for the psycho condition. He planned to dedicate the night to Livia. Matthias proposed cleaning up Dynamis' upper echelons. Though they had planned to wait for Hector Manata to retire, they could hasten his departure. Ryan shrugged, saying he had seen Hector Manata fall many times and suggested his children might switch to a safer, better product than one capable of causing a pandemic. Matthias warned Fallout would not follow Hector, but Enrique might once provided with data showing the destruction Bloodstream could cause, especially if his family had lied to him. Alphonse, however, was another matter. He would not surrender Bloodstream, even for a better alternative. Ryan asked why Alphonse wouldn't surrender it, noting he was a commie infiltrator who wanted to turn everyone into a genome, perhaps even for free. Shroud remained skeptical, pointing out that Fallout controlled the knockoff supply and, with Tyranno's cure, could remove powers at will, unlike Mecran's variants. Ryan considered Shroud's point and admitted it was likely accurate. Atom Smasher planned to make everyone a genome to prevent Augustus from monopolizing power, but did not wish to coexist with other organizations and lied to close allies so Dynamis could monopolize knockoff elixirs. If Dynamis could both grant and remove superpowers, it could become a true superpower, keeping people in line through fear of losing their knockoff genome abilities and monopolizing the market. Shroud explained Fallout cared less about side effects than societal control. If he were truly a hero, he would not have created something so dangerous. Alphonse Manata believed only in his vision and would not deviate unless forced. Ryan asserted he could stop time, recalling Bianca's sacrifice. Shroud doubted this, ranking Alphonse as the third most dangerous genome in Italy behind Augustus and Leo. Ryan insisted he could do it with the base's resources. Shroud insisted the base would have to be destroyed eventually, acknowledging it might hold something to defeat Fallout or Augustus, but warning of the risk of dangerous weapons spreading to the public. Even distributing Mecran's knockoff formula could weaken genome warlords' positions, but society was too fragile for widespread access to such weapons. Ryan agreed but vowed to destroy the base only after it helped solve the current crisis. Shroud crossed his arms and asked if Ryan truly believed psychos could be cured. Ryan asked if Shroud believed it. Shroud replied no, but said if there was even the slightest chance, he could not stop Ryan from trying, as it would help too many lives. Shroud mentioned that one genome Ryan had called specialized in brains could cure mental illnesses, Alzheimer's, and psycho-brain tumors, potentially helping Ryan too. Though Ryan could not see looking glass face behind his mask, the vigilante turned his head thoughtfully and asked why the alchemist had distributed the elixirs in the first first place. Ryan guessed to improve the human condition. Shroud agreed but lamented that they had used the elixirs to ravage the world. He wondered why Mechren had built weapons rather than medical supplies, concluding that not even superpowers could change human nature. Ryan responded that there would always be rotten apples like late Adam, but most people needed only the right circumstances to turn their lives around. Anyone could choose right over wrong, even a spoiled, self-obsessed brat with a busted power. Shroud chuckled and revealed that she sculpted in her spare time. Ryan guessed she had shown her boyfriend her gallery the previous night and remarked it was pretty neat. Matthias continued warmly, remarking that Fortuna was talented at sculpting and that he had underestimated her, thinking she relied solely on luck. He noted that she had won €500,000 in lottery winnings that morning but intended to distribute it to Rusttown's orphans rather than keep it for herself. His fondness for Fortuna had grown significantly after the previous day's battle. Ryan summarized Fortuna as a golden retriever, loud, lacking respect for personal space, but surprisingly warm and loyal underneath. Matthias added that she was an even better person than he had initially thought. The courier leaned back, asking if Matthias would be transparent with Fortuna on their next date. Matthias joked about turning back time to make his own dates go well before admitting he planned to clear things up with her, but only after she stopped working as a hitman for Augustus, which he considered a deal-breaker. Ryan explained that, unlike other members of her group, Fortuna wasn't in it for killing but wanted to protect Livia first and foremost, which he found almost romantic. Shroud's voice shifted from amused to serious as he asked if Ryan was dating Fortuna to turn Augustus' daughter around. Ryan replied that he asked her out simply because he wanted to, confessing his attraction to blue genomes shorter than himself. Shroud warned Ryan that giving Fortuna access to their base was dangerous, questioning what would happen if she changed her mind and informed Augustus. Ryan defended his trust in Fortuna, stating she had helped him when he needed it and he wanted to return the favor. He acknowledged that her father would destroy the world for her sake if he had to, and she didn't deserve to bear her sire's crimes on her conscience. Shroud cautioned that Ryan couldn't save everyone, especially from themselves, but Ryan felt compelled to try. Changing the subject, Ryan said that after Alchemo arrived, they would use Fortuna to access the mainframe, confirm his information about other Mechren bases, and unlock the self-destruct mechanism. Shroud said he would have to inform Leo about Ryan, even if Ryan turned back time again, as he couldn't keep it secret. Ryan teased, asking if that was true even for his cute, beautiful eyes. Shroud chuckled and replied that not even those would sway him, then inquired if Ryan could carry others through time, assuming it was only mental since there weren't many versions of him running around. Ryan explained he had a procedure to transfer information directly into someone's brain, but the past self would have to submit to it. Shroud shook his head, saying he was too paranoid to let anyone alter his brain, even if he trusted them beforehand, and that he might not even accept such a procedure at Leo's urging, whom he respected more than anyone. Ryan had expected as much, knowing only Alchemo, who understood the technology, and Saren, who had nothing left to lose, would likely undergo the memory transfer unconditionally. Even Len remained undecided. He said he was trying to improve a system to bypass that extra step but had no confirmation yet. Shroud admitted his discomfort, feeling Ryan held all the cards while he could only go along. Ryan pointed out that he had trusted Shroud enough to share his greatest secret as well, naming him Safelight, and that only a few knew his true phenomenal cosmic power. Shroud wondered aloud what adventures had led Ryan to trust him so much. Ryan recalled how they had defeated the Meta gang together once, though lightning but had destroyed the city after Shroud recruited Adam Cat. Shroud replied dryly that it was good to know but lamented that Adam Kitten would clearly be happier with the carnival than with Dynamis. He expressed interest in Felix Varon, believing he had great potential as a hero and a courageous heart. Ryan asked if Felix was as much of a hero as the panda. Shroud scoffed and invited Ryan to come with him to see for himself. The vigilante led Ryan into the bunker's atrium, where they found the transformed folding paper sheets under Len's watch. Saren was playing pool near a pile of books, including René Descartes' Discours de la Method. Shroud showed Ryan an exquisitely folded paper mantis, folding it so fast Ryan barely saw the paws move. The construct joined for others representing a monkey, a tiger, a crane, and a snake. Saren snickered, calling it a nice superpower, and asked if Shroud could unlock Rubik's Cubes too. Shroud replied dryly that one of his teammates, Origami, could turn herself into paper sharp enough to slice throats and could even slice through Saren's suit. Saren taunted him for being salty while focusing on her game. Shroud warned her to earn his trust first, threatening to slay her himself if she sold them out as she had her previous employer. Saren told Ryan's hat pal that if he could truly cure her, he had nothing to fear from her and urged him not to make her wait too long. Ryan ignored their banter to focus on his bear disciple. He noted that even he couldn't fold recycled paper that fast, despite mastering the skill years ago. He asked the panda if he was truly a martial arts genius or if his brilliance extended to all Eastern disciplines. Len shook her head, explaining that the panda had run tests and picked up origami in minutes, and had learned French just 5 pages into Descartes' book. The panda said the more he read, the more it made sense. Len theorized that the panda could learn almost any skill at an accelerated pace, quickly picking up new languages and gaining new skills through osmosis. Ryan reflected that mastering a skill usually took 10,000 hours, but bears only needed half of that. He asked how enhanced learning helped the panda learn to fly. The panda described his vision turning blue, then recalling Bruce Lee's flying kick from the Green Hornet and mimicked Kung Fu moves with his paws, saying that was how he learned martial arts but had never been this good before. In half an hour, the panda had mastered Kung Fu, origami, and Descartes. Ryan dreaded to imagine what the panda could achieve in a week, suspecting he couldn't learn what a normal human couldn't, but anything else was fair game, including arithmetic, philosophy, martial arts, and perhaps even genius technology if given time to observe it. Bruce Lee's moves were made for humans, yet the panda's second power allowed him to adapt them to his beastly body proportions. His arrogant young disciple had ascended to shatter the heavens. Ryan realized he needed to run tests on his own after creating the new iteration of the Saturn armor. He planned to add improvements to deal with Alphonse Manata, such as switching the chest blaster with the gravity cannon, hoping it would help against the nuclear disaster and maybe even lightning, but Ryan said he should prepare for his date, noting that Livia had asked him to pick her up at 9 and to be on time. For once, he didn't dare be fashionably late. The panda cheered him on, saying he knew the tension was palpable. Len, however, seemed less enthusiastic and asked Ryan if she could talk to him alone for a moment. Ryan nodded, and his adoptive sister led him outside to the corridor overlooking the hangars. Henriette was playing with the children near the submarine, the dog delighted to have company. The group brought much levity to an otherwise claustrophobic, lifeless place. Len stood by the corridor window with her arms folded, glancing out as she brought up Ryan and Livia. Ryan admitted it was hard to explain. The genius held her breath and asked if her other self had known in past loops. Ryan explained he had told Len how he felt, and they had decided to remain family afterward. Len's gaze darkened as she looked at the Mechren, made submarine floating in the bunker's water access. She mentioned they could reach the United States with it, crossing the Atlantic Sea. Ryan responded sadly that even he couldn't turn back time that far, despite trying many times. Len bit her lower lip and hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. Ryan understood what she was reluctant to say, how their relationship could have ended. They had parted in tears, and though they had started to pick up the pieces, some were lost forever. She suggested they could leave this place after dealing with their father. Ryan refused, saying he couldn't do that anymore because he had too many people to fight for now. Len protested that their father's daughter would be fine, and that if others wanted to tear apart New Rome, they could have it. Ryan asked if he should let her father kill people for her sake, immediately regretting the question when Len flinched. She avoided his gaze and guessed he didn't want Livia to end up like her. Ryan then asked if they could reach Antarctica with the submarine. Len nodded, confused by his implication. Ryan spoke of the many mysteries and wonderful places to explore around the world, urging Len not to bury herself under the sea. He reminded her that even whales rise up to breathe fresh air sometimes. Len admitted she didn't know what to make of everything, including the carnival's role in their father's death. Ryan asked if she would let the carnival operate on her to remove her father's blood tracker. Len said it was the last part she had left of him. Ryan recalled a conversation with his own elixir about letting the dead rest and how trying to keep them alive only causes suffering. Len remained silent, her face blank. Ryan reached for her shoulder, but she avoided his touch. He accepted it, hoping his words would resonate. He reassured her that she was family and that nothing would change that, not even anything involving Livia. She would always be his best friend, sister, and most important person. Len bit her lip, unsure how to respond. Ryan smiled and told her not to say anything if she didn't want to. He emphasized that she was not alone and never had been, that the children loved her, and he would always be there to help her rise when she stumbled. They shared a comfortable silence when a black sphere phased through the hangar and collapsed into nothingness without harming anyone. Ryan joked about not giving Len diabetes, and to his surprise, she chuckled and relaxed, his wit breaking through her shell. Len brought up Ryan's memory machine and asked if he would try it to recover his other self's memories. She nodded when he asked if she would. Ryan explained that even after what happened between them, she had offered him her hand, and now it was time he did the same for her. Later, Ryan found Livia waiting for him at the Deadland Motel. He drove his Plymouth Fury, which he had repaired and masked with perfume to cover the junkyard stench. He wore an elegant black jacket with a purple polo shirt, avoiding bright colors that Darkling would have loved. He reflected that raiding Dynamis' Kashmir factory or using Mekran's matter replicator was out of the question without serious consequences. Livia had put much effort into her appearance, wearing an elegant sleeveless dress, golden bracelets, black stockings, red high heels, golden earrings, and a crimson rose in her hair. Her black eyeliner contrasted with her sapphire eyes and silver hair flowing down her back. Though she wasn't as beautiful as her best friend Fortuna, Ryan found her quite lovely, a true princess. She had not seen him yet in the darkness, so Ryan watched her from afar as she waited in the parking lot, fidgeting and letting out a long breath to calm herself. Nervous about how the date would end, she had not anticipated it. Ryan drove up to her side, ending her silent anxiety. Livia immediately smiled warmly upon noticing him. Ryan jokingly asked if she had ordered a pumpkin carriage. She teased him about his car turning into a vegetable at midnight as she sat beside him, her perfume smelling of rose and strawberry. She noted they only had 3 hours. Ryan assured her that he could time travel and make 3 hours last a lifetime. Livia closed the car door and said she preferred he bring her home before 2 in the morning to avoid upsetting her father. Ryan asked if she had ever had a sleepless night out in town, amused that it was about time he came into her life. Livia blushed and said she wasn't that sheltered. With her power, she could experience wild moments by proxy without hangovers or side effects. Ryan pointed out that watching wasn't the same as living. Livia admitted she didn't enjoy parties much, preferring simpler moments with a few friends because too many interactions overwhelmed her power. Ryan asked if cancel blocked her visions. Livia nodded shortly but said she didn't like Greta, who was capable of anything and could be as violent as Adam the ogre if motivated. She frowned as they approached the highway where Ryan and Felix had once chased her Aunt Pluto in a car. When Livia asked where they were going, Ryan replied simply, "Away." She blinked in surprise, asking if it was away from the city. Ryan explained he figured she had probably visited all of New Rome's restaurants, either directly or through her power, but there was one place he was sure she had never been before. Livia expressed skepticism about finding such a place within an hour's drive of New Rome, then grinned wickedly, suggesting he intended to take her out of the city to ravish her in the wilderness. Ryan asked if she had brought a chastity belt, noting it had been a while since he had unlocked one. Livia's smile turned coy and playful, revealing she was not as innocent as she appeared. She warned that if her father heard Ryan's words, he would have him struck down. Ryan replied that he had a lightning rod in the car boot and questioned whether her father even knew she was in a car with a dashing courier. Livia's mischievous smile answered for her. She explained that her father only allowed her to date an Augusti and mistrusted anyone outside their clan, which meant he wouldn't let Felix near her again, despite her souring smile. Ryan mused that she was disobeying her father even now, living a dangerous life. Livia chuckled, noting that Ryan's life was more dangerous, and admitted he was the first man brave enough to ask her out, as most were too frightened. She looked at him warmly and said that was one of the things she liked about him. He dared it all. Ryan replied that she hadn't seen anything yet, pressed the accelerator, and asked if her seatbelt was tightly on. As the Plymouth Fury raced on the highway, accelerating from 100 to 150 kilometers per hour, Ryan switched the Chronoradio to Mad Max 2's main theme. They passed 2 cars, violating all road safety laws. Livia pleaded for him to stop, clutching his arm and screaming as they narrowly avoided a collision. Ryan warned not to try this at home, using brief bursts of time, stopped to evade other vehicles. Livia's scream of fear turned into laughter as adrenaline surged through her veins, and the Plymouth Fury reached its maximum velocity. Ryan's modifications allowed the car to exceed 300 kilometers per hour, turning the world around them into a blur. Other cars became spots of color, and the highway stretched into a tunnel of light. Ryan thought that if only he could have driven his Plymouth Fury instead of the Pandamobile when Pluto came for his head, Cruella would never have come near his car. When they neared their destination, Ryan activated a hidden button, causing the car hood to open and reveal a genius device, a particle accelerator tip emitting tiny light spheres that stretched reality apart. He asked Livia if she had watched Back to the Future. She responded with a panicked, exhilarated scream as particles engulfed the Plymouth Fury, stars above falling in a rain of light as reality shifted around them. Space stretched until it shattered, and the car emerged on the other side. Ryan hit the brakes and deactivated the device. The Plymouth Fury slowed beneath alien skies on a highway without other cars. Livia exhaled heavily, recovering from the adrenaline rush, and Ryan noticed her left hand gripping his right tightly, likely seized instinctively at maximum speed. Ryan brushed his thumb against her warm fingers, and she squeezed tighter in return. He asked if she was okay, but she broke their hand contact and slapped him behind the head. She laughed nervously, calling him a madman and admitting the experience was insane. Ryan promised they would have to do it again on the way back. Livia smiled, catching her breath, and asked if he had ever gotten a driver's license. Ryan told her not to ask too much. Livia giggled and glanced outside, her eyes widening at the world around them. Purple auroras filled the night sky above the highway, shining with the brilliance of stars and containing images of strange places, seas of mercury, clouds of floating ice, green lightning coursing through black, empty space. The highway was deserted except for the Plymouth Fury and seemed to stretch on forever. The surrounding land had turned into a red desert, with another highway visible in the distance. The temperature had risen from chilly to warm and comforting. Livia asked what the place was as they exited the car, astonished. Ryan explained it was a thin place, a natural space anomaly he nicknamed the Midnight Road. Livia pointed to two silhouettes on the second highway, and Ryan raised his hand. The distant silhouette imitated him. Livia said she couldn't see anything, tears at the edges of her eyes, referring not to her vision. They sat at the highway's edge, feet dangling above the desert. Ryan offered Livia a sushi box and chopsticks. After wiping away her tears, Livia asked if space folded back. Ryan confirmed, explaining the highway stretched for 30 kilometers before looping back, shorter on the sides. Livia asked if he made the place or if another genome built it. Ryan shook his head, saying it was a natural phenomenon accessible only with genius tech. He described the colored dimensions above their realities, beyond space and time as humans understood it, with other realms sideways following the same time stream. Livia guessed it was an alternate universe. Ryan corrected her, saying it was more like a cave inside a mountain, with the mountain being Earth's reality, a place where space, time folded due to gravitational or electromagnetic anomalies. He thought the place was close to the Purple World, a border realm between their universe and the big crossroads of all space and time. Livia added that she could not observe anything within the colored dimensions except the blue one, which explained why she couldn't detect Ryan, since he existed in two dimensions at once. Ryan noticed Livia's lack of enthusiasm for her food and asked if she didn't like it. She admitted she hated sushi and apologized. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Livia quickly reassured him that she loved the place and the gesture, which more than made up for the food. Ryan grumbled that he would have to reload, saying the date was not perfect. Livia put a hand on his arm, squeezing it tightly, and insisted that the moment's genuineness was why she enjoyed it so much. Ryan teased her, brushing his index finger against her cheek, causing her to blush deeply. He told her she had a smile to die for. Livia laughed, almost spitting out her food, and asked if that pick-up line ever worked. Ryan said more than she thought. She replied that it didn't work on her and that he would have to do better. Ryan warned she might regret it, claiming he invented lines so powerful some countries made them illegal. Livia rolled her eyes and dared him to prove her wrong. Instead of answering with words, Ryan set the sushi plates aside, grabbed Livia by the waist, and quickly lifted her onto his lap. She let out a squeal of surprise as their feet dangled into the void. Livia laughed, her face flushed so deeply that the courier wondered if she might faint from embarrassment. She exclaimed that Ryan was going too far this time. Ryan replied that his lap felt better than the interdimensional highway's concrete and asked if Her Majesty would prefer a nobler seat. Livia retorted that she ought to have him whipped for his insolence but suspected he might enjoy it. Ryan agreed, calling her mistress. The mafia princess laughed heartily, accepted the throne of Romano as her seat, and made herself comfortable, her back resting against the courier's chest. Ryan sensed her hastening heartbeat beneath her skin. Though the scarlet streak across Livia's face had softened into a light blush, Ryan could tell the situation was new to her. She had only ever dated Felix, who had never been as comfortable with physical contact as Ryan was. Livia pointed a finger at the alien mirages in the skies, images of alien worlds unlike Earth, and asked if Ryan could reach those places. Ryan confirmed he could reach some and planned to visit others one day. She ordered him to take her with him to make up for his bold transgression. Ryan teased her about committing crime after crime, to which Livia coyly replied that she might punish him or maybe not, placing her warm hands on his own. She then asked how he had found out about these thin places and whether he had stumbled into one by accident. Ryan explained that he had learned of them while researching particle physics in Switzerland and warned her not to go to Monaco. Livia asked what was happening there, noting that her power would not show her, and that she had heard nobody who went there came back, though Ryan had said he lived a full life there. Ryan replied darkly that it was shrimps and caviar, until one couldn't take it anymore, which triggered his PTSD. Livia frowned, sensing his unease, and pressed him about something having happened there that hurt him deeply. Ryan's first instinct was to deny the truth, but Livia's firm gaze dissuaded him. He admitted he had stayed there a full life and meant it literally. Livia's expression shifted to horror as she covered her mouth, whispering no. Ryan looked away at the otherworldly desert beneath the highway without speaking. Livia softened her eyes in compassion compassion, and asked if that was why he always said he was immortal and whether Len knew. Ryan said no, explaining that Shorty already had enough burdens and ghosts of her own. Livia was the only one who knew. Livia bit her lower lip, as if afraid to continue, and asked if he had a family. Ryan confessed he never dared to have one, fearing that if his timing was even slightly off during conception, a different child would be born from loop to loop, and he wouldn't have survived it mentally. Livia apologized for asking and touched his chin to make him look at her. She confessed she had seen other lives she could have lived with Felix, growing old together, having children, but couldn't make those possibilities true. She acknowledged she wouldn't pretend to understand what he went through because watching was not living, but she knew how deep the pain went. Her hand brushed against his cheek as she promised he didn't have to suffer alone anymore and vowed to help him with his burden. Ryan thanked her, took her left hand, and kissed it gallantly. Now that he had her, he could carry others through time, build lasting friendships, maybe even a family, and finally create a future he was happy with. He promised to return the favor. Livia admitted he already had, more than he knew or should have, and confessed that she had had her power for nearly a decade and a half but had never gone on without it for so long since childhood. It was refreshing but scary. Ryan empathized, saying he felt that way whenever Cancel entered the picture. His power could be a pain but was reassuring. He explained that his elixir had tried to help, remaining at his side for centuries, sharing his hardships and victories. He concluded that the best thing he could offer her was the unexpected. Livia agreed it was a wonderful gift but fell silent, gazing at the alien horizon with something weighing on her mind. Ryan guessed she had seen her father wage war in the future. Livia urged him not to ruin the blissful moment with her sorrows. Ryan teased that he thought he had already beaten her to gloomy confessions and tightened his hold on her waist, brushing his cheek against her neck, saying they would never find better therapists than each other. Livia chuckled bittersweetly and admitted she had seen it. She recalled dreaming one night that Felix would barge into her room riding a white stallion and carry her away from the city, a foolish little girl's dream she hoped would come true someday. Ryan joked about settling for a knight in power armor, adding that lasers were the new swords. Livia playfully asked if he knew Dynamis had lightsabers and suggested he grab a blue one. Ryan asked if she would take the red, Queen Crimson. She joked she loved the dark side but preferred him on the side of the angels. Ryan reminded her they had the most fun in their meta run, though the end was grimmer than expected. Livia said no matter how much he tried to hide it, his true self, good and gentle, shone through. She promised to stop what her father planned to do, giving her word. Ryan pledged to help. Livia said he already had, more than he should have, and looked into his eyes, telling him he didn't have to go further. Ryan agreed but said he wanted to. They locked eyes for minutes, Ryan seeing multiple emotions flash through Livia's blue eyes: surprise, compassion, joy, gratitude, and something deeper and more intense. Ryan said it was past midnight and suggested they go. Livia replied not yet, staring at the skies and wanting to stay a little longer. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the auroras. Eventually, Ryan brought Livia back to Mount Augustus, stopping before the fortified fence circling the hill as the clock struck 2 in the morning. He greeted her as princess and asked for her date review, jokingly rating it 10 out of 10, 12.5 without factoring in the food. Livia did not answer. She had spent the whole return trip silent, her head resting against her palm and her eyes gazing beyond the window, perhaps regretting that her blue power now worked again. Ryan cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed by the silence. He called her name. Livia shook her head and said she needed to show him something, peeking out of the car's window at the entrance portal's camera. After a minute of waiting, the doors opened for them. She added that it was if he wanted to see it. Ryan suspected what awaited him but needed confirmation. He asked Livia if she understood that her father would know. She met his gaze, and he realized she had made her choice knowingly, an act of rebellion against her father. Ryan drove the Plymouth Fury upward toward the villa at Mount Augustus summit, noticing guards protecting the property but ignoring them. He parked near the house entrance and exited with Livia, who led him inside through the front door. The villa was dark, but she navigated the whitened corridors with certainty. The home, designed like a Roman villa by lightning but displayed an obsession with marble deity statues and pillars. Ryan focused on following Livia, noticing the shivers along her bare shoulders and the tension in her body. She brought him to a room with a large red door, paused briefly, exhaled heavily, and opened it. Inside was a bedroom nearly as large as his former luxury apartments, decorated in a modern style with paintings of cities, smiling families, and natural wonders on the walls, alongside shelves of dusty books. A reinforced window overlooked a terrace, and a king-sized bed lined one wall. Livia closed the door behind them and sat silently on the mattress, hands joined, avoiding Ryan's gaze. Her face was flushed, breathing short, and she appeared terrified to ask a question. Ryan Ryan cleared his throat and addressed her. She then meekly asked if he wanted to kiss her, looking up at him with fear of his reaction. He kissed her, and neither spoke for the rest of the night. Later, Ryan found Livia waiting for him at the Deadland Motel. He arrived in his repaired Plymouth Fury, having masked the junkyard stench with perfume. He had switched from his usual clothes to an elegant black jacket over a purple polo shirt, avoiding bright colors. He lamented that raiding Dynamis' cashmere factory or using Mecron's matter replicator wasn't an option without causing trouble. Livia had also made an effort with her appearance, wearing an elegant sleeveless dress, golden bracelets, black stockings, red high heels, and golden earrings. A crimson rose adorned her silver hair, black eyeliner accentuated her sapphire eyes, and Ryan found her quite lovely, a true princess. She hadn't noticed him yet, standing in the parking lot with hands joined, fidgeting and exhaling deeply to calm herself. Ryan approached, ending her silent anxiety. She smiled warmly upon seeing him. He joked about ordering a pumpkin carriage, and she teased him about the car turning into a vegetable at midnight. She noted they had only 3 hours. Ryan claimed he could time travel and make 3 hours last a lifetime. She replied that she preferred he bring her home before 2 in the morning to avoid upsetting her father. Ryan asked if she had ever had a sleepless night out. She admitted she hadn't been that sheltered, explaining that with her power, she experienced wild moments by proxy without hangovers or side effects. Ryan remarked that watching wasn't the same as living. She said she didn't enjoy parties much and preferred simpler moments with a few friends, as too many interactions overwhelmed her power. Ryan asked if cancel blocked her visions. She nodded but said she didn't like Greta, calling her capable of anything and potentially as violent as Adam the Ogre if motivated. Approaching the highway where Ryan and Felix once chased her Aunt Pluto, she asked where they were going. Ryan said away, explaining he guessed she had visited all of New Rome's restaurants, but there was one place she likely hadn't been. Livia doubted there was such a place within an hour's drive but grinned wickedly, suggesting he intended to take her out to the wilderness to ravish her. Ryan joked about a chastity belt, and she warned that her father would have him struck down if he heard. Ryan mentioned a lightning rod in the car boot and asked if her father knew she was with a dashing courier. Her mischievous smile answered for her. She said her father only trusted Auguste and wouldn't let Felix near her again, her smile turning sour. Ryan mused that she was disobeying her father even now, living a dangerous life. She chuckled, saying not as dangerous as his and that he was the first man to dare ask her out. She appreciated his daring nature. Ryan replied that she hadn't seen anything yet and asked if her seatbelt was on. She affirmed. As he accelerated, the Plymouth Fury raced along the highway, reaching 150 kilometers per hour while Mad Max 2's main theme played on the Chronoradio. They passed 2 cars, breaking all road safety laws. Livia pleaded for him to stop and screamed as they narrowly avoided a collision. Ryan warned not to try this at home, using brief time, stop bursts to avoid other vehicles. Livia's fear turned to laughter as adrenaline surged, and the car reached maximum velocity. Ryan had modified the Fury to exceed 300 kilometers per hour, turning the world into a blur, other cars into spots of color, and the highway into a tunnel of light. Ryan wished he had driven his Plymouth Fury instead of the Pandamobile when Pluto came for him. Cruella would never have come close to his car. Nearing their destination, Ryan pressed a hidden button, causing the car hood to open and reveal a genius device, the tip of a particle accelerator, from which tiny light spheres emerged, distorting reality. He asked Livia if she had seen Back to the Future, grinning as she responded with a panicked, exhilarated scream while particles enveloped the Plymouth Fury. The stars above cascaded like a rain of light as reality shifted around them. Space stretched and shattered, and the car emerged on the other side. Ryan applied the brakes, deactivating the device, and the Plymouth Fury slowed beneath alien skies on a deserted highway. Livia exhaled heavily, recovering from the adrenaline rush, and Ryan noticed she held his right hand tightly with her left, a grip she must have instinctively taken at maximum speed. He brushed his thumb against her warm fingers, and she squeezed tighter. Ryan asked if she was okay. Instead of answering, Livia broke their hand contact and slapped him behind the head. She called him a madman with a nervous laugh, admitting the experience was insane. Ryan said they would have to do it again on the way back. Livia smiled, catching her breath, and asked if he had ever gotten a driver's license. He told her not to ask too much, prompting her to giggle and glance outside. Purple auroras dominated the night sky, shining like stars and revealing images of strange places, seas of mercury, clouds of floating ice, and green lightning coursing through black space. The highway stretched endlessly, surrounded by a red desert, with another highway visible in the distance. The temperature had risen to a warm, comforting level. Astonished, Livia asked what this place was as they exited the car. Ryan explained it was a thin place, a natural space space anomaly he nicknamed the Midnight Road. Livia pointed to two silhouettes on the distant highway, and Ryan raised his hand. One silhouette imitated him. She admitted she could not see anything, tears gathering in her eyes, not about her vision, but something deeper. They sat at the highway's edge, feet dangling above the desert, and Ryan offered Livia sushi with chopsticks. After wiping her tears, she asked if space folded back. Ryan confirmed, explaining the highway stretched 30 kilometers before looping back, shorter on the sides. Livia inquired if he had made the place or if another genome had built it. Ryan denied creating it, calling it a natural phenomenon accessible only with genius technology. He described the colored dimensions as realms above their reality, beyond space and time as most understood, following the same time stream. Livia guessed it was an alternate universe, but Ryan corrected her, comparing it to a cave inside a mountain, where time folds due to gravitational or electromagnetic anomalies. He speculated the place was close to the Purple World, a border realm between their universe and the crossroads of all space and time. She explained she could not observe anything within the colored dimensions except the blue one, which was why she could not detect Ryan, who existed in two dimensions at once. Ryan noticed Livia seemed reluctant to finish her food and asked if she disliked it. She admitted she hated sushi, apologizing sheepishly. Ryan's heart skipped a beat, surprised she disliked Japanese food. Livia quickly reassured him that she loved the place and the gesture, which more than compensated for the food. Ryan muttered that he would have to reload the date, calling it imperfect. Livia protested seriously, placing a hand on his arm and squeezing it, insisting the moment's genuineness made it enjoyable. Ryan teased her, brushing his finger against her cheek, causing her to blush deeply. He complimented her smile and she laughed, almost spitting out her food. She asked if that pick-up line ever worked, and he said more than she thought. She replied it did not work on her and challenged him to do better. Instead of responding verbally, Ryan set aside the sushi plates, grabbed Livia by the waist, and swiftly lifted her onto his lap. She squealed in surprise, laughing and blushing so intensely Ryan wondered if she might faint. She scolded him for going too far, but he insisted his lap was more comfortable than the interdimensional highway's concrete and asked if she preferred a nobler seat. Livia joked she ought to have him whipped but suspected he might enjoy it. He agreed, calling her mistress. The mafia princess laughed heartily, accepted the throne of Romano, and settled comfortably against Ryan's chest. He sensed her quickened heartbeat beneath her skin and noted the scarlet streak on her face had softened to a light blush. He understood the situation was new to her. She had only dated Felix before, who had never been as comfortable with physical contact. Livia pointed at the alien mirages in the sky, pictures of other worlds unlike Earth, and asked if Ryan could reach those places. He confirmed he could reach some and planned to visit others. She commanded him to take her along when he did, to make up for his bold transgression. Ryan teased her about committing more crimes, and she coyly suggested she might punish him or not, placing her hands on his. She asked how he discovered these thin places, and Ryan explained he learned of them researching particle physics in Switzerland, warning her not to go to Monaco. Curious, she asked what happened there, as her power could not reveal it. Ryan replied darkly that it was shrimps and caviar until one could no longer endure it, hinting at a traumatic experience. Livia frowned, sensing Ryan's unease, and told him that his explanation didn't clarify anything. She insisted that something must have happened in that place, something that hurt him deeply. Ryan's first instinct was to deny it, but her firm gaze stopped him. He admitted that he had lived a full life there, a full life that weighed on him like a boulder around his ankle. He had never told anyone before, carrying that secret alone through time. But he believed Livia would understand, having seen whole lifetimes through her power. Though she couldn't fully comprehend his burden, she could imagine it. Ryan confessed that he truly meant a full life when he said he stayed there. Livia's expression shifted to horror as she covered her mouth, whispering, "No." Ryan looked away at the otherworldly desert beneath the highway, silent. Livia asked if that was why he always claimed to be immortal and whether Len knew. Ryan said no, explaining that Shorty already had enough burdens and ghosts. Livia was the only one who knew. Livia hesitated, then asked if he had a family. Ryan admitted he never dared to have one, fearing that even a slight misalignment in timing during conception would result in a different child being born from loop to loop, something he couldn't survive mentally. Livia apologized for asking, then gently touched his chin to make him look at her. She confessed that she had seen other lives she could have lived with Felix, growing old together and having children, but she couldn't make those possibilities real. She admitted she couldn't fully understand his experience because watching was not the same as living, but she knew how deep the pain went. She brushed her hand against his cheek and promised he didn't have to suffer alone anymore. She swore to help carry his burden. Ryan thanked her, taking her left hand and kissing it gallantly. Having her by his side, he felt he could carry others through time, build lasting lasting friendships and maybe even a family. He vowed to return the favor. Livia admitted that she had already received it, explaining that she'd had her power for nearly 15 years but had never gone so long without using it since childhood. It was both refreshing and scary. Ryan sympathized, saying he felt that way whenever Cancel entered the picture. His power could be a pain, but it was also reassuring. He explained that he believed the best gift he could offer her was the unexpected. Livia fell silent, gazing at the alien horizon, and Ryan guessed what weighed on her mind. She confirmed that she had seen her father wage war in the future but asked to keep the moment blissful and not ruin it with sorrows. Ryan joked that they were the best therapists for each other, tightening his hold on her waist and brushing his cheek against her neck. Livia chuckled bitterly and admitted she had dreamed that Felix would ride a white stallion into her room and carry her away from the city, a foolish childhood dream she still hoped might come true. Ryan teased about knights in power armor and lasers replacing swords. Livia playfully mentioned that Dynamis had lightsabers and suggested he take a blue one while she took the red, joking she loved the dark side but preferred him on the side of the angels. They recalled the fun they had during their meta run, despite its grim ending. Livia told Ryan that no matter how much he tried to hide it, his true good and gentle self shone through. She vowed to stop whatever her father planned, and Ryan promised to help. Livia acknowledged he had already helped more than he knew or should have and urged him not to go further. Ryan agreed he didn't have to, but wanted to. They locked eyes for several minutes, Ryan seeing surprise, compassion, joy, gratitude, and something deeper in Livia's blue eyes. Ryan suggested they leave since it was past midnight, but Livia asked to stay a little longer, and they sat in comfortable silence watching the auroras. Later, Ryan drove Livia back to Mount Augustus, stopping before the fortified fence as the clock struck 2 in the morning. He joked about his date review, but Livia remained silent, her head resting against her hand and her eyes gazing beyond the window, perhaps regretting that her blue power had returned. Ryan cleared his throat and called her name. Livia said she needed to show him something and, after waiting for the entrance portal's camera to open the doors, invited him inside. Ryan warned her that her father would know, and Livia met his gaze, confirming she understood the consequences and had made the choice as an act of rebellion. Ryan drove the Plymouth Fury up toward the villa at Mount Augustus summit, ignoring the guards protecting the property. He parked near the house's entrance and followed Livia inside. The villa was dark, but Livia knew it well and guided him through white corridors lined with marble deity statues and pillars, reflecting lightning but's obsession with Roman architecture. Ryan paid little attention to his surroundings, focusing on Livia's back and noticing the shivers along her bare shoulders, her body tense with anxiety. Eventually, Livia led him to a room with a large red door. She froze briefly, exhaled heavily, and opened it. Ryan entered a bedroom nearly as large as his former luxury apartments, decorated in a modern style with paintings of cities, smiling families, and natural wonders covering the walls next to shelves of dusty books. A reinforced window overlooked a beautiful terrace, and a king-sized bed rested against one wall. Livia closed the door behind them, sat on the mattress without a word, and clasped her hands together. She avoided Ryan's gaze, looking down with a flushed face and short breaths, terrified to ask a question. Ryan cleared his throat and called her name. She meekly asked if he wanted to kiss her, looking up at him, afraid of his reaction. His lips met hers, and neither spoke for the rest of the night. It was May 8th for the 17th time, and Ryan Romano had died happy, or so it seemed, until he woke in a king-sized bed, tangled in Livia's arms. He had fought Ghoul again in his sleep before snapping out of the nightmare. Usually indifferent to dying and starting anew, Ryan now feared being forgotten by her. Livia held him tightly, her arms around his neck, her chest against his, a leg draped over his thigh. Her silver hair framed her peaceful face as she lightly snored, a sound Ryan found endearing despite contemplating earplugs. In his long life, Ryan had been with many, and he believed lovemaking revealed character. Len had been hesitant and vulnerable, the doll curious and playful, Jasmine wild and energetic. Livia, however, had been just right, delicate, attentive, considerate, with laughter that eased him even at odd moments. For a brief moment, Ryan forgot Psycho's Bloodstream and the fact he had just been with Lightning But's daughter in his own home. Livia was his entire world. He wanted to wake her, hold her hands, and kiss her, but seeing her sleep so soundly and blissfully, he refrained. In her dreams, she appeared happier than he had ever seen. Hunger eventually pulled Ryan away. He remembered the kitchen on his way to Livia's room and decided to prepare breakfast, certain Augustus' daughter would enjoy waking to pastries. When Ryan tried to slip from the bed, Livia tightened her hold even in sleep. He had to freeze time to escape her grasp and replace himself with a pillow, but when time resumed, her frown made Ryan feel something unfamiliar, loved. She wanted him so close she wouldn't let him go, even in dreams. Once, fear Fear would have driven him away, fearing loss and pain if she forgot him, but now he longed to return. The room reeked of sex, so Ryan opened the windows to air it out. The morning sun blinded and burned his skin like a vampire, but he quickly recovered, recalling only redheads feared sunlight for lacking a soul. His clothes were dirty, so the naked courier explored the bedroom and found a white bathrobe with cat motifs, possibly once belonging to Felix. He donned the robe and slippers before moving to the door. He paused to examine the paintings, childhood portraits of Livia with her parents, Augustus smiling warmly, a rare sight that humanized the usually grim mob Zeus. The paintings also depicted cities like New York with a single tower replacing the World Trade Center and Paris with zeppelins and steam-powered devices, suggesting Livia's fascination with alternate universes or dreams of happier realities. Ryan slipped out quietly and found the kitchen, where old and new blended, high-tech appliances faced a marble counter adorned with ivory statues of Roman deities, Venus and Mars holding hands, Jupiter triumphant, Diana and Apollo hunting side by side. Inspired, Ryan set to prepare breakfast. He placed a silver platter on the counter and cooked fried eggs, bacon, coffee, and French croissants, mindful of Livia's slender frame. He planned to make pancakes for her tomorrow. While cooking, Ryan's eyes fixed on the Jupiter statue, which seemed oddly familiar, an exact likeness of Augustus, standing still and gazing at the counter. Dropping his utensils, he stepped aside, but the statue's eyes didn't follow. Unlike Augustus' usual intimidating lightning aura, this statue bore none. Ryan wondered if Mob Zeus was arrogant enough to fill his villa with self-portraits or if something else was at play. Curiosity overcame him, and he waved his hand before the statue's eyes, which remained unresponsive. He joked aloud, pointing at the window, but the statue showed no reaction. Frustrated, Ryan poked its nose and decided to stop. Suddenly, the statue's eyes blinked and glanced down at Ryan, who recoiled, reminded of a grandfather with Alzheimer's recognizing his son. Was Augustus sleeping with his eyes open, or was a seizure caused by his tumor? Ryan greeted him casually, trying to ease the tension, aware that lightning but would not welcome anyone dating his daughter. Augustus squinted and asked who Ryan was, his voice calm but intimidating. Ryan replied with a joke, calling himself Batman, but unease lingered. Recognizing the bathrobe, Augustus' eyes flared with crimson lightning. Ryan realized wearing Livia's robe might have been unwise. Attempting to leave, Ryan was stopped when Augustus grabbed his shoulder, invading his space like Germany with Poland. "You are not going anywhere," Augustus said, voice threatening. "Thief." Ryan considered the accusation absurd. He was rich and didn't steal. He explained he was a good friend of Livia's and had been invited for a sleepover. Augustus tightened his grip on Ryan's shoulder, accusing him of lying and warning that his daughter would have informed him if anything was amiss. He claimed Ryan had been foolish to bypass the guards and come there. Ryan tried to explain it was late and suggested checking the cameras or asking Livia, but Augustus interrupted, insisting Ryan would not get near his daughter and demanded the truth before threatening to tear off his limbs. Recognizing Augustus' paranoia, Ryan realized nothing he said would change the mob boss's mind. He considered running to Livia to clear things up but feared Augustus could strike him with lightning inside his time stop, which would cause Livia to forget the night and him. Ryan decided to delay and hope Livia would wake up soon. Augustus pressed again, demanding to know where Ryan found the clothes. Ryan froze time and remained motionless. Augustus blinked, glanced around, and sighed, waiting for time to resume with a look of resigned acceptance. When time resumed, Ryan feigned confusion and asked Augustus to repeat himself. Augustus started speaking again, but Ryan froze time once more, enjoying the mob boss's growing frustration. Augustus snarled, clenched his jaw, and when time resumed, Ryan apologized with a mocking tone and asked if Augustus needed medicine. Augustus waited cautiously before speaking again, only for Ryan to freeze time once more. This time, Augustus squinted thoughtfully, observing the electrons moving in Ryan's brain and deducing that Ryan was the source of the temporal anomaly. He ordered Ryan to stop immediately. Ryan maintained his act as time resumed, and Augustus opened his mouth again, only for time to freeze once more. Suddenly, Augustus lifted Ryan by the neck above the ground. He accused Ryan of mocking him. Ryan kicked and punched Augustus's arm during the frozen time, but the mob boss remained unfazed, showing no reaction to being harmed. Ryan realized he needed the Saturn armor to use his black superpower to damage Augustus. As time resumed, Augustus sneered at Ryan's attack and gave him a final chance to reveal where he found the clothes. Ryan blurted out that they came from Augustus's daughter's wardrobe. Augustus noticed Ryan's sparkling eyes, messy hair, and the breakfast prepared for two, finally understanding the situation but unwilling to admit it. He tightened his grip around Ryan's neck, lifting him until his head touched the ceiling, demanding to know what Ryan had done to his daughter. Ryan tried to respond respond but could not speak due to the chokehold. Augustus eventually loosened his grip enough for Ryan to breathe and stared into his eyes. He asked if Ryan had slept with his daughter, his fury far more threatening than before. Ryan, knowing nothing he said would save him, answered affirmatively. Augustus slammed Ryan against the counter with brutal force, cracking the marble and shattering a coffee cup. Ryan gasped for air as he hit the ground chest first. Augustus released him but towered over him like a specter of death, his body crackling with crimson lightning as electrical devices malfunctioned. He declared Ryan would die begging, using a cruel slur. Ryan coughed defiantly, admitting the encounter had been unprotected. Augustus then zapped Ryan with a painful but non-lethal electrical blast, causing his skin to burn and the bathrobe to smoke. Ryan's body trembled as the lightning stimulated his nerves, making him feel as if on fire. Suddenly, Livia's shrieking voice echoed in the kitchen, but Augustus increased the voltage, intent on killing Ryan. Time skipped forward, and when it resumed, Livia had seized Augustus's arms, her protective embrace shielding Ryan. She wore a black bathrobe and no slippers, indicating she had rushed to the kitchen upon waking. Augustus dropped the lightning halo but remained enraged as he stared sternly at Livia. He accused her of using her power on him, and she hissed back that he had been electrocuting her boyfriend. Augustus flinched at her words, and seeing her revealing dress and the intimate way she held Ryan dispelled any remaining doubt. Ryan could hear Livia's accelerating heartbeat beneath the cotton. Augustus glared at Ryan with disgust, calling him a miscreant, but Livia defended him as kind and noble. Ryan, still struggling to move due to the effects of the lightning, muttered, "Conqueror of Monaco." Augustus ignored Ryan and studied Livia imperiously. She locked eyes with her father, refusing to back down. Augustus asked how long their relationship had lasted. Livia bit her lower lip and said a little more than 1 week, including the previous loop, considering the Star Studio raid their first date. Augustus angrily asked if this was about Felix and revenge for his abandonment. Livia replied firmly that she chose Ryan for himself. Augustus's eyes flared with lightning as he declared she had chosen wrong, calling Ryan a clown and a parasite interested only in her beauty, money, and power. Livia retorted that Augustus said that about everyone. Augustus insisted it was true and questioned whether Ryan would be interested in her if she were not his daughter. Livia told Augustus that he did not know Ryan, and if he thought she had not done her research, then he did not truly know her either. Ryan almost spoke but wisely remained silent, aware that one wrong move could provoke Augustus's wrath before Livia could intervene. Augustus scowled angrily and ordered Livia to step aside. She hesitated briefly but stood firm, refusing to let him harm Ryan as he had done to Narcinia's parents. Augustus asked who had told her about that, suspecting Felix, and threatened that Felix would pay for slandering him. Livia dismissed the relevance of the source and declared that Augustus would not touch Felix or Ryan, asserting her adulthood and right to date whom she wished. Augustus raised his voice, commanding obedience, but Livia warned that she would leave if he harmed either of them. The threat silenced Augustus, revealing a vulnerable, lonely man beneath his tyrannical exterior. Livia said she would leave and never return, telling him to keep his empire for Bacchus and Mars. Augustus softened slightly, reminding her that as his heir and daughter, he had a duty to protect her from unseen threats, mentioning her mother. Livia insisted she could protect herself, even from him. Augustus clenched his fists tightly and accused Felix of being a traitor and Ryan of turning Livia against him. Livia countered that Augustus was doing that himself. Augustus became motionless like a statue. Livia pleaded for him to accept Ryan, saying Ryan was kind and made her smile. After a tense silence, Augustus demanded Ryan's name. Ryan introduced himself as Ryan Quicksave Romano and mentioned his immortality, but Augustus interrupted, threatening to kill him if he disrespected Livia. Ryan acknowledged the threat with a sarcastic, "Yes, Lightning Dad," and Augustus warned that he would kill Ryan if he broke Livia's heart or broke up with her. Ryan repeated the phrase each time, balancing assertiveness with respect. Livia whispered her thanks, holding Ryan's hand. Augustus stormed out, furious, ignoring Ryan and punching a wall, his fist passing through stone. Ryan coughed and remarked that this was almost exactly how he expected to meet Livia's parents. Once Augustus was gone, Livia hissed at Ryan for wandering off before she woke, fearing for his safety. Ryan explained he had wanted to prepare breakfast, pointing to a silver platter with pastries intact but missing coffee cups. Livia's anger turned into a blush and a bittersweet smile. She said they would go to Venus and Narcinia, who would heal Ryan's wounds quickly. Ryan said it could wait a little. Livia reminded him he had been struck by lightning. Ryan joked about it not being the first time and asked if she had ointment. She nodded and said she would apply it while he returned to bed, promising to bring breakfast breakfast properly afterward. Ryan asked what would come after that. Livia smiled and kissed him briefly. He guessed the next breakfast would be strawberries. In the Vatican's Sistine Chapel at midnight, Cardinal Andreas Torque admired Michelangelo's frescoes, recalling how even atheists doubted their disbelief upon seeing such divine art. He lamented tourists who photographed the chapel without appreciating its grandeur. Footsteps echoed as Inquisitor Ambrosio, older and balding with a golden beard, greeted the cardinal. Ambrosio's green eyes shone with the same fiery zeal that warmed Andreas's heart. Andreas, one of the youngest cardinals appointed by His Holiness Jean Paul II, preferred working in the shadows and had no great public deeds. The Vatican's secret service, the Malleus Maleficarum, was unknown even to most of its members. Officially, the church remained neutral and relied on diplomacy, but in truth, it wielded fiery swords to protect the faith and advance Catholic interests worldwide. The Malleus Maleficarum kept the Pope informed of all threats to the true faith. When Andreas had joined the service, he had started as an inquisitor, the lowest rank of the secret fraternity. He had spent most of his career undermining the communist influence in Eastern Europe and revitalizing the church's presence in the broken regions of the USSR. 7 years ago, upon becoming the organization's Inquisitor General, Andreas Torque had worked on behalf of His Holiness to monitor terrorist groups in the Middle East. Despite Jean Paul II being on his deathbed and surrounded by scheming cardinals, the Malleus Maleficarum continued tirelessly to fulfill the Pope's wish for universal peace. Andreas was accustomed to fighting human evil, but the horrors they now faced were something unnatural. In a quiet corner, two priests sat on a bench as Father Ambrosio handed Andreas a 25-page file labeled only Stanford Incident. Andreas' eyebrows furrowed deeper with each line he read, and he scowled upon reaching the first picture. He asked who else knew about the incident, and Ambrosio replied that only the Americans and themselves were aware for now, but a video had already surfaced online, making it only a matter of time before MI6 and the Russians discovered it as well. The internet made secrecy difficult. Andreas was surprised the Americans had kept such a large event under wraps but doubted it could last. They could hide a village's destruction but not a roaming monster. The photo showed a white-skinned, faceless beast lifting a car effortlessly. Its abnormally long arms and a luminous glow where its face should have been marked it as a creature at least 6 meters tall, surrounded by a swirling blue mist. Andreas recognized it as a demon from the Holy Scriptures and declared it Satan's work. Ambrosio corrected him grimly, saying it had once been a man, urging Andreas to continue reading. Andreas summarized the report aloud: Stanford, Nevada, 202 inhabitants, half dead or missing, the rest in government custody. The event had occurred on November 14th, 6 days before the report reached Andreas. Survivors claimed the monster had emerged from the local clinic around 7:30 p.m. and rampaged, tearing men apart and spreading a mist that turned people feral. By the time the government quarantined the area, the monster had escaped into the Mojave Desert. The lack of communication coverage had delayed response but facilitated cover-up. Andreas noted that all previous incidents had happened in isolated areas, but Ambrosio added that none had such deadly consequences. The monster remained at large, and the U.S. government had yet to capture it. Flipping the page, Andreas found a photo of a gaunt man named James Poole. Ambrosio explained that Poole was a poor repairman scheduled to receive a second tetanus vaccine after the first was found to be a placebo. The town's doctor, Jason Hopfield, was supposed to administer it at 7:30 p.m. The doctor's body had been found gutted from chin to groin. Both vaccines came from a private company called New H. Ambrosio noted Americans' mistrust of healthcare, with some seeking alternative sources due to fears of government microchips. Andreas prayed silently for the doctor and patient, then asked what was known about the company. Ambrosio admitted the paper trail led nowhere. Andreas clenched his teeth, suspecting another dead end. Ambrosio disagreed, pointing out that the town's sheriff had taken a photo of the vaccine deliverer, whose behavior had unsettled him. Andreas quickly found the photo of a woman with short black hair and blue eyes, wearing a cap during delivery. It was the clearest image the Malleus Maleficarum had obtained. Andreas inquired about the photo's timestamp. Ambrosio replied it was taken at 1 a.m. Universal Time Coordinated. Andreas closed the file and revealed that Inquisitor Silas had sighted the same woman near an illegal laboratory in an Uzbekistan border town at 2 a.m. Universal Time Coordinated before going silent. The laboratory had been destroyed by the time reinforcements arrived, and Silas was missing. Andreas feared the worst but held on to hope. Ambrosio asked if Andreas was sure it was the same woman. Andreas confirmed Silas' description matched the photo. The agent had been tracking her for a year since the Burning Woman incident in Tajikistan. Ambrosio questioned how a woman could be in two places on opposite sides of the Earth within an hour. Andreas suggested she might be in two places at once. He asked if facial recognition software had been used on the photo. Ambrosio confirmed it had, yielding the name Eva Fabre. The name sounded familiar to Andreas, who recalled the Gaipan French files concerning the 1992 Antarctica mass suicide. Although France had split from the Catholic Church a century ago, the faith still had allies in high places. A French general had shared copies of these files with the Malleus Maleficarum, some of which were disturbing. France maintained an official research station in Antarctica studying penguins, but Andreas knew of a secret inland laboratory called Station Orpheon dedicated to bacteriological weapons research. Eva Fabre had been the lead geneticist at that base. On the night of December 12, 1992, Station Orpheon contacted the French Ministère de la Défense to report a peculiar event, Andreas whispered. The scientists had witnessed a flash of purple light in the sky, followed by an unidentified object crashing into a nearby glacier. 2 days later, French authorities lost contact with the station. When soldiers arrived to investigate, they found 22 of the 23 researchers dead. An experimental, deadly bacterium had escaped and infected the staff. The soldiers initially believed it was an accident until they discovered the radios had been sabotaged. Although almost all researchers were accounted for, Eva Fabre's body was never found. The French government quietly covered up the incident and, after 5 years of searching for the missing scientist, closed the file. They assumed Eva Fabre had caused the outbreak before killing herself, attributing the tragedy to isolation-induced madness. Investigators found no evidence of a meteorite impact, not even via satellite surveillance. The event joined the other strange tales in the Gaipan files and was forgotten. Ambrosio searched inside his garment for a photo and handed it to his superior. Torque raised an eyebrow before comparing it to the sheriff's snapshot. Not only could Eva Fabre teleport, but she hadn't aged in nearly 12 years either. Somehow, the cardinal was not surprised. After placing all the pictures inside the file and closing it, Andreas asked about the new H-Lead's level of secrecy. Ambrosio explained that the Americans couldn't find anyone employed by the company, but his informers had more luck tracing the vehicle used for delivery. It had been purchased through an American shell company owned by a Swiss bank, likely the same bank that funded the illegal lab in Uzbekistan. Andreas ordered Ambrosio to find someone and make them talk, noting that the incidents were escalating in severity and building towards something. Ambrosio revealed that a confessor had informed him one of the bank's administrators might be open to collaborating with the church's investigation. When Andreas asked if it was for the sake of his soul, Ambrosio replied it was for the sake of his bank account. The cardinal scowled deeply upon hearing the hefty price for the administrator's cooperation, comparing it to Judas's 30 silver coins. Ambrosio noted that traders were more expensive nowadays due to supply and demand. Andreas decided to ask for the administrator's help and planned to wire the money to the usual account, warning Ambrosio not to fail. Ambrosio inquired about the nature of their investigation. The cardinal admitted he did not know and feared the unknown. Communists and terrorists were human, but the woman and the abominations were something else. Andreas believed time was running out, as evidenced by the snapshot reaching them, indicating she was no longer hiding. With His Holiness nearing death and a crisis looming, the church had to act before it was too late. Ambrosio prayed for the Lord's guidance before taking his leave, leaving the cardinal alone in the chapel. Andreas's eyes wandered to the ceiling, where God's hand reached for the first man, as he pondered the inexorable progression of events. A string of disappearances began in early 2002 across the southern hemisphere. In Brazil, South Africa, Australia, and Tanzania, hundreds vanishing without a trace in isolated areas, with the same woman cited in 3 cases. Then people began disappearing in the northern hemisphere. In 2003, a woman spontaneously caught fire in Tajikistan, killing 14. A laboratory was discovered in Siberia containing human test subjects with extra organs or limbs, all missing persons from the previous year. A scaled creature capable of invisibility was caught on tape in Utah. In 2004, a man shot a Serbian war criminal in his home, but authorities learned the killer was composed of bolts and wires. Sarajevo suffered unexplained earthquakes, with witnesses swearing they heard gears moving beneath the earth. Now, Andreas Torque was beginning to see the bigger picture uniting these events into a coherent narrative. It clicked when he heard the word vaccine. Eva Fabre was testing something on people, turning them into monsters. That was the only explanation that made sense, though he could not understand the science or sorcery involved. Whatever the case, this wicked woman threatened the world's natural order and had to be stopped. The cardinal intended to find Eva Fabre before she claimed more victims, listen to her tale, allow her to confess her sins for absolution, and then burn her like a witch. Andreas looked away from the ceiling as new footsteps echoed in the chapel. Ambrosio Ambrosio's had been soft and careful. These were firm, heavy with power and purpose. The man entering was in his mid-50s, a veteran of half a dozen mob wars, a titan in a red suit bought with drug money. The cardinal could almost hear the blood dripping from his hands, though they appeared clean. His cold, heartless eyes revealed everything. One could not see this man without doubting his true nature. "Janus," the cardinal greeted. "Andreas," the man replied with a shark-like glint in his eyes. "You look concerned." "I am. We live in strange, dangerous times." The cardinal invited the mafioso to sit, but he declined, saying the bench was warm. "I would prefer we meet in the classical art gallery," the mob boss replied, not bothering to look at the ceiling. Janus Augusti was godless but served the Lord all the same. "What is on your mind, my friend?" Janus asked, looking down on the seated priest. Though many would tremble before him, Andreas remained serene. "I assume this must be urgent to organize this meeting so late. I will go straight to the point." The cardinal took a deep breath, hoping not to resort to this. "I need millions." "You will have your funds if you clean them," Janus said. Some officials in the Vatican Bank laundered mafia money for personal gain, but Andreas did it for a higher cause. The Malleus Maleficarum required a black budget, independent from the Holy City's finances, to maintain plausible deniability. It was a dirty job, but forgiven if done in the Lord's service. Janus was no member of the Malleus Maleficarum, and the less he knew about the Vatican's secrets, the better. Andreas knew that if Janus gained influence over the organization, he would corrupt it as he had many others. His power over the Neapolitan Camorra was nearly unmatched, and he intended to expand. Few could resist him for long. Janus smelled weakness like a shark detecting blood miles away. "The situation must be dire for you to ask for so much," he said, eyeing the priest suspiciously. "If you need my protection, you only need to ask. The Lord protects me. He would not protect you from me if I wished you harm," Janus boasted blasphemously, but was not to be underestimated. He had filled cemeteries, cementing his empire with blood and tears. "But I am genuine. You are almost a friend now, and I need men with your talents. I may serve as your wife's confessor, but you are a necessary evil as far as I am concerned, Janus," the cardinal replied. "Let's keep it that way." The mob boss chuckled and remarked that being a necessary evil was fitting, as he separated the worthy from the unworthy, claiming truly good and strong men wouldn't need his services. Andreas caught the taunt and asked if Janus thought of him as evil or weak. Janus replied that there was no good or evil, but wondered what the Pope would think seeing them together, doubting his approval of Andreas' work. Andreas replied that what His Holiness did not know could not harm him, explaining he performed the dirty work to keep the Pope's hands clean for the greater good. Janus did not believe him, judging by his amused expression. He said that as long as Andreas cleaned the blood off his family's money so he could pay for his daughter's birthdays, he would let him cling to his delusions. Andreas ignored the taunt and dignifiedly asked how little Livia was. Janus' face softened as he said she had asked for a pony. Andreas smiled and said she was wise beyond her years but still a child. Janus mentioned that his wife said he spoiled Livia rotten and asked if it was a sin to indulge a child. Andreas replied he could not say, having never had one. Janus searched inside his suit and produced a small bag full of colored crystals, throwing it at Andreas, who caught it instinctively and frowned in disgust. Janus explained it was their new product and that he had heard Andreas was interested in mind-opening experiments. Andreas flinched, and a smile appeared at the edge of Janus' lips. Andreas wondered how Janus knew and if he was under surveillance. He told Janus to take it back, asserting he did not need it. Janus suggested Andreas toss it in the nearest trash can if he truly was the good man he believed himself to be, but if Janus was correct about his true self, he would welcome him with open arms when he was ready to accept his true nature. Janus then walked away, leaving Andreas alone with the crystals. Inside the Vatican, Andreas barricaded the chapel's doors with benches, hearing the mob's footsteps outside. He knew they would get through. None of his agents had evaded them for long, and they had kept him for last. Andreas reflected on his failure and the madness overtaking the world. Iron pillars had risen from beneath Sarajevo and other Balkan cities, pouring out metal men and drones, other human monsters she had released. His Holiness had died of natural causes, mercifully spared the horror ahead. Father Ambrosio had been killed by Eva Fabre, along along with his Swiss informer, but before dying, Ambrosio had sent Andreas enough information to start piecing things together. Andreas had never imagined how deep the conspiracy went. The hunters had wiped out the Malleus Maleficarum in days before the church could stop the worldwide distribution. They had known all along and never cared. 6 months ago, Andreas was already too late. He now understood why he had never found a lead. It was an organization of 1 legion in number. The others were dupes and tools to provide her with money and equipment, never trusted or informed. She had hired hundreds of companies to make deliveries, none aware they carried poison to millions worldwide. Andreas had tried to warn others, but she was everywhere, intercepting his messages and making him fear for his life. Anyone he confided in vanished without a trace. She was no longer human. Had she ever been? Andreas realized he should have gone to Janus. It made sense now. Who better than a fiend in human skin to ward off demons? He reached for the gun beneath his black garment and pointed it at the barred door. The noise outside stopped. Had they heard him? Did they know? He saw a flash of blue light behind him and spun around in panic. The chapel was filled with dozens of women in blue suits wielding strange weapons resembling rifles made of flesh and metal. They all resembled Eva Fabre, but with variations, differing eye colors and hairstyles. Andreas recognized them and tried to hide his fear, but failed. They smiled, and one spoke, saying that was her name once, but now she went by the alchemist. They broke through the barred door and surrounded him. Andreas threatened them with his gun, calling them Satan, but there were dozens, maybe 100, and he had only 5 shots. One Eva said she had once been as human as Andreas and that demons existed, but not beneath their feet, in the grim darkness of space above. Another, with burns on her face, said that in other worlds, the demons had already come. Andreas warned them to stay back, finger near the trigger, but their circle tightened. One said mankind must evolve to become the universal master race, surpassing natural selection and entering intelligent design. Another added that it was their design. Andreas fired, shooting one in the head. She collapsed into blue particles as if she had never existed. The others immediately attacked. He thrashed, shot, and raged but was forced to his knees and disarmed. They searched his garment and found only the drug Janus had given him months ago. Eva Fabre examined the substance and asked if it was hallucinogenic drugs. Andreas admitted he had kept it only to study and never to use on himself. The madwomen argued about whether they had tried it during the bonding process and decided to try it now, expecting interesting results. Andreas desperately searched for an escape. He wondered why they had not killed him yet like the others. Then they brought a blue syringe and he understood. He pleaded for death, begging them not to make him one of those things. One forced the drug down his throat, tasting of salt, mushrooms, and chemicals. Another called it a reward for his persistence as they rolled up his sleeve. A third said killing him would be a waste and stabbed him with the syringe. A fourth declared his mind would shatter, but he would live. The world turned blue as the blue elixir entered his veins, and Andreas Torque screamed. Andreas' mind burned as the drug and the blue substance in his body reacted, reality crumbling around him. The chapel's ceiling swirled like an azure whirlpool, shapes collapsing, colors dancing at the edge of his vision, and the pictures of angels began to whisper. He recognized these as hallucinations, yet sensed something else wriggling inside his brain and neurons. The alchemist's poison traveled through his nerves, infecting him like a plague, his body aflame, skin flayed to raw flesh beneath. The pain was excruciating and maddening. He shouted for it to stop, and the hallucination of angels answered with a screaming chorus. Then his spirit left his kneeling flesh, his mind freed from the shackles of his body. His immortal soul was dragged into a great blue vortex, a place unlike anything he had ever seen. Without eyes, images filled his mind. The pain vanished, replaced by ethereal numbness. He became a thought, an ascending consciousness entering a bright blue world. This realm of numbers and letters was an organized archive of smells, scents, and sounds, books without pages, drives of stray thoughts, a mental world without flesh or blood, where minds transcended the storage limits of neurons. At its center stood a powerful force ruling from a throne of information. Andreas' disembodied mind could not comprehend its vastness, geometric shapes, equations, and swirling sentences unified into a single divine whole. The entity noticed Andreas and studied him. It ripped his mind open with a stray thought, shattering the cardinal's brain into a million tiny thoughts, flipping through memories like a child through a book. There was no pain or comfort. The being felt neither love nor hate, only curiosity. It disassembled Andreas down to his molecules, angels, seeking to understand why he needed a heart, a brain, how he fit together, what he feared, his preferences, his reasons for living. The entity asked all the questions and received all the answers. It recorded every thought Andreas had ever had, every sensation he had ever felt, breaking down his existence to its foundations. Andreas did not know how long this took, centuries or minutes, but in the end, the Ultimate One understood him more than he knew himself. Then it reconstructed Andreas' mind, but instead of returning it to his limited brain, the entity shared back knowledge. Mysteries of the stars and cosmic principles were revealed, questions about man's origins and purpose answered. It taught him the true history of the saints and prophets he had worshipped all his life. When the priest desired more, it taught him mathematics, botany, and chemistry. This knowledge imprinted into his neurons like burning letters. The experience defied description, an unimaginable pleasure and rapture as Andreas' small, weak human mind briefly melded with the divine consciousness of the supreme entity, basking in limitless knowledge. For a moment, he felt whole, stripped of doubts and fears, one with something greater, his sense of self dissolving like a droplet in the ocean. This was heaven. This was God, the entity Andreas had yearned to serve, the afterlife he desired, his mind becoming a new neuron in a universe-sized brain. Then it ended abruptly. The mental connection with the Ultimate One collapsed. His brain was cast back to Earth, confined to his flesh and limited mind, back into his prison. He lay on the chapel's floor, crushed and destroyed, numb inside. Though breathing, he felt dead. Eva Fabre was gone, and he no longer cared. His eyes wandered to the Sistine Chapel's ceiling, now revealing human imperfections, slight, nearly invisible mistakes, errors, ugliness. Michelangelo's work looked crass and disordered, like horseshit. Andreas had tasted heaven, and Earth now appeared hideous. He rose to his feet, spotting his gun on the ground beside the empty drug bag. He grabbed the container, licking the plastic in search of a taste of paradise, pleading to be sent back. In despair, he tore the empty bag apart and scratched his skull, feeling his mind struggle against the bone-shaped prison trying to escape and ascend. Blood dripped on his fingernails. He breathed heavily, despair and tiredness weighing on him. His mind cleared, possessed by a single purpose: to go back. Andreas stumbled out of the chapel, eyes unblinking, senses assaulted by the disordered universe around him. The Vatican trembled and crumbled, but he no longer cared about the church, the world of suffering, or Eva Fabre. He had to return to the blue world, to his new god, to that blissful afterlife. He walked into the Vatican gardens and looked at Rome. Night had fallen, though he could not tell if it was still March 27th or another night. Everywhere he looked, signs of the alchemist's plan were evident. Flames spread from St. Peter's Basilica. Giant mushrooms grew from the old historical district. ICBMs flew north toward the Balkans and Sarajevo. The old world was ablaze, and a new world would rise from the ashes. And Andreas Torque did not care.